I always called him Kenny because we went through all through high school together. He loved coming into an art gallery and just talking about the art. I think when people came to the house, this was really something to see. Not everybody had Emily Carr's and Lauren Harris's in there.
When I think about those early days of both David and I working with Kenneth Heffel, he was a hard worker. He had a company called Great West Steel and he bought a hobby farm. Living on a farm in those early days taught us the value of hard work. Then he decided to follow his passion, which was Canadian art, and he started the gallery in 1978.
My dad bought this gallery in 1978 when I was 16 years old. My first engagement was at that age here, working in this facility. My parents at times tried to teach us French. They tried to give us a guitar and learn an instrument, but one thing that they were successful at is they taught us a second language, and that was the visual arts. That has been one of the strongest sense of enjoyment and reward, not only in my life, but I've strived to do the same achievement with my kids.
I don't remember how we met, but he asked me to come to the gallery on a Saturday, and I went. We spent 2 hours talking about art, and I spent 4 or 5 hours a week with him on Saturdays for a couple of years. Well, he really taught me what to look for and what to appreciate. I think he created my passion.
Our father taught us, what makes a great painting. Our father also taught us the importance of retail detail and the importance of, every detail, the gallery looking beautiful, being clean. In 1995, David and I expanded into the art auction business. And in 1999, we conducted our first online auction, one of the first in the world.
We were young and fearless, and it just by good fortune coincided with the integration and evolution of the internet.
What did that mean? It meant it made the access to art more feasible for people across the land who don't have the privilege of going to an art gallery on a day-to-day basis. And for that, I congratulate them.
We're in an original Royal Bank built in South Granville, which is one of the high-end shopping neighborhoods in Vancouver. When we expanded into Toronto, we're in Yorkville, which today has become the nicest shopping area in Toronto. And in Montreal, we're on Sherbrooke Street, which is in the Golden Mile. Since then, we've expanded the facility in Calgary. It's phenomenal. It's like a high-end New York gallery. And when you walk in, we want people to feel incredible customer service and feel very comfortable in the spaces.
In the evolution of Heffel from a regional to a national, and somewhat of to a degree, an international brand name, those milestones were entirely obvious to Robert and I. But there was a particular moment where Robert and I were walking by our 13 Hazelton business that had a for sale sign on it, and we looked at each other and we said, let's go for it.
With the Heffels, I think you're dealing with a family. That's the feeling I get. It's wonderful to deal with a real Canadian family business. Huge service that they provide is their knowledge. Also, of course, they don't only buy and sell art for Canadians, they are very generous in supporting various exhibitions, museum publications to support an interest in the art of our country.
One of the most rewarding parts of our business is giving back and supporting museum shows across the world and gathering with the collectors and supporters of the major museums and sharing the art that we are so proud of with the world.
I remember our father dealing with some important clients, and he taught them about great art and collecting. And then years later, those clients are still clients of Heffel, and they've mentored us how to run a successful business.
I'm so proud of the boys of what they've done with the Heffel Gallery, and it's just amazing, and their dad would be really proud of them too.
I had the great fortune to work with my father. I have the greatest partner I could ever have found with my brother. My wife, Patsy, is an equal success story behind Heffel. and having some very special moments with the next generation. It boils down to a great painting that inspires, that you're passionate about. But when you can share that passion and vocation through 3 generations and hopefully more, that's priceless. We're very honored and delighted to bring to the public the treasured works from the Lillian McKim collection. Lillian acquired paintings through Heffel for over 4 decades, first acquiring a major work from Ken Heffel in 1982, and more recently, in her 90s, she was successful in acquiring a prized work through our online platform.
The collection reflects the lifelong curiosity and admiration of the arts of Lillian McKim. She started drawing at the early age of 8 with a particular interest in female portraiture. Lillian was a pioneering collector, and there is a particular and a unique focus, a tightening of the collecting lens on important women artists of the modern art era. So iconic artists like Emily Carr and Helen McNichol, they shared the walls with names that are now gaining revitalized attention, like Kathleen Daly Pepper, Sarah Robertson, Doris McCarthy, Paraskiva Clark. The McNichol Washerwomen in the Lawn River, it's a lesson in Impressionist painting. McNichol, like Carr, they were from a generation of Canadian painters that sought education and experience abroad. McNichol and a few of her contemporaries like Cullen and Maurice, they really transmitted Impressionism to Canada. The painting is ambitious. It transports the viewer to another world. You can see and feel the warmth of the air. You can travel through the transient qualities of the water. Washerwomen was painted a year after McNichol won the truly prestigious Jessie Dow Prize at the Art Association of Montreal. And Washerwomen was painted and sent directly from France. This painting is timeless. It is as beautiful and moving as the day it was painted.
When I look at the 2 Lauren Harris paintings, they are obviously masterpieces by the artist. The Lake Superior sketch, has the ethereal light that Harris is conveying in his theosophy beliefs through the landscape. And the Rocky Mountain Lauren Harris is really a pinnacle of Harris's Rocky Mountain exploration, and he conveys that spirituality in the Rocky Mountain piece.
There is one painting by Emily Carr in the McKim collection, and it is an absolute jewel. We see and experience the forest through Carr's eye and hand. Her paintings are deeply spiritual reflections of her feelings in the forest, and also reflect this creative renaissance she experienced in the 1930s when Dancing Trees was painted. Emily is painting what she feels, but she's also moving the needle of modern art, and that is the DNA of a great Emily Carr like Dancing Trees.
The superstars of our Canadian art world can be found in the Lillian McKim collection, many of which are the cornerstones to our Heffel business. Artists like Emily Carr, Lauren Harris, and E.J. Hughes. When you walk into a collector's home, I find it fascinating. You get an insight into their collecting practice, but you also get the idea as to which works are their personal favorites. I think perhaps one of her favorites, and definitely one of my favorites, is the major E.J. Hughes canvas, Entrance to House Sound. It had the prominent wall in the home hanging very proudly above the mantelpiece, and it just sparkled, particularly when you had the view of the West Coast ocean coming through the window, illuminating this masterpiece by E.J. Hughes.
Lillian's collection has a historical focus, but there is a clear bridge to post-war practices and movements. Over time, her collecting lens developed, but it didn't follow trends. In her own words, the collection continued to march forward, and it is this modus operandi that created the one-of-a-kind collection of Lillian McKim.
This fall marks the 30th anniversary of Heffel Auctions, and we're thrilled to share highlights from this important sale.
Aristide Maillol is one of the most important modern European sculptors from the beginning of the 20th century, second really only to Rodin, and dedicated his life to forceful depictions of the female form. The Nymph-Bras is a study for one of the most important and final major works of his career, the essential figure of a sculpture grouping of the three graces. With its evocative display of power and elegance, the nymph balances the beauty of classical proportion with the forceful presence of modernist form.
Unbelievably rare and beautiful, J.W. Maurice's Le Point from 1907 has spent its entire life in Europe until its recent arrival at Heffel. Exhibited at the Salon de Tome in Paris in 1907, this painting confirms his stature as an artist of international importance.
In Hillside on Big Couch on Lake, Tom Thomson depicts the northern edge of Algonquin Park in rich textures and a beautiful use of ultramarine across the background. From Thomson's irreplaceable final period, this work has had a long history with Heffel. It was once owned by Heffel patriarch Kenneth G. Heffel, a part of his purchase of the prestigious Fan and Hall collection in the late 1970s.
A.Y. Jackson's Souvenir of Quespiax is a tribute to the village. Here, Jackson captures the grandeur of the Skeena River landscape with luminous color. This is a masterful canvas that reflects Jackson's profound connection to the northern landscape. Painted in 1930, the Quebec village captures the heart of rural Quebec. Snow-covered hills, vivid color, and a village alive with rhythm and harmony. It's a defining work by A.Y. Jackson, one of Canada's most beloved artists.
Using thinned oil paint on paper, Carr achieved a fluidity that echoed the movement of nature itself. Wood's Edge, a symphony of greens, ochres, and light, embodies her reverence for the land and her concern for its fragility. Exhibited during her lifetime and later featured alongside the Group of Seven, Wood's Edge highlights Carr's central role in shaping Canadian modernism.
Cornelius Krieghoff's Canadian Autumn, View on the Road to Lake St. John, is remarkable in multiple ways. Not only is its 160-year provenance known all the way back to Krieghoff's close friends, its lengthy exhibition history is extraordinary. Detailed and evocative, the painting itself is in near original condition. Marius Barbeau, history's leading Krieghoff authority, referred to it simply as one of the best. Proceeds from the sale of this artwork will benefit the Art Gallery of Ontario, made possible by Aqueduct Foundation.
Coordinated River Landscape is a rare and impressive early example of E.J. Hughes' primitive paintings. Produced in 1950, immediately following his time as a war artist, it's a fantastic scene from the artist's most important period, and was part of his first group of canvases purchased by Hughes' lifelong dealer Max Stern a year later.
Painted in 1949, Sans Titre by Jean-Paul Riopelle is such an important canvas. 1949 is a pivotal moment in art history in the development of abstraction, not only in Canada, but internationally. It's such an important work.
From what is widely regarded as Paul-Émile Bourdois' most pivotal moment, Pat de Velours is an exceptional example. Part of a group of paintings purchased right from Bourdois' studio by Blair Lang, this work shows the complexity of the experiments Bourdois was undertaking. With clear elements of his iconic black and white compositions, dynamic streaks of color are brought to life throughout by Bourdois' sculptural use of paint.
Produced in Jack Bush's key final years, London No. 12 is dynamic, vibrant, and joyful. The rich mulberry background is a beautiful example of what are called his mottled grounds, and his discrete color forms are musical and sophisticated. Like all of Bush's best work, it manages to be grand and intimate at once.
An extremely rare painting, In the Labrador Sea, depicts a subject that David Blackwood explored mostly in etching. It's a majestic painting of extraordinary power and beauty.
Among the best known and most collectible painters to emerge out of post-war Europe, Bernard Buffet is celebrated for his elongated figures rendered in graphic and angular outlining, as can be seen in this masterwork, Le Clown Musicien de Trompette. Clowns are his most sought-after subjects, and indeed were what first propelled him to stardom in his early Paris shows in the 1950s.
He wasn't much of a fisherman. In fact, he was seasick a lot of the time.
I have people come in and ask where he used to sit and what was he like. Did you ever talk to him?
I had learned he was somewhat of a recluse. He had a reputation for being a hermit, even.
E.J. Hughes was one of the first war artists during the Second World War.
He was very, very close with his wife.
Very glamorous pair.
There was a very long time in Hughes's life that he thought he was never going to be successful as an artist. He was desperately poor.
That's of an abandoned fisherman's village up in River's Inlet, halfway up the BC coast.
Lot number 141, as viewed here on the easel.
A BC masterpiece goes on the auction block, a painting that's expected to set a new record.
The vast majority of what Hughes produced, no one in BC ever saw.
Lot 71, E.J. Hughes, $525,000, $550,000. At $975,000, selling now.
Mr. Hughes, when you were working up on the fish boats during the Depression, and you sketched that drawing, did you ever think one of your paintings would...
No, I never dreamt it.
He shows British Columbia in a way that no one else does.
We're very honored and delighted to bring to the public the treasured works from the Lillian McKim collection. Lillian acquired painting through Heffel for over 4 decades, first acquiring a major work from Kenneth Heffel in 1982, and more recently, in her 90s, she was successful in acquiring a prized work through our online platform.
The collection reflects the lifelong curiosity and admiration of the arts of Lillian McKim. She started drawing at the early age of 8 with a particular interest in female portraiture. Lillian was a pioneering collector, and there is a particular and a unique focus, a tightening of the collecting lens on important women artists of the modern art era. So iconic artists like Emily Carr and Helen McNichol, they shared the walls with names that are now gaining revitalized attention, like Kathleen Daly Pepper, Sarah Robertson, Doris McCarthy, Paraskiva Clark. The McNichol Washerwomen in the Lawn River, it's a lesson in Impressionist painting. McNichol, like Carr, they were from a generation of Canadian painters that sought education and experience abroad. McNichol and a few of her contemporaries like Cullen and Maurice, they really transmitted Impressionism to Canada. The painting is ambitious. It transports the viewer to another world. You can see and feel the warmth of the air. You can travel through the transient qualities of the water. Washerwomen was painted a year after McNichol won the truly prestigious Jessie Dow Prize at the Art Association of Montreal. And Washerwomen was painted and sent directly from France. This painting is timeless. It is as beautiful and moving as the day it was painted.
When I look at the 2 Lauren Harris paintings, they are obviously masterpieces by the artist. The Lake Superior sketch, has the ethereal light that Harris is conveying in his theosophy beliefs through the landscape. And the Rocky Mountain Lauren Harris is really a pinnacle of Harris's Rocky Mountain exploration, and he conveys that spirituality in the Rocky Mountain piece.
There is one painting by Emily Carr in the McKim collection, and it is an absolute jewel. We see and experience the forest through Carr's eye and hand. Her paintings are deeply spiritual reflections of her feelings in the forest, and also reflect this creative renaissance she experienced in the 1930s when Dancing Trees was painted. Emily is painting what she feels, but she's also moving the needle of modern art, and that is the DNA of a great Emily Carr like Dancing Trees.
The superstars of our Canadian art world can be found in the Lillian McKim collection, many of which are the cornerstones to our Heffel business. Artists like Emily Carr, Lauren Harris, and E.J. Hughes. When you walk into a collector's home, I find it fascinating. You get an insight into their collecting practice, but you also get the idea as to which works are their personal favorites. I think perhaps one of her favorites, and definitely one of my favorites, is the Major E.J. Hughes canvas, Entrance to Howe Sound. It had the prominent wall in the home hanging very proudly above the mantelpiece, and it just sparkled, particularly when you had the view of the West Coast ocean coming through the window, illuminating this masterpiece by E.J. Hughes.
Lillian's collection has a historical focus, but there is a clear bridge to post-war practices and movements. Over time, her collecting lens developed, but it didn't follow trends. In her own words, the collection continued to march forward, and it is this modus operandi that created the one-of-a-kind collection of Lillian McKim.
This fall marks the 30th anniversary of Heffel Auctions, and we're thrilled to share highlights from this important sale.
Aristide Maillol is one of the most important modern European sculptors from the beginning of the 20th century, second really only to Rodin, and dedicated his life to forceful depictions of the female form. The Nymphe sans bras is a study for one of the most important and final major works of his career, the essential figure of a sculpture grouping of the three graces. With its evocative display of power and elegance, the nymph balances the beauty of classical proportion with the forceful presence of modernist form.
Unbelievably rare and beautiful, J.W. Maurice's Le Point from 1907 has spent its entire life in Europe until its recent arrival at Heffel. Exhibited at the Salon de Tome in Paris in 1907, this painting confirms his stature as an artist of international importance.
In Hillside on Big Couch on Lake, Tom Thomson depicts the northern edge of Algonquin Park in rich textures and a beautiful use of ultramarine across the background. From Thomson's irreplaceable final period, this work has had a long history with Heffel. It was once owned by Heffel patriarch Kenneth G. Heffel, a part of his purchase of the prestigious Fan and Hall collection in the late 1970s.
A.Y. Jackson's souvenir of Kespiax is a tribute to the village. Here, Jackson captures the grandeur of the Skeena River landscape with luminous color. This is a masterful canvas that reflects Jackson's profound connection to the northern landscape. Painted in 1930, the Quebec Village captures the heart of rural Quebec. Snow-covered hills, vivid color, and a village alive with rhythm and harmony. It's a defining work by A.Y. Jackson, one of Canada's most beloved artists.
Using thinned oil paint on paper, Carr achieved a fluidity that echoed the movement of nature itself. Wood's Edge, a symphony of greens, ochres, and light, embodies her reverence for the land and her concern for its fragility. Exhibited during her lifetime and later featured alongside the Group of Seven, Wood's Edge highlights Carr's central role in shaping Canadian modernism.
Cornelius Krieghoff's Canadian Autumn, View on the Road to Lake St. John, is remarkable in multiple ways. Not only is its 160-year provenance known all the way back to Krieghoff's close friends, its lengthy exhibition history is extraordinary. Detailed and evocative, the painting itself is in near original condition. Marius Barbeau, history's leading Krieghoff authority, referred to it simply as one of the best. Proceeds from the sale of this artwork will benefit the Art Gallery of Ontario, made possible by Aqueduct Foundation.
Coordinated River Landscape is a rare and impressive early example of E.J. Hughes' primitive paintings. Produced in 1950, immediately following his time as a war artist, it's a fantastic scene from the artist's most important period, and it was part of his first group of canvases purchased by Hughes' lifelong dealer Max Stern a year later.
Painted in 1949, Sans Titre by Jean-Paul Riopelle is such an important canvas. 1949 is a pivotal moment in art history in the development of abstraction, not only in Canada, but internationally. It's such an important work.
From what is widely regarded as Paul-Émile Bourdois' most pivotal moment, Pat de Velours is an exceptional example. Part of a group of paintings purchased right from Bourdois' studio by Blair Lang, this work shows the complexity of the experiments Bourdois was undertaking. With clear elements of his iconic black and white compositions, dynamic streaks of color are brought to life throughout by Bourdois' sculptural use of paint.
Produced in Jack Bush's key final years, London No. 12 is dynamic, vibrant, and joyful. The rich mulberry background is a beautiful example of what are called his mottled grounds, and his discrete color forms are musical and sophisticated. Like all of Bush's best work, it manages to be grand and intimate at once.
An extremely rare painting, In the Labrador Sea, depicts a subject that David Blackwood explored mostly in etching. It's a majestic painting of extraordinary power and beauty.
Among the best known and most collectible painters to emerge out of post-war Europe, Bernard Buffet is celebrated for his elongated figures rendered in graphic and angular outlining, as can be seen in this masterwork, Le Clown Musicien de Trompette. Clowns are his most sought-after subjects, and indeed were what first propelled him to stardom in his early Paris shows in the 1950s.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the digital sale room at Heffel.com, get all loosened up and bid on lots of great art.
Ooh, I like that style, Mr. Gibbs. 300.
1, 2, 1, 3, back with me.
Bid with courage.
That's the spirit.
Bid with passion. 1,250,000. 1,003,000.
Selling now at Heffel.
Sold.
That's a new world record.
9,500,000.
Now that is a fine painting, fine price. That deserves clapping.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Heffel, and on behalf of the entire Heffel team, it is our pleasure to welcome you to today's 4 catalog auction event, marking the 30th anniversary of Heffel's live auction history. We are delighted to host this very special celebration in our Heffel digital sale room, where tradition meets innovation. And what a fitting way to begin. Legacy through art, the Hudson Bay Collection. It is both an honor and a privilege for Heffel to present this remarkable offering of 27 artworks from the historic Hudson Bay Company collection. These pieces embody a legacy deeply woven into the Canadian fabric, into the Canadian history, reflective of the nation's rich cultural heritage, a spirit of exploration, and of artistic achievement. Heffel is proud to bring this important collection to auction, and we thank you all for joining us for what promises to be a truly memorable occasion. Through today's sales, you'll notice strong absentee bids, active telephone bidding participation, and dynamic engagement online through our digital sale room. You'll see the bids popping up here. Our national team continues to advance and integrate cutting-edge technology to connect collectors and consigners from across the country and beyond with our live auction experience. As always, we encourage bids promptly and with confidence. Online bidders should note pending bids are subject to competing bids and the auctioneer's confirmation. Bids submitted during last call may not be received in time, so please place your bids early to avoid disappointment, both online and in the room and on the phones. For successful bidders, it is please use our digital tools at Heffel.com for invoice settlement and shipping logistics. Please note, the buyer's premium is calculated on top of the hammer price, plus applicable sales taxes are added to the total sale price. If you're successful, you'll receive an email online tonight post-auction with additional instructions. Alternatively, you can contact any of Heffel offices for assistance. Artwork pickup begins tomorrow at 12 noon at our Heffel Gallery at 13 Hazelton. And our professional team will be available to assist with post-sale arrangements, and Heffel is here to assist you every step of the way. And please remember, all purchases must be paid for in full in accordance to our terms and conditions of business. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try and target 1.5 link sale today. Bidding, I recommend bidding early and fast to avoid disappointment. Our lot book today has never been as full as it is in the 30 years of doing our sales. We have a tremendous amount of competing absentee bids. Therefore, at times we may even be opening lots up as high as the high estimate in the catalog as published. So be ready. And keeping that all in mind, here we go with lot number 1, the W.J. Phillips tracking on the Athabasca, a thrilling, rare, and early 1935 oil on canvas by W.J. Phillips. And here we go now at Heffel's. We have a competing and tying absentee bids, which are time-stamped. And the one received first will be the winner. We'll start off at 15, 16, 17,000, 18,000, 19,000, 20,000 bid. Into the order bids first, 20, 22, 5, 25 now to the order. In the books here at $25,000. At $25,000, last call for bids, $27,500. Welcome, Christian. Orders out, it's at $27,500. Great value at $27,500. 30. Welcome, Rochelle, at $30,000 bid now. At 30 on the phones at $30,000. At $30,000. Any advance on $30,000? Thank you. 32.5. Welcome. Better the bid earlier, but we'll take a late bid. 32.5 in the room. In the room at $32,500. Hammers up at 32.5. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Just in time. 35 back with Rochelle. Your turn in the room. 37.5 back in the room now. At 37,500 back in the room at 37.5. One more bid, Rochelle. Last call. No, it's in the room at 37.5. It's your turn, Rochelle. Hammers up. They're out on the phones. Yours, sir. 37.5 is the number. Congratulations, it's 26. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, that's a record for a Phillips oil. Nice way to start the auction. Lot number 2, W.J. Phillips. Once again, weighted order and telephone interest in this lot. A fresh and bright colored early 1928 Phillips masterpiece. Hudson Bay Company York boats in Norway House. And here we go. Once again, competing order bids. We're going to open this up at the high estimate. Once again, at $25,000. These are competing bids here. 25, 27,500, 30,000, 32,500, 35 now to the order at 35, 37,500, 40, 42.5, 45 in the books, 47.5, 50 in the books, 55 on the aisle first. On the aisle, 55 you bidding. 60 here now. 65 on the aisle. 70,000. 75,000. At 75,000, 80,000. 90,000, sorry. 90,000, correct. 95 here. 100. 110,000. He's out on the aisle. It's 110. Yours here at 110. Any additional bidding in the back? It's at 110,000. Near to the front of the room here, on my far left, at $110,000. Looking online, this new fresh paddle at 120, 130. He's shaking his head at the back. You're sure at the back it's 130, near to me. Last call for bids. Hammers up high. Selling now. 130 hammer. And sold. 130. And your paddle, please. Your paddle, please. Thank you. That's a little higher. 225, was it? Correct. That's a nice way to start the first of the calendar paintings. There's 17 in the sale and 16 left to go. And that is a new record for a Phillips watercolor. Another record. Nice way to start an auction. Lot number 3, the Adam Seraph Scott, Chief Trader Archibald MacDonald descending to Fraser, 1828. The truly iconic and classic 1942 Canadiana canvas, shooting the Rapids. And once again, we got weighted absentee order interest here, as well as I think we're fully booked on the phones. So get ready. And here we go now at Heffel's. We'll start off at $25,000. At $25,000 bid, $27,500, $30,000, $32,500, $35,000, $37,500, $40,000, $42,500, $45,000, $47,500, $50,000, $55,000, $60,000. Now you can jump in, Lindsay. It's at $60,000 already at $60,000. You bidding in the room a little higher, sir? Are you bidding? $65,000 with Ainsley at $65,000, $70,000 to the order. $75,000, $80,000, $80,000 to the order here. At $80,000 to the order at $80,000, $85,000, $90,000. At $80,000, it's $90,000 back in the books, $95,000, $100,000. At $100,000. Are you bidding, sir, with your paddle there? I can't. Are you raising it? $110,000, $120,000 back to the order. At $120,000, $130,000, $140,000 to the order. At $140,000, $150,000, $160,000. At $160,000, $170,000, $180,000. At $180,000, $190,000. $200,000. $210,000, and the orders are all out. It's in the room at $210,000. At $210,000 seated in the room at $210,000, and it's not too late to jump in online. Bids here in the room at $210,000. Fair warning, hammers up high, last call. $220,000. $230,000 behind you now. Gentlemen seated at $230,000. One more might just win it. At $230,000, last call then. Hammers up high. Fair warning, $240,000. Well played, madame. At $240,000, $250,000 behind you now. Gentlemen seated at $250,000. At $250,000, moving fast at $250,000. Last call for bids. Welcome, sir. Brand new bidder at $260,000, seated at the back. At $260,000, fresh new paddle at $260,000. Are you out here? Are you out there? It's $260,000, seated middle of the room. Last call for bids. Fair warning, selling now at Heffel's. $270,000. Welcome back, madame. At $270,000. And your turn, sir. It's $270,000, near to me on my right. At $270,000. Here we go. Fresh new paddle. $280,000. Well, we'll see. $280,000, nice new bidder here at $280,000. Last call against you there. It's on my far right. $280,000. Not yours there, not yours there, and not yours there in the middle. Hammers up high. Sorry, gentlemen at the back, just beat you at $290,000, but I'll take $300,000. It's $290,000, middle of the back of the room at $290,000. At $290,000, sounds like great value. Hudson B Legacy, $300,000, well done. Thank you, madame. At $300,000, next bid's $325,000, Rob says. Are we through bidding? You've all come a very long ways. Don't give up yet. Be brave, and it might just win you this lot. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Hammers up high. Selling now at Heffel's at $300,000 hammer. Sold. Well done. Congratulations. Sorry, once again, the paddle, please. Didn't quite get 44. I should have known. Lots of horsepower in that. 44. Is that a record, Rob? Okay, thank you. Okay, now here we go. Moving right along, lot number 4, the Franklin Arbuckle, the first, Governor Douglas leaving Fort Langley. Today, a National Historic Site, and just for all your benefit, Robert and I grew up in Fort Langley. I went to high school just a few blocks away from the fort, as well as elementary school, and we'll start this lot off opening up to the order at $5,000, $5,000, $5,500, $6,000 now to the order at $665. And the order's out. It's at $6,000 in the room. Seated in the room first at $7,000, in the room at $7,000. seated in the room at 7,000. 7,500 with Christian. 8,000 in the room, seated at 8,000. At 8,000, 8,500, sorry Christian, a little bit here, 8,500, 9, at 9,000. In the room at 9,000, 9,500, 10,000. At 10,000, in the room at 10,000, at 10,000, 11,000. At 11, 12 in the room. At $12,000, at 12,000. At 12,000, 13,000. 13, I'll take you now, Christian. It's at 13 here. At 13, 14 with Christian. 15 seated in the room now. At 15,000, seated in the room at 15, 16 with April 1st. April 1st at 16. 17 with Christian. At 17,000, your turn in the DS. 18 in the DX. 18 here. 18 now. 19. 19 with Anthony. Fresh bidder at 20 with April. At $20,000. At $20,000. April's bidder at 20,000. In the room, fresh new paddle at 22,500. Seated on the aisle at 22,500. Anyone want to jump increments? It's 22,500. Last call for bids. Fair warning, 22,500's the, thank you, 25 online now. Your turn in the room, 27,500 in the room, at 27,500 in the room at 27,500. Seated in the room, on the aisle, on the right at 27,500 and hammers up high. Last call for bids in the DS, in the room, or on the phone, selling now at 27,500. Fair warning. Yours, sir, 27,500. Thank you, and that's 99. And Rob says that's a record. Paddle 99, yes. Thank you, Rob. Lot number 5, the Charles Comfort. McLuhan welcomes the Americans. Fort Vancouver, 1834, the dynamic early 1935 Comfort canvas, and comes with an important literature history as found on Heffel.com and in your catalog. Here we go now. We'll start off at 5,500 bid now at 5,500. Looking for 6,000. Near to me at 6,000. At 6,000. Against you in the DS. 6,500 in the digital sale room. Online. 7 in the room now. 7,500. Here at 7,500. Your turn back there. It's 7,500 here. At 7,500. Near to me. 8,000 online now. Thank you, Clara. At 8,000. 8,500 in the room. At $8,500. At 8,500. Thank you again, Clara. 9,000 online. 9,500 in the room. 10,000 here. At 10,000. 11,000. 12,000. 13,000. Here we go now at 13 back here. 13, 14 now. 15 at the back. At 15,000. He's out here at $15,000. Your turn in the digital sale room. Hammers up high. Thank you. 16 online. 17 in the room. At 17,000 in the room, it's $17,000. Looking for rooms in the digital, it's 18 online. 19 in the room now at 19,000. At $19,000 at 19,000. In the room at 19,000. Fresh new hammer at 20 at the back. 22,500 in the room now at 22,500. Against you on the phones, Rochelle. It's in the room at 22,500. At 22,000, 25 back on the phones, 27,500 back in the room. In the room, seated at 27,500. At 27,500. One more bid, Rochelle. It's against you. Your turn. It's against you at 27,500. Hammer's going up at 27,500. Rochelle's out. Last call for bids. Fair warning. And sold. 27,500. And that goes to paddle number 99. Congratulations, sir. Well played. Lot 6, the Adam Sheriff Scott, Governor George Simpson, welcomed by James Douglas, Fort St. James, important BC piece. And Fort St. James is a National Historical Site. And here we go for the Sheriff Scott canvas. We'll start off at $1,800 bid at $1,800. 1,800? 1,009 against you now at 1,900. 2,000 in the room. What's that? 2,500? 25,000. I think I'll take the 25,000. Okay. You on that? We're good. 25,000's the current. 27,500 online. Thank you. at 27,500. 30,000. 30 in the room now at 30,000. You out? Thanks, Kirby. At 30,000 in the room. At 30,000. I like that style, by the way. At $30,000. Hammer's going up at 30,000. Last call for bids. Fair warning. 32.5. They come back. 35 seated now in the room at $35,000. At $35,000. No, it's not yours. It's seated in the room at $35,000. Not yours, Rochelle. In the room at $35,000. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling now. $35,000. Congratulations, sir. $35,000. Well done. That's to 99. Thank you, Mr. Gretzky. And here we go. Lot number 7, the Franklin Arbuckle. Hearn builds Cumberland House. Cumberland House is the, stand to be corrected, but apparently the oldest community in Saskatchewan and today's part of a provincial historical park. Once again, weighted order interest in this lot, and we'll start off on these competing bids at 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 13, 14, at 14, 15,000 now, at 15,000 bid. At 15,000, several places now at 16. Double places. I'll take the gentleman seated forward. Yes, yours at 16, 17 behind you now, 18 in front at 18,000, 19 behind you, 20 in the front of you now, 20, 22.5, 25,000 at 25. Yes, yours at 25,000. You can jump in, Rochelle. It's $25,000 at 25,000. Several places. I'll take April 1st, 27.5. Your turn there, 30 in the room. At 30,000 in the room, at $30,000. At 30,000 seated in the room, 32.5 with Anthony, 35 seated in the room. At $35,000 seated in the room, at $35,000. At 35, 37,500. 40,000 seated. At $40,000 against you in the DS. Anthony's bidder at $40,000. Last call for bids. Sorry, yeah, you bidding, Anthony? 42.5. Online, you're just late. It's 42.5, 45 in the room now. At 45 in the room. At 45 seated in the room center at 45,000. Anthony's out. You're bidding in the digital sale room, selling now at 45,000 in the room, seated at $45,000. Last call. And 47,500. 50 now, seated at 50,000. Determined bidder in the room at 50,000. Last call for bids. Hammers up high. Fair warning. Selling now at $50,000 and sold. Congratulations, sir. 50,000. And that's to Mr. Gretzky once again. Here we go. Lot 008, the Charles Comfort. Once again, heavy order interest in this lot. We're going to open this up well above the high estimate at $25,000. Competing bids here at $25,000, $27,500, $30,000, $32,500 is the bid now to the order. 35 in the room, orders out. 37,500 near me, 40,000. With Daniel at 42.5, 45,000 in the middle of the room at 45,000. At 40, 47,500, 50 in the room. At $50,000, at $50,000 in the room, 50, 55, 60. Seated at 60,000 in the room at 60,000, 65, 70. Your turn, Daniel. It's 70 in the room at 70,000. Anyone else like to jump in? It's at $70,000. Last call from Heffel at $70,000. 75, new bidder, 80. Back in the room at 80,000. At $80,000, and we can sell now at 80, 85, 90. Back in the room at 90,000. At $90,000. 90. At $90,000, raising up the hammer. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling at 90. 95. 100 back in the room. Determined bidder in the room at 100. At $100,000. Fair warning. Looks like everybody out. is out. Yours, sir. Congratulations. Last call for bids. Last call, Ainsley. You got a bid now. Sold $100,000. Well done, sir. Same bidder as the last. Lot number 9, the Franklin Arbuckle, Ambassadress of Peace, an extensively reproduced Franklin Arbuckle canvas is documented under the literature as found on Heffel.com and in your collector, soon to be a collector HBC catalog. Order interest in competing orders here, and we'll start off at 15, 16,000 now to the order at 16,000. 17, 18 to the order at 18,000 here at 18,000. At 18, 19, 20 back to the order. To the order, 22.5, 25 to the absentee bidder, 27,500. Seated at 27,500. At 27,500. Thank you. 30 online now at 30, 32.5 in the room. In the room at $32,500. At 32.5 in the room at 30, 35 with Anthony now at 35, 37,500 in the room. In the room at 37.5. At 37,500, 40 with Anthony, 42 seated at $42,000. At $42,000. Bidding in the room at 42,000, 45, 47.5 back. Determined bidder in the room, not yours, Anthony, but it's seated at 47,500. Last call, fair warning, 50, 55 now. I appreciate the quick bids. At 55,000, at $55,000. At 55,000, 60, 65. At 65,000. Bidding online, selling now at 65,000. To the room at 65,000 hammered. Last call now. You bidding? Yes or no? 70. 75 back in the room. Online. You didn't get it. It's in the room at 75. I'll take the next bid online, but you got to be quick. 80 in the room. 85. Seated in the room at 85. At $85,000. At 85,000. Down it goes now. We're going fast today. Anthony's out. Selling now at 85 in the room. Last call for bids. And congratulations, sir. Sold 85,000. Well done, and that goes to same buyer as the last. Lot 10, the Adam Sheriff Scott. Red River Carts leaving Fort Garry in 1863. The festive 1928 Sheriff Scott. And, you know, for those of you who have missed out on the others, here's another fabulous one. Featured on the front cover of the Beaver magazine, both in 1928 and 1986. And here we go, order interest as usual at 9,000, 9.5, 10, 11 now to the order at 11,000. It's your turn in the room. It's in the order bid here at 11. Sorry, I'll take 12 online. At 12,000 online. At 12,000 online. At 12. 13 with Marie Helen. 14 seated in the room. At 14 seated in the room at 14. 15,000. 16,000. At 16,000 in the room seated at $16,000. At 16. 17 online now. 18 in the room. At $18,000. At 18,000. At $18,000. 19 online, 20 in the room now, at $20,000 at 20, 22.5 online, 25,000 in the room. In the room now at 25,000 against you online. It's in the room at 25, 27.5 online, 30,000 in the room now at $30,000, $30,000. Is that a bid ratio? Rochelle? 32.5 with Rochelle, 35 in the room now. You're trailing online at 37,500 online now, 40,000 in the room at $40,000. At 40,000, seated at $40,000. Last call, fair warning. It's in the room at 40, raising up the hammer high now. 42.5. Thank you, Clara. At 45, back in the room. At $45,000, back in the room at $45,000. 47.5 online, 50 in the room. At $50,000 in the room at $50,000. At $50,000, last call, fair warning. It's in the room at $50,000. Last call for bids. Thank you. Call out next time, sir. Almost missed that. That's 55 in the room, far left, 60 here. You're still going, sir. It's 60 seated here at 60,000. At 60,000 in the room at 60. On my right at $60,000. Last call, 65. 70,000. Your turn, sir. It's here at 70,000. At 70,000. One more might just win this lot. Don't you? Be brave. Bid with courage. It's in the room at 70,000. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling now at Heffel's. Sold 70,000. Congratulations, sir. Same paddle as the last. Lot number 11, Adam Seraph Scott. Troops at Upper Fort Garry. A colorful and full of activity, Seraph Scott, circa 1945. Also, once the cover of the Beaver magazine. Same year it was painted, and here we go. Order interest in this lot. We'll start off to the order at $6,000 bid now. At 6,000. At 6, you're bidding 6.5. 7,000. 7,000. 7.5. 8,000. To the order at 8. 8.5. 9,000. To the order at 9,000. At 9. 9,500. 10,000 to the order. Here, 11. Orders out. It's 11 in the room. Ladies bid at 11. Your turn on the phones. 12 here with Kirby. At 12,000, Kirby's bidder. 13 back in the room. 14. Gentleman jumps in. 15. New bidder in the room. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. Here we go now. $20,000. 22,500. 25,000. 27,500. 30,000. Two bidders right behind. 32.5. At 32.5, gentleman's bid at 32,500. 35,000 online now. Online at 35,000. 37,500 in the room. At 37,500. You want to jump back in, Kirby? It's in the room. Gentleman's bid at 37,500. 40 online. At 40. He's out in the room. It's 40 online. Last call for bids. Fair warning. And selling. Selling now. 42.5. Thank you, Clara. Just in time online. New online bid, 45 online. Several bids online. 45,000's the online bidder. 47,500. It's a digital sale room battle here. Current bids, 47.5. Last chance to get your bids in online. Hammers up. Last call. Against you in the room. Against you at 50. Multiple bids online. 50,000 online now. At 50,000 online. At 50,000. Last time. Here we go. Battle's up. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Just in time. 55,000 online. 55,000 online at 55,000. At $55,000. Are we done? You could start a little sooner. 60 at the back. On the phones with Rochelle. At $60,000. Against you in the digital sale room. Selling now at 60. Fine painting, fine price. $60,000 to bid. Last call. And selling. Selling now. Sold 60,000. That goes to bidder 695. Congratulate your bidder, Rochelle. Lot number 12, the Franz Johnson, a discovery of the copper mine by Samuel Hearn, the dramatic 1922. Oil by Franz Johnson, one of the founding members of the Group of Seven, and the only one in this first session at Heffel. Order interested in this lot, and we'll start off at 9,000, 9,500, 10,000, 11 to the order now. At 11, 12, 13 here. At 13, your turn in the room. It's here at 13,000. 14, 15 to the order at 15, 16, 17 here. At 17,000 to the order. 18, 19, 19 to the order. 20, 22.5 to the order. At 22,500, 25,000 in the room. Orders out. It's here at 25. Fresh new bidder at 27.5. At 27,500, 30,000 here. Near to me, 32.5. 32.5, he's out here. 32.5 in the room on the aisle at 32,500. Last call, here we go. Hammers up. 107, he's in the room. Thank you, Robert. 107, new bidder in the room. 35 in the room. Your turn on the aisle. It's 35 against you. 37,500. here at 37,500. You're bidding there? 40,000. 42.5. On my 45,000. 47.5. 50,000. At 50, he's out there. You at 50. At $50,000 on my left at 50,000. Last call. Yes, your bid at 50. Fair warning. Thanks for checking. Here we go. Sell it. 55. Fresh new bidder. Don't be shy. You can yell out bidding if you think you're being missed. 55 in the room. Fresh new paddle. Far, far left at 55. Got one more bid in you, sir? Thank you. Glad I asked. 60 now. It's $60,000. You still going at the back there? It's at 60,000 against you. Any bids online, he's come in. 65 now. You've come along, bid. Yeah, okay, 70,000 now. He's out there, thank you. At $70,000, and we're selling now at Heffel's at 70,000. Last call. Fair warning. Down it goes. And sold. 70. Well done, sir. Congratulations on your paddle once again. Number 107. Well played. Lot 13, Sheriff Scott, trading ceremony at York Factory. The full of color and an active Sheriff Scott canvas. Very impressive literature history and reproduced in many important publications. And order interest in this lot, and we'll start off. Maiden bid to the order at $6,000. It's $6,000. At $6,000, and I could sell 6.5, 7 back to the order. At 7,000 back to the order. At 7.5 orders out with here first at 7,000. Lauren's bidder at 7.75 online. 8,000 online. 8.5 with Christian. 9 with Lauren. 10 in the room. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22.5. New paddle here at 25,000. Welcome. At 25,000 in the room, seated 27.5, 30, 30,000, 32.5 behind you now, 35 in front. Gentleman's bid at 35. At $35,000. Thank you. 37,500. 40 in the room now. In the room at $40,000. At $40,000. Bidding at $40,000. Selling in the room at 40. 42.5. Welcome, Anthony. 45 in the room. In the room now at $45,000. 47,500. 50 seated. At $50,000 at 50. 55 online now. 60 in the room. At 60,000 in the room at $60,000. Thank you. 65 online. 70 in the room. At $70,000. At $70,000. Here we go now. Fair warning. 70,000. Hammers up. 75. We come in. 80 in the room. Appreciate the quick bidding today. 80 in the room. At 80,000. Any additional bids? Selling now then. At 80,000 hammer. Fair warning. And sold. 80,000. Congratulations, sir. That's 99. Just like putting a puck in the net. So lot number 14, the George Arbuckle. Once again, sound like a broken record here. Lots of absentee and tell interest in this lot. We have competing order bids here. We'll open this lot above the high estimate at 11, 12, 13,000, 14, 15,000 bid now to the order. At $15,000 at 15,000. 16 online, 17 to the order now at 17,000. At 17,000, 18 online, 19 to the order. At 19,000 to the order at 19,000. At 20,000, 22.5 here. Back to the order at 22.5. 25. Right back to the order at 27.5. Absentee bidder at 30 online. Thanks, Clara. Online at $30,000. At $30,000. 32 at the back, 32.5 at the back. Thank you, Clara. 35 online. At 30, several new bidders. 37.5 now with Anthony. At 37,500. At Heffels at 37.5. 40. Rochelle's bidder at 40,000. At $40,000. Rob's smiling. Still more bids. Selling now. 42.5 online. Just ahead of you, Anthony, at 42.5. At 42,500. Thank you, sir. 47,500. New bidder far left at 47.5. At 47,500. 50 online now. 50. It's online at 50. Your turn in the room. 55 online. You got to be quick. At 55 online. Anthony, you out? Anthony's out. 60 now with Rochelle. Rochelle's bidder at $60,000. Everyone's come a long ways. You don't want to miss out on a historic HPC piece. 65 online. Thank you, Clara. 65,000 online against you all in the room and on the phones. Orders out. It's at $65,000. Here we go. 70, just in time. In the room, far left at $70,000. Shall we call it the end? Thank you. 75 online now. You out? Are you in? Thank you for your courage. At 75,000 online bidder and selling now at 75,000 hammer. You out, sir? You bidding? Nope. 80. Rochelle's come back at 80,000 on her phone. Rochelle's leading at 80,000. It's against you online. Bids at 80,000 to the telephone bidder with Rochelle. Last call for bids. And sold. 80,000. Thank you. And that goes to paddle 695. I think I know that bidder. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 15, the Lauren Bouchard, Radisson, and the Grosselier, trading at Rupert House, 1670. Order interest in this lot, and we'll start this lot off to the maiden bid to the absentee bidder at $4,000. Bidding at $4,250. Orders out. It's in the room at $4,250. $4,500. Several bids on. $4,750 in the room. At $4,750. $5,000 online. $5,500. At $5,500, near to me up front at 6 now in the web. 6.5 back in the room. Excuse me, at 6,500. Your turn in the digital serum. 7 now. 7 here now. Sorry, just in time. 7.5 back in the room. 8,000 with April. 8.5. In the room, seated at 8,500. 9 new bidder on the aisle here at 9,000. 9,000, 9.5. 10,000 at 10,000. 11 here now. 12. 13. 14 at $14,000 at 14. 15 here on my left at 15. 16 at $16,000. 17,000. 18,000 at $18,000 at 18 on the aisle at 18. 19. I'll take 20. 20 in the room now. 20. Your turn on my left. It's on the aisle at 20,000. You would like to bid 22.5, sir? 22.5. 25,000. On my right at $25,000. 27,500. 27,500. 30 in the room now. On the aisle at 30,000. At $30,000 on the aisle at $30,000. You're bidding online. 32.5. 35. At 35,000. Back in the room at 35,000. All through. Fair warning. 35,000 is the number. Selling now. 37,500. 40 back in the room at $40,000. At $40,000 in the room at $40,000. Selling at Heffels at $40,000. Fair warning. 42.5. He's out in the room. It's online at $42,500. At $42,500. Fair warning. Hammers up high and selling now. 42.5. Thank you, 42.5. That's to 1968. Is that the first online purchase tonight? I think it is. Boy, it's getting a little chilly in here. I think I'm going to have to put a coat on. If you haven't noticed, there's a few nice blankets and coats coming up in the next few months. So if you don't get a painting, you might get a coat. This one fits me nice. Here we go. Lot 16, the Charles Fraser Comfort. Barnstone at Ballantine at Tadoussac. Masterpiece, 1941 Charles Comfort canvas. And needless to say, order and tell interest in this lot and competing orders will go from $15,000 on the competing orders. And you know what? It takes us right up to $30,000 bid now. 32.5 in the room, and the order's out. It's 32,500 bidding. 35,000 with Kirby. 37,500. 40,000. 42.5. 47,500. 50,000 here. 55 with the ladies' bid. $60,000 at 60,000 with Kirby at 60. 65. Gentleman seated at 65,000. At $65,000 at 65,000 online. Thank you, Clara. At 70,000 online. At 70,000, he's out in the room. It's online at $70,000. And fair warning, selling this fabulous comfort. Last call. Thank you. 75 in the room. He's come. Thank you. Welcome. Far left at 75. 80,000. At 80,000, Anders. Welcome to the phone bidding. That's his first phone bid at Heffel's. Anders, 80, no, it's not, 85 now. Online, at 85,000 online. Still bidding, Anders. It's at 85,000 against you, 90 with Anders. 90 there, 95 here, at $95,000, at $95,000. At 95,000, bids in the room, far left, 100 online now. At 100 online, bid here online, digital sale room bid at Heffel.com. 110, back with Anders' phone bidder. 120, in the room at $120,000. At $120,000, it's come a long ways. Bid with courage. At $120,000, fair warning, selling now at $120,000. Welcome in, fresh new paddle here at $130,000. Near to me, ladies bid at $130,000. Near to me here at $130,000. At $130,000, $140,000. At $140,000, you bidding, Anders? It's $140,000 in the room. At $140,000 in the room. At $140,000 in the room, Anders is out. It's against you online, against you there, madame. It's there at $140,000. Selling now at $140,000, $150,000. Thank you. Well played here at $150,000. At $150,000, $160,000. At $160,000 here at $160,000. At $160,000, you can jump in the digital sale room. It's in the room at $160,000. Last call for bids, $170,000. Thank you. He's come back at $170,000. Your turn, sir. It's $170,000 here near to me at $180,000. Determined bidder at $180,000. At $180,000. At $180,000 in the room at $180,000. Last call, fair warning, $190,000. $200,000, nice round number at $200,000 for the comfort. At $200,000. Nice spirited bid at the back at $200,000. Last call here, $210,000. $210,000 here. Your turn, gentlemen. It's $210,000. One more might just win it, $220,000. Back in the room at $220,000. Now I'm getting hot. At $220,000, back in the room at $220,000. One more might just win this. $230,000. At $230,000. Your turn in the back. It's $230,000 here. $240,000. At $240,000. $240,000. She's thinking about it. Fair warning. $250,000. At $250,000 now. On my right, 260. Back of the room at $260,000. At $260,000. 270. Your turn, sir. 280. You can jump in online. Now's your chance. Now's everyone's chance. 280 is the amount. Fair warning. Last call, 290. You've come a long way, sir. 300. $300,000. Next bid's 325. At 300. Fair warning. 325. Here at 325. Next bid's 350. It's at $325,000. 350. Sorry, 350 at the back. Thank you, sir. At $350,000. Discussion's on. Okay, let's get going. It's at 350. You sure? 375. Well played. At 375. At $375,000. All done bidding? I like your style, sir. 400, back of the room, at $400,000. At $400,000. Fair warning. Hammers up high. 425. At 425. At 425, now I'm getting really hot. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Say again? You're out? Not yet, okay. I'll pause. $450 now. Back here at 450. I'll show the same courtesy. I'll give you 2 seconds. At $450,000, 475. At $475,000. Are you in or are you out, sir? 475. You're done? Thank you. Appreciate the ride. Congratulations, winning bidder right here. $475,000. Well done. That's paddle 44. Sorry, I might compromise the bids, but I'm going to have to take it off. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to lot 17. Rob, you got to get a coat. Charles Comfort, for those of you who missed out on the prior lot, now you get one more chance. The Council of the Northern Department of Rupert's Land meeting at Northern House. And this is almost a 2-for-1 because you get the Bercy painting included in it. Only as reproduced in the canvas. I don't want to confuse it. It's only the one painting. Here we go now. We'll start off here at 2,500. At 2,500. Bidding at 2,500. Sounds cheap after last lot at 2,750. 3,000 now. At 3,000 with Marie Helen first. 32,500 with Alec at 32,500. At 32,500. 35,000. Marie Helen at 35,000, 3750 online now, 3750 online, 4,000 Alex, 4,000 with Alex, at 4,000, 4,250 online, at 4,500 with Marie Helen, at 4,500, 475 with Alex at 4,750,000, 5,000. Fresh new bidder in the room at 5,000. At 5,000 in the room here at 5,000. 5,500 online. Ahead of you online at 5,500. 6, Alec? 6 with Alex, 6,000. At 6,000. 6,500 here. Just ahead of you, 6,500. 7,000 online now. At 7,000 online, is that 7,500? At 7,500 online, sorry. At 7,500 online, 8,000 online now. At 8,000 online, 8,500 online. At 8,500 online, at 8,000, 9,000 here. In the room at 9,000. At $9,000, 10,000, 9,500, 10, 10 here. Near to me at $10,000, 11. 11 with Alex at 11. At 11,000, 12,000, 13,000. At 13,000, still going, sir? 14 here now. At $14,000, at 14. 15 online. At 15,000 online, at 15,000. At 15, 16. 16 with Marie Helen at 16,000. Bidding online, 17 online now. At 17 online. At 17,000 online, at $17,000, 18 online. Thank you, Clara, at $18,000, at $18,000, at $18,000. 18, your turn on the phones are in the room. 19 with Marie Helen at $19,000. Fresh, I'll go 20 with Alec first. At 20,000 with Alec at $20,000. Bidding online, bids in the room on the phones with Alec at $20,000. Last call, 22.5 online. It's 22.5 online. You want to bid 25, Marie Helen? 25 online now. Online at $25,000 at 25,000 online. Alec, are you still in? He's out. It's 25 online. One more might win it. 27.5 now online at $27,500. At $27,500. Last call. 27.5. Bid now. Online at 30. Just ahead of you online at 30,000. At $30,000 online at 30,000. 32.5 online. This is a DS battle for the painting. 32.5 online. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Raising the hammer now. Thank you, Clara. 35 online. At 35,000 online. Thank you, Alec. 37.5 with Alec now. On the phones with Alec at 37,500. Bidding at 37,500. And selling now at 37,500. Last call, 40 online. At 40,000 online at 40,000. Against you on the phones and in the room. It's online at $40,000. Hammers up. Last call. Selling now. Sold at 40. That's to 1734. Congratulations online. Fine purchase. Lot 18, the Arbuckle. And trading with the Hudson Bay Company. 17th century and competing order interest in the, once again, in this lot. And you're ready on the phones at 8, 9, 10,000 bid now at 10,000. 11, 12 to the order. 13, 14 to the order. 15, 16 to the order. 17, 18 to the order. 19, 20 to the order. 22.5 seated right in front of me at 22.5. 25,000. At 25,000 here. 25,000. 27,500. 30 back with Lindsay now at 30,000. 32.5. Gentleman's bid at 32.5. At 32,500. 35,000. 37,500. 40,000. Sir? 42.5 seated at 40, 45. 47.5. Take you, Daniel. 50,000. 55 seated at 55. At 55,000 seated at 55. 60 seated here. 60. You want to go 65 now. On my right at 65. It's Daniel's out. It's on my right in the floor seated at $65,000. at 60. New bidder at 70 at the back with Rochelle at 70. 75 in the room. At 75,000 in the room at 80 online. Thank you, Clara. At $80,000 at 85 with Rochelle. 90 seated in the room on my right at $90,000. At 90,000, yours seated in the room. Gentleman's bid at 90,000. Hammers up. Last call in the room here. 95. Back behind us at 95,000. Your turn in the DS. 100. Thank you, Anders. New bidder with Anders at $100,000. At $100,000 against you there, and in the DS. Bids with Anders. 110 with Rochelle. At 110, 120. He's come back in the room at $120,000. At $120,000. Seated in the room at $120,000. 130. At 130, on the phones with Rochelle at 130. Your turn, sir. There. It's 130 against you. At 130, 140. Welcome back. At 140. At 140 in the room at $140,000. At $140,000. Last call for bids. 140, 150. You out in the room here? It's 150 on the phones. Be brave. Bid with spirit. Thank you. 160. At 160, seated in the room at $160,000. Your turn, Rochelle, or in the DS, or on my right. It's a 160 in the room. Fair warning then. I'm going to award this painting to this gentleman seated on my left. Last call for bids. Fair warning, and selling just in time. Online, 170. Just in here before the cow. Okay, don't get discouraged. Be brave. It's 170 against you now. Any more bids online? Fair warning. Hammers up. 180. Welcome back. Smart move. At 180 in the room at 180,000. Selling now to the gentleman seated at $180,000. Last call. And congratulations, sir. It's yours, 180. Paddle 7. 107. Thank you, Robert. Paddle 107. Okay. Comfort. Lot 19. The Expedition. Let's get going here. It's the work of the Franklin Expedition, an adventurous high Arctic Franklin Expedition, 1949 Comfort canvas. Order, once again, interest in here. We'll start off to the orders at 10, 11, 12, 13,000 bid now. At 13,000 against you all to the order at 13, 14, 15 back to the order. At $15,000 at 15,000, 16 online, 17. At 17,000 orders out, it's at 17, 18 online. At $18,000 at 18,000. At 18,000, 19 online. At 19, 20 in the room at $20,000. At $20,000. Are you bidding at the back? It's at $20,000. Any more bids? 22.5. Thank you. 25,000 in the room. Thank you. It's in the room here at 25. At 25 in the room. 27,500. Mary Jo at 27,500. Your turn, sir. It's with Mary Jo at 27,500. Thank you. 30 online. At $30,000 online at $30,000. 32,500. Mary Jo's bidder at 32.5. Your turn in the online. 35 online now. At $35,000 online at 35,000. At 35. That's going to be 37.5. Mary Jo's bidder at 37,500. 40,000. Late to the party at 40,000 on my right, or left, I should say. 40 in the room. 42.5 online. At 42.5, he's shaking his head. It's 42.5. 45 online. New bidder online at 45,000. 47,500 with Mary Jo. At 47,500. 50,000 online now. At $50,000. At $50,000. Bidding at $50,000. 55. Just ahead of you online, Mary Jo at 55,000. At 55,000. Spirited bidding, 60 with Mary Jo. At $60,000. At 60. at 60. You're bidding, Anders. It's at 60 against you. You're bidding in the digital serum. It's against you at $60,000. Last call, bids at 65 with Anders now. At $65,000, at 65,000, at 65,000. Anders bidder. Thank you. Welcome back, Mary Jo. 70,000 with Mary Jo now. At 70,000 with Mary Jo at $70,000. 75 with Anthony, just ahead of you. Anders at 75 with Anthony. 75,000 with Anthony. 80 with Anders now. At $80,000, bidding at $80,000. 85 first in the digital serum at 85,000. 90 with Mary Jo. This is an auction at $90,000. At $90,000, at 90,000. 95. Anthony's bidder at 95. Your turn in the DS, or your turn, Mary Jo. Anders has come back at $100,000. Nice round number. Thank you, Anders. Well played. And $100,000 is the hammer. 110 with Anthony at $110,000. Anthony's bidder at $110,000. At 110, is that a bid? 120. Welcome back, Anders. At $120,000 bid. Anders bidder at 120, against you in the DS, against you on the floor. It's on the phones. Anders bidder, 130, back with Anthony now. At $130,000, 130. Last call, fair warning, 140. Nice mustache, Anders, 140. At 140. At 140. Last call, Anthony's out, selling now. And you're out, Mary Jo? You're out. Selling now. 140. Congratulations, Anders. I don't think I have, oh, I do. 679. 140 is the value. Lot 20, the John Innes. Samuel Black at Finley River. A beautifully painted 1929 BC Mountain oil with a rainbow in the back of the valley. And here we go, competing order bids at 6,000, 6,500 to the order now at 6,500 against you online and in the rooms and on the phones. 7,500 back to the order at 7,500. That's 7,500. 8,500 to the order. At 8,500 to the order. At 8,500, 9,95 back to the order. 9,500, 10 orders are out. It's in the room at $10,000. 11 against you, online at 11, 12 here now. Fresh new paddle, 12 here. You'd like to bid 13? 13 online, thank you. At 13, 14. First row here at $14,000. At 14, 15,000. At 15,000, 16,000. Near to me at $16,000 at 16, 17 online. He's out near to me. It's online at 18 online now. At 18,000. At $18,000. Online bidder at 18,000 in the digital sale room. 19 with Alec. Your turn in the DS. It's 19 in the room on the phones. Thank you. New bidder at 20,000. Here on my left at $20,000. At $20,000. Bidding online. It's in the room at $20,000. Last call. Fair warning. Just in time. 22.5. Ahead of you online. On the phone. And another fresh new paddle at the back here at 25,000. At 25,000, way behind you at 25. At your serve, the smile. 27,500 back with Anthony now. At 2030, he's still smiling. At 30,000. At $30,000. At 30, your turn in the DS. You bidding, Anthony? It's 30,000 against you. 32,500. 35,000. And he's still smiling at 35,000. He's going to get it, maybe. 35 in the room, 37.5, 40,000. Determined bidder at 40,000. Here at $40,000, 42.5, 45,000. At $45,000. At 45,000, 47.5. Don't want to lose out. 50 in the room at 50,000. at $50,000, at $50,000. Last call. Fair warning and selling. Congratulations, sir. 50,000. And your paddle, please. Sorry, I just need your paddle once. Success, 164. Congratulations from the Heffel team. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 21, Frederick Bell Smith, Lights of the City Street. You know, it's our feature cover lot, and this is a monumental masterpiece by the artist with an equally monumental exhibition and literature history, and been featured in the media nonstop over the last few weeks, and it's an honor for Heffel to bring this HBC lot to offer, or for offer. Competing order and tell interest in this lot. I think we might be full on the phones. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to open this lot on competing absentee bids at 100,000, 110, 120, 130, 140 now already at 140,000. At 140,000, 150 here, 160. At 160, 170. At 170, at 170. I'll take here first, 180, 180, 190, 200. At 200 to the order at 200,000. 210, 220 to the order. At 230 here. Order's out. It's near to me at 230. You out? You sure? 240. It's 240, 250. Welcome. I know that paddle. At 250 back in the room, and I like that style, yelling out bidding with a smile. 260. At 260 with Rochelle at 260. At Rochelle's bidder on the phones at 260,000. 270. Seated in the room at 270. In the room, last aisle at 270,000. 280. Back with Rochelle at 280, sir. 290. 290 on the aisle now at 290. 300 behind you. 325 now, near to you on the aisle. Gentleman's bid at 325. 350 at 350,000 with Rochelle at 350. 375 on the aisle. At 375,000 on the aisle. Gentleman's bid on the aisle. Your turn at the back. Rochelle's at 400 now, at $400,000. 425. Seated on the aisle at 425. Gentleman's bid at 425. At 425,000. Your turn in the DS. One more might just win this lot at the back. You bidding at the back? Last aisle? Okay, I'll take my brother at 450,000. That's my sister bidding at the back. At 450. Oh, you're not. Sorry, I don't mean to break confidential. In the room here at 475. Thank you. In the room now at 475. At 475,000. At 475. 500 here. 525 seated. Rochelle, your turn. It's 525. Seated at 525. At $525,000. At $525,000. Bidding at the back. Rob's out. It's 525 in the room. Gentlemen seated on my right, on the aisle. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Hammers up high. And selling. Selling now at Heffel's. Glad I asked. 550. It's 550, sir. Beautiful young bidder at the back, 550, 575 now. In the room on the aisle at 575,000. Gentleman's bid seated at 575. Last call then. Fair warning. Still great value. Last call. They shake their head at the last aisle. Rob's out. Selling now at 575,000 at Heffel's. And congratulations, sir. 575 at Heffel. That's 575,000, and that goes to paddle number 99. Famous number today. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 22, the Bercy, the first of two, Rear Admiral Lord Horatio Walker, exhibited at the National Gallery and Musée de Quebec, the grand scale, near to life-size portrait of Bercy, very early from 1807 to 1808. And keeping all that in mind, it'd be nice to keep these two lots together. And here we go at 42,500, at 42,500, 45, 47,500, already at 47,500. Here at 50, In the room first at $50,000, at $50,000, at 50, 55 online, 60, near to me at 60, here at 60, in the room at 60,000, at $60,000, at 60,000, at $60,000, $60,000 all through, in the room at 60,000. Bidding any more online? Last call for bids. Fair warning. Thank you. 65 here, 70 in the room, at $70,000 in the room, at 70,000, at $70,000 in the room, at $70,000. Are we through at 70? Fresh new bidder here now at 75 in the room. Fresh bidder at online. Sorry, not online. In the room on my right at 75. Your turn, sir. 80 here at $80,000. At 80 here at $80,000. At $80,000. Bidding online, 85. 90. 90,000 on my left. Near to the front. Not yours there. Not yours online. In the room at $90,000 and hammers up. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling now at Heffel's at 90,000 hammer and just in time online. Thank you, Clara. 95 online. 100 in the room now. That should win it. At 100,000 in the room, at 100,000 and selling now at $100,000 and sold. Yours. Congratulations, sir. Well done. 100K, and the lucky paddle number is 029. Lot 23, Bercy's. Be nice to keep them together as a pair. No, hint, hint. But here we go. We got order interest in this lot, and we'll start off maiden bid to the order at $50,000 to the order at $50,000. At $50,000 to the absentee bidder at $50,000, 55, 60 to the order now at $60,000. 60,000 here in the books at 60,000. At $60,000 at 60. 60,000 at $60,000. It's against you here at $60,000. Last call, selling now, 65 online. 70 to the order. At 70,000 to the order at $70,000. At 70,000 to the order at 70,000. Bid quick online. Fair warning. 75, 80 back to the order. Back quickly with me at 85,000. Sorry, 80. The bid's here at 80. Your next bid's 85. 85, 90 to the order at a $90,000 absentee bidder at 90,000. At 90,000, 95. Orders out. It's Anthony's leading bidder at $95,000. Are we all through? Anyone else like to join in? Last call for bids. 100 online now. Thank you, Clara. It's against you, Anthony, at $100,000. One quick bid might just win it. It's online at $100,000. And fair warning, make your mind up now. Hammers up. And coming down at 100. Is that a bid? 110. Thank you. Your turn online. It's 110 on the phones with Anthony. At $110,000. Anthony's bidder at $110,000. And here we go. Selling at Heffel's at $110,000 and sold. Congratulations to your bidder, Anthony. That's 110. Sorry, I don't have the number. 659. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 24, the very special Sir Winston Churchill, Marrakesh, bathed in Moroccan sunlight. Churchill's circa 1935 Marrakesh canvas captures a moment of quiet retreat, radiant with light and shadow and with interest on a global stage today at Heffel. And a real honor for us to have this Churchill on the back cover of our HBC catalog, which will be a collector's item, by the way. And here we go. We'll open this lot. Once again, competing order interest in this particular masterpiece, but also a number of people on the phones, and we're ready on the phones with everybody? Yes, we are. And here we go. We'll start, open this lot up midway through the estimate at $500,000 now. At 500 to the order, at 500,000, at $500,000, 525, 550 here, 575, 600 here, 625, at 625,000, at 650, 675. No, I'm going to take the order at 675 first. But I'll take 700 with you, though. At 700, 675 to the order. 700, 725 now. It's 725 against you. You bidding? 750 is your bid, Marie Helen. You bidding? 750? 750 with Marie Helen. Order's out. It's at 750 in the room, on the phones. 775. Back in the room now at 775. Against you on the phones. It's 775 here. 800 with Lauren at 800,000. 825 near to me at 825,000. Here at $825,000. 850 Lauren first at 850. 875 near to me at 875,000. At 875, I'll stick with Lauren. 900 at 900,000. 925. 950. I got that. I like that style. 950 back there. 975 near to me. At 975,000 near to me in the room. At 975,000. $1 million with Marie Helen. Sorry, just ahead of you. At $1 million. Yes, yours at $1 million. At $1 million with Marie Helen's telephone bidder. Your turn, sir. $1,050,000 near to me in the room at $1,050,000. At $1,050,000 here at $1,050,000. $1,001,000. Just ahead of you, Lauren. 1.1 million with Marie Helen. Your turn with both of you up at the front. It's 1,115. 1,150,000 with Lauren now. At 1,150,000. 1.2. Correct? 1.2. Just checking in case you're jumping. At 1.2 with Marie Helen. At $1.2 million. 1.25. Welcome back, sir. Well played. 1,250,000 here at 1,003,000. At $1,300,000. Marie Helen's bidder at 1,003,000. Fair warning. Shakes his head with disappointment. Thank you for the bids. 1.3. Are you sure? It's with Marie Helen at 1.3. Hammers up. Last call for bids. Selling now at Heffel's, the Churchill. $1.3 million. And congratulations to your bidder, Marie Helen, 1.3. That's the 624 is the paddle. Well played. Perfect. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, lot 25, the Francis Holman. You know, it's the oldest work in the sale this first session and in all sessions. The 3 Hudson Bay Company ships in the Thames, King George, Prince Rupert, and the Seahorse. Painted with Holman's characteristic precision and maritime fluency. It's a masterpiece of a British marine painting. And once again, order competing interest here and many people on the phone. Sorry to disappoint, but we're going to open this lot up at competing bids at 15, 16,000 bid now. At 16,000 already, at 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20 here. At $20,000 here. At 20, 22.5, 25,000. At 20, 27,500. 30 to the order. At 30, 32.5 on the phones. Orders out. 35 with Daniel now at 35,000. Daniel's bidder at 35, 37,500 in the room. 40 with Thibault at 40,000. At 40,000 with Thibault at 40, 42.5 with Christian. At 42.5 with Christian. At Christian, not yours in the room. 50, sorry, 45. 45 correction. It's 45 with Thibault. 47. 50, Thibault's anxious. Okay, I'll take you, Thibault. At 50,000, at $50,000. Online at 55. 55 online first, 60 with Thibault. At $60,000, at 60. $60,000, Thibault's bidder at 60,000. At 60, 65 online. At 65,000 online, at 65,000. 70,000 now. Thibault's bidder at $70,000. At $70,000, at 70,000. Bidding at $70,000. New bidder in the house here at 75. In the house at 75, seated back row, 80. 80 with Thibault. Ahead of you online, it's at the back with Thibault's bidder on the phone, not yours, last row. Thank you. 85 in the last row. Ladies bid at $85,000. The last row at 85, 90 back with Thibault. Ahead of you online, it's telephone bid with Thibault at 90,000. Your turn, madame. Thank you. 95,000 now. At $95,000, 100 with Thibault. At $100,000, Thibault's bidder, your turn in the room. Thibault's bidder at 110. Bidding with a smile at the back at $110,000 at Heffel. 120 with Thibault. At 120 with Thibault. Thibault's bidder at $120,000. More bid, thank you. She's come back at 130, 140 with Thibault. At 140,000, Thibault's bidder at $140,000, 150, well played. 160, back with Thibault. At $160,000, 160. At 160,000, 160 with Thibault. You bidding in the last row, seated? One more might just take it, Mr. Bond. I'll take Mr. Bond first at 170. At 170,000 there, 180. Back on the phones with Thibault at $180,000. Don't get skunked. Last call, 190. Way to go, Mr. Bond. At 190, 200 now with Thibault's bidder at $200,000. At 200,000, any advance on 200? No, it's yours at 200. Thibault, are you bidding? 210. Now it's your turn. It's 210 against you. Yes, yours at Thibault at 210. 220 with Mr. Bond, seated. Mrs. Bond, seated at 200. 230 back with Thibault. 240, seated. I'll slow it down a little bit. 250 with Thibault. Your turn online. Thibault's bidder at 250. Mrs. Bond, would you like to bid? Selling now to Thibault, 260 just in time. At $260,000. 260, 270 back with Thibault. At 270,000. Now it's getting interesting. At 270,000. 280. Mrs. Bond at 280. At 280, 290 back with Thibault. Rochelle, was that a bid there? 300 with Rochelle. Next is 325. 325 with Thibault. $325,000. Bidding with Thibault, 350, seated last row at $350,000. Seated in the room at $350,000, 375. At 375, back with Thibault's bidder at $375,000 against the ladies. Standing bidder with Thibault's at 375. They're looking disappointed. Thank you, Mrs. Bond. Hammers up at 375 and selling now to Thibault's telephone bidder. Last call, fair warning, and sold at Heffel's, 375,000. That's to 655 is the lucky hammer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Adrian Hebert Christmas at Morgan's, definitely one of the more popular works in the preview the last few weeks. Masterful circa 36, 37 canvas capturing the distinctive energy of urban Montreal. and celebrates the bustling atmosphere and the rapid modernization of the 20th century. Look at, if anybody can figure out who owns the Scotty in the painting, we'll give you a free bottle of water. And here we go. Competing order bids here at starting at 40,000, 42.5, all the way up to 65,000 K now. At 65,000 to the order, at 65,000. At 65,000, 70 online, 75 to the 80 to the order. 80 to the order. 80,000 to the order, 85 online now. Orders out, it's 85. Thank you, Robert. Bids online at 85,000. At 85,000 online, 90. Fresh new bidder at 90,000. At $90,000 against you in the digital showroom, 95 online, 100 in the room. At 100,000 in the room, at $100,000. At 100,000 in the room, at 100,000, 110 online, 120 in the room now. At 120,000 in the room, your turn in the digital showroom. It's against you at $120,000. At $120,000, at 120. Fresh new bidder at 130, 140 just behind you. Not on the aisle, but behind you at 140. At $140,000, at 140, 150. On the aisle now, 150, 160 against you. Not on the aisle, but behind you at 160. At 160, your turn in the DS, 170 on the aisle at $170,000. At $170,000, 180. At $180,000, 190. At $190,000, 200. Behind you now at $200,000, not on the aisle, it's 200, 210. He's out behind you, it's 210 on the aisle. At $210,000, thank you for the bids. Hammers up, selling at Heffel's at $210,000 and sold. Congratulations. 210 and 128 is the number. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the last lot of the HBC first session. Baywatch. Love that title. The celebrated and patriotic Pactor. A homage to HBC and the last lot of this first session of our four-session 30th Heffel anniversary celebration day. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have this competing order interest in this lot, and we got tie bids, tie absentee bids on this particular lot, and the tie goes to the time-stamped absentee bid that we received first. So I'm going to open it up at the top of the competing bids at $30,000. There is a second absentee bid equal to that, but the other one was received first, and you're both been beaten online, so that solves that. 32.5 here, 32.5. 35 with Ainsley, 37,500. At 37,500 here, 40,000. Several paddles, 40, 42,500. They're going to start fighting those guys. 42.5, 45,000, 47,500. At 47,500. At 47.50 with Ainsley, 55 here now. At 55,000. Come on, sirs, get up there. I'll take that. 60 in the room. 60, 65. At 65 with Lauren at 65. 70 with Ainsley now. 75 with Lauren at 75,000. Lauren's bidder at 75. Your turn in the room or at the back. It's 75,000 here. Fresh new bidder. Thank you, sir, at 80,000. He likes the stripe. 80, 85 here. At 85,000. At $85,000. At 85,000 against you both there and there. It's here at $85,000. Hammers up at 85. I'll take this, sir, first at 90,000. Seated far left at 90,000. At $90,000. 95. Back with Ainsley at 95,000. 100,000. 100 here at $100,000. On the phones with Lauren at $100,000. Any advance on 100,000, sir? Thank you. Glad I asked. 110. I don't want you to go home empty-handed. At 110, 120. At $120,000. At 120 here. At 120, 130. at 130,000 on the aisle, left, far left. Selling now at 130, 140. Sir, 150, thank you. Here at 150. At $150,000 at 150. Last call, I said I was going to try and finish it off at 432, and they were 2 minutes late. So bid or be disappointed. Last call, in the room at 150. Fair warning, and selling now at 150. Congratulations, sir, 150. 226. Wow. Thank you, Kirby. Kirby did a wonderful job. The Heffel team, wonderful job. And thank you, HBC, for the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this exceptional offering of the Hudson Bay Collection, we extend all our thank you to all of you who joined for this historic moment in Canadian art and culture. It has been a true honor. Ladies and gentlemen, a true honor for Heffel. Look at, we also have here today a couple that were at our very first auction 30 years ago and have not missed a Heffel sale. Thank you. We'll be back at 5. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, We're very honored and delighted to bring to the public the treasured works from the Lillian McKim collection. Lillian acquired paintings through Heffel for over 4 decades, first acquiring a major work from Kenneth Heffel in 1982, and more recently, in her 90s, she was successful in acquiring a prized work through our online platform.
The collection reflects the lifelong curiosity and admiration of the arts of Lillian McKim. She started drawing at the early age of 8 with a particular interest in female portraiture. Lillian was a pioneering collector, and there is a particular and a unique focus, a tightening of the collecting lens on important women artists of the modern art era. So iconic artists like Emily Carr and Helen McNichol, they shared the walls with names that are now gaining revitalized attention, like Kathleen Daly Pepper, Sarah Robertson, Doris McCarthy, Paris Kiva Clark. The McNichol washerwomen in the Wand River, it's a lesson in Impressionist painting. McNichol, like Carr, they were from a generation of Canadian painters that sought education and experience abroad. McNichol and a few of her contemporaries like Cullen and Maurice, they really transmitted Impressionism to Canada. The painting is ambitious. It transports the viewer to another world. You can see and feel the warmth of the air. You can travel through the transient qualities of the water. Washerwomen was painted a year after McNichol won the truly prestigious Jessie Dow Prize at the Art Association of Montreal. And Washerwomen was painted and sent directly from France. This painting is timeless. It is as beautiful and moving as the day it was painted.
When I look at the 2 Lauren Harris paintings, they are obviously masterpieces by the artist. The Lake Superior sketch, has the ethereal light that Harris is conveying in his theosophy beliefs simply through the landscape. And the Rocky Mountain Lauren Harris is really a pinnacle of Harris's Rocky Mountain exploration, and he conveys that spirituality in the Rocky Mountain piece.
There is one painting by Emily Carr in the McKim collection, and it is an absolute jewel. We see and experience the forest through Carr's eye and hand. Her paintings are deeply spiritual reflections of her feelings in the forest, and also reflect this creative renaissance she experienced in the 1930s when Dancing Trees was painted. Emily is painting what she feels, but she's also moving the needle of modern art, and that is the DNA of a great Emily Carr like Dancing Trees.
The superstars of our Canadian art world can be found in the Lillian McKim collection, many of which are the cornerstones to our Heffel business. Artists like Emily Carr, Lauren Harris, and E.J. Hughes. When you walk into a collector's home, I find it fascinating. You get an insight into their collecting practice, but you also get the idea as to which works are their personal favorites. I think perhaps one of her favorites, and definitely one of my favorites, is the major E.J. Hughes canvas, Entrance to House Sound. It had the prominent wall in the home hanging very proudly above the mantelpiece, and it just sparkled, particularly when you had the view of the West Coast ocean coming through the window, illuminating this masterpiece by E.J. Hughes.
Lillian's collection has a historical focus, but there is a clear bridge to post-war practices and movements. Over time, her collecting lens developed, but it didn't follow trends. In her own words, the collection continued to march forward, and it is this modus operandi that created the one-of-a-kind collection of Lillian McKim.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the digital sale room at Heffel.com. Get all loosened up and bid on lots of great art.
Ooh, I like that style, Mr. Gibbs. 300.
1, 2, 1, 3, back with me.
Bid with courage.
That's the spirit.
Bid with passion. 1,250,000, 1,003,000.
Selling now at Heffel.
Sold.
That's a new world record.
9,500,000.
Now that is a fine painting, fine price. That deserves clapping.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Heffel, and on behalf of the entire Heffel team, it is our pleasure to welcome you to the second session of our 4 Catalog Sale Day, celebrating the 30th anniversary of Heffel's live auction events. We are honored to present today the Lillian McKim collection, a passionately built collection lovingly assembled over 5 decades. This sale is a tribute to remarkable collectors whose vision and dedication have shaped a legacy of beauty, refinement, and cultural significance. Today's sale celebrates the extraordinary legacy of Lillian McKim, a passionate and acquisitive collector whose love of Canadian art spanned more than 5 decades. From her early studies at the fine arts at the University of Toronto to her lifelong engagement with galleries and artists from across the country, Lillian's collection reflects a deep appreciation of the richness of Canadian creativity. In today's sale, you'll notice, as we did in the HBC sale, strong absentee bids, telephone bids, and dynamic bidding online through the Heffel Digital Sale Room. Our national team continues to develop and utilize cutting-edge technology to connect collectors and consigners in real time, bridging the physical sale room with our digital platform. We encourage you to bid promptly and with confidence. We don't like disappointment. Online bids, please note, pending bids are subject to competing bids and the auctioneer's confirmation. Bids submitted during last call may not be received in time, so please get those bids in early to avoid disappointment. This auction is conducted according to our terms and conditions of business, as available on Heffel.com and in our printed catalogs. Please note the buyer's premium is calculated on top of the hammer price, and applicable sales taxes are added to the total purchase price. For successful bidders, please use our digital tools at Heffel.com for invoice settlement and shipping arrangements. You'll receive a post-auction email with full details. And ladies and gentlemen, our team at any of our Heffel offices is available to assist you every step of the way. Artworks can be picked up tomorrow at 12 noon by appointment at our Toronto gallery. And please ensure all purchases are paid for in full with accordance to our terms and conditions of business. And now, let's begin with the excitement, Lot 101. Good luck with your bidding, bon chance, at Heffel, paddles high. And here we go now at Heffel's, the W.J. Phillips, once again, same artist that started the HBC sale. And our first lot is Carla Quees, the famous wood block following the record success of W.J. Phillips' works in HBC collection, and now your chance to acquire a series of iconic Phillips works, starting with this 1929 woodblock entitled Carla Quees. And here we go. We have order interest in this lot. And we'll start off at 19,000, 20 to the order, 22.5, 25,000 now to the order, 27,500. Orders out, 30,000 in the room at the back here at 30, 32,500 at 35,000, at 37,500, at 37,500, 40,000 back in the room, 42.5 here, near to me at 42,500, at 42,500, fresh new paddle at 50,000. Sorry, just a minute here. There we go. 45,000 at 45,000 here at 45, 47,500. Your turn next. 47, he's out there. It's 47,500 at 47,500. Not yours in the middle, not yours at the back. Near to me at 47,500. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling now at Heffel's. And sold. Congratulations. That's to paddle 27, 47.50. Lot 102, W.J. Phillips, Summer Idol, the extremely technically challenging large format 1926 Phillips woodblock. And ladies and gentlemen, my family enjoys this in our home for decades, and we love it. A different work in this edition. And we'll order once again in this particular lot, and we'll start off to the order at above the low estimate at 15,000, 16, 17, at 17,000, 18, 19, 20,000 bid, 22.5, 25,000 now to the order at 25,000 against you all. in the room and in the digital sale room. Order bid at 25, 27,500, 30 back to the order now at $30,000, at $30,000, at $30,000. You're bidding online? Don't forget to refresh your bidding page, logging in and off. It's at $30,000 in the room at 30, 32.5, at 32,500. At 32,500, orders out. It's at 32,500 in the room at 32,500. Sorry, not in the room. It's with Marie Helen on the phones at 32,500. Last call for bids. Fair warning now. Hammers up and selling at $32,500 and sold 32.5. And that goes to 664. That brings us to lot 103, the W.J. Phillips, once again, York boat. Maybe this will track the watercolor of York boat from HBC, but same boat, different work, and how amazing. And we'll start this off, this lot off at 9,500, 10, 11, 12,000 bid now at 12,000. At $12,000 at 12, 13, 14, ahead of you now at 14,000. At 14, your turn in the room, 15. In the middle of the room at $15,000 at 15, online, thank you. 16 online, your turn in the room, it's 16,000 online. At 16,000, 17 at the back, at $17,000. At 17,000, 18, fresh new paddle at 18,000. Another fresh new paddle at 19. $19,000, far left at 19,000. 20,000, back with Marie Helen. He shakes his head at Marie Helen's bidder at $20,000 against you seated in the room. Thank you, 22.5. At 22,500. At 22,500 online, your turn, Marie Helen. It's against you, 25. Back with Marie Helen on the phones at $25,000. At $25,000. At 25. Any advance on 25? 27.50 now online at 27.50, and your turn, Marie Helen. It's against you online at 27.50. At 27.50, hammers up. Marie Helen's out. Any more bids online? All done in the room. Last call. Selling now, 27.5, and sold 27,500. Thank you. And that goes to 1123. Stuart, maybe just a little bit louder on the mic, please. Lot 104, the W.J. Phillips, Rainfall Falls, watercolor. The majestic, bright, and extraordinary crisp. You know, Mrs. McKim prized these works, and these Phillips were all in a room that had no natural sunlight, and they're fresh as day. And here we go. We'll start off for this lot at 9,500 bid, 10,000, 11 bid now. At 11,000, 12. Seated in the room at 12,000, at 12,000. Looking online at 12,000. It's in the room at $12,000. At $12,000, any advance on 12? Hammer's going up, 13, fresh paddle. Here at 13, 14 right at the back, behind you. Last row at 14,000. At 14,000, last row, 15, near to me now, at 15,000. Not yours in the last row, but near to me at $15,000. At 15, 16. Back of the room at $16,000. At $16,000, determined bidder, back of the room, very last row, at 16. Thank you, she's back. 17 ahead of you. 18 now, back last row, 18, 19. He's come back on my far left here from the prior lot. 20 in the room, last row at $20,000. Last row in the center, 20, 22.5. Near to me now at 22,500. 25,000, back of the room now at $25,000. At $25,000, you out there, sir? Last row at 25,000. Fair warning, hammers up. 27.5. Thank you. Welcome back at 27,005. 30 at the back. Thank you. 30. Last row at $30,000. At $30,000. Last row, 32.5. We got a battle here. It's an auction. 35. Last row now at $35,000. At $35,000. Fair warning. Make your mind up now. 37.5. Thank you. At 37,500. 40. Last row, 40,000. Nice big smile from the back at 40,000. Ladies bid, last row, 40,000. Last call for bids, 42.5. Welcome back. At 42.5, your turn behind. It's near to me at 42,500. 45,000. Bidding with a smile in the very last row at $45,000. Hammers up. Fair warning. Selling now at 45,000. Last call for bids. She's having her wine, and we're selling last row. And sold 45,000. Well, thank you for the bids, and congratulations, Mrs. Bond. Well purchased. Lot number 105, W.J. Phillips, or sorry, correction, A.J. Katzen. That's it. Store at Washiago. The red ensign flying atop the general store perfectly captures A.J. Kassen's idyllic imagery of rural Ontario, to quote Daniel. And here we go. Order interest in the slot, and we'll start off at 20,000 to the order, 22,500, 25,000 now to the order. Absentee bidder of 25,000 bid now at 25,000 and selling at 27,500. Welcome, sir. 30,000 back to the books. Order bid. Fresh new bidder at 32.5. 35 first to the order bidder. Back to the order. I could take 37.5. You'd like to bid, either one of you. It's 35 to the order. Fresh new paddle. Seated on the aisle behind you at 37,500. Correct? That's correct. At 37,500. 40,000 near to me. 42,500 behind you. You out? Yours, sir. Selling in the middle of the room at 42.5, 45. Fresh paddle here, 47,500 near to me, in the middle here at 47.5. You bidding near to me? Thank you. 50,000. 55. $55,000. 60. 65. 65 behind you. 70. 75. Quick bids at the back. 75 at the back. It's 75,000. 80. 85. At 85,000 at the back. At the back at 85. 90. 95. At $95,000 at 95,000. 100. 110. At 110,000. At 110,000. 120. 130. At 130,000, you can jump in online. Bids at 130, 140. He shakes his head with disappointment. You might just win this lot. It's 140,000 near to me at 140. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Anyone else joining in? Selling then. Selling now at Heffel's. Congratulations, sir. Well done. 140,000 and 128 is the paddle. Thank you in the back for the bids. Lot 106, A.J. Kassen, once again. Street at Bob Cajun. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, tragically that song. And here we go now at Heffel's competing order bids. And once again, at Heffel, we received tying absentee bids, and the one received first will be the winner. And we'll start off on these competing bids at 25,000, 27,500, 30,000 now to the tying absentee bid. One received first is in the lead. It's bids here to the order at $30,000. Are you bidding, April? It's against you, 32.5. Both those orders are out. It's in the room with April on the phone, 35,000, new bidder at 35,000 in the room, seated at $35,000. At 35,000 here, at $35,000. One more, fresh, thank you, congratulations, sir, 37,500. Seated in the room at 37,500. Not yours there, but this sir here at 37.5. April's out, hammer's up, and selling now at 30. Oh, new bidder, 40,000 behind you. Back of the room now at 40,000. In the third row from the rear. Your turn, sir. It's 40 against you. Ladies bid at the back, 42,500. Near to me now. Gentlemen's bid at 42,500. Your turn, madame, if you'd like to bid one more. It's against you at $42,500. At $42,000, selling to the jump, $45,000. She's come back behind you. Disappointment there. You'd like to bid $47,500. Back near to me at $47,500. And your turn in the rear. Selling now at $47,500. Last call for bids. And congratulations, sir. $47,500. I'm very happy for you. And that, sorry, paddle is for Mr. Paddle. Excuse me, sir. That's 61, 061. Correct, 061. Lot number 107, the A.Y. Jackson, Rolling Hills, Winter. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special double-sided Jackson panel of the famed Horse and Sleigh, Quebec snow subject matter, sold together with historical correspondence from the artist and the artist's brother, who was a judge, but also inclusive of a $35 check from the original purchaser, who unfortunately had to pay another 3 cents in transactional tax. That's why the stamp's on the check. And here we go. Order interest in this lot, and we'll start off at $42,500, $45,000, $47,550 now. To the order at $50,000. Against you all. Absentee bidder at $50,000. Thank you, Clara. 55 online. That's 60 now. 60. 60 to the order. At 60, 65, 70, 70,000, 75 here now. 75 to the order. At 75. In the room, 80. At $80,000. At 80, in the room at $80,000, at $80,000. Against you in the digital sale room, 85 with Rochelle at $85,000. At $85,000 with Rochelle at $85,000. At $85,000, selling to Rochelle, $90,000. He's come back. Center of the room at $90,000. At 90, $90,000 in the room, close to me, against you, Rochelle. Last call. Against you in the DS, 95. Back on the phones at 95. Against you, sir, it's at 95,000. Back in the room at 95,000. Hammers up. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling now. One more might win it. You sure, sir? Yo. Sure. Come on. Okay. Last call. Selling now to Rochelle's bidder. And down it goes at 95,000. Sold, thank you, 95. To Rochelle's bidder, 695. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 108, the Helen McNichol, washerwomen on the rowing, washing clothes. The masterpiece, Helen McNichol canvas of scale, celebrating the artist's amazing skill with light and color. And it honors our back cover of today's catalog. And here we go. We'll start off at $190,000 bid now. At $190,000. At $190, $200, $225. At $225, sorry, $210. It's going to go in 25s, but $210. It's in the book here. $220, $230, $240 now. At $240,000. At $240,000. Bidding at $240. Last call, fair warning, $200, $250 online. I recognize that, paddle. Welcome online at $250,000. At $250,000 online at $250,000. Just in time online. Fair warning, hammers up. Selling now to the digital sale room at $250,000 hammer, and down it goes. And sold, $250. Thank you, online. That's 1133. Here we go, lot 9. The first of the reappels. Nouvelle Impressions 49. Oil on canvas, and we have absentee. Thank you, Robert. Absentee on this. And we'll open up. Maiden bid to the absentee bid at $30,000 bid now at $30,000. And I can sell at $30,000 to the order at $30,000. Reappel at $30, $30, 32,500. Orders out. It's in the room at 32,500. At 32,500. Front row at 32.5. Fair warning then. Hammers up. Sorry? Thank you, Clara. 35. Against you. 35. Bidding. 37,500. Back in the room. It's against you in the DS. It's in the room, seated at 37,500. Bidding at 37,500. Fair warning. Selling now at Heffel's. Thank you, Clara. 40 online. Your turn in the room. 42.5 in the room. At 42,500 in the room. At 42,500. Your turn in the DX. Or D. Here we go. 42.5. It's in the room at 42.5. Sorry, is that a bid? It's 42.5 in the room, front row, against you online and selling now. Hammer's going down. Fair warning. 45,000. Glad I waited a little bit. It's against you. He's out in the room. Thank you for your bids. It's 45,000 online. At 45,000, last call for bids. Selling now. And sold, 45,000. That's to 1334. Moving right along, lot number 110, the E.J. Hughes. Feature cover lot into sale. Entrance to Howe Sound. Oil on canvas, a major prime period, 40s period Hughes masterpiece at Heffel, as honored on our catalog today, honoring Mrs. McKim. Keeping that in mind, we are about to start this lot at 950,000 bid now at 950, 975 at 1 million, at 1,050,000. 1,150,000 against you now at 1,150,000 against you at 1,150,000. 1-2 with Daniel now at 1.2. At $1.2 million. Daniel's bidder at 1.2. Great value at this price level. At 1.2 online. 1.250. I recognize that, gentlemen. Thank you. At 1,250,000 online. At 1,003,000 with Daniel. Daniel's telephone bidder at 1,003,000. Against you online. Against you, Kirby. 1,350,000 online now. At 1,350,000. Your turn, Daniel. 1.4. Daniel's bidder at the back at 1.4 million. At $1.4 million, 1.45 online. Gentlemen online from the West Coast at 1,450,000. I'll stick with Daniel at 1.5. I'll take the next bid if you wish. Online at 1.55. At 1.55 online. At 1.5, 1.6 now with Ainsley's bidder. At 1.6 million. At one, still fabulous value. 1.65 with Daniel. At 1.65 with Daniel. Watching you online, it's 1.7 online, just ahead of you, Ainsley. At 1.7 online, he's clicking quick. At 1.7 online, against both of you at the back. It's an online bid, 1.75 with Daniel now. At 1.75, 1.8 million, just ahead of you. At 1.8, the online's faster than the phone. At 1.8 million online, at $1.8 million. Bidding at the back, 1.85 with Ainsley now. At $1.85 million, only Canadian, 1.9 online. Thank you. At 1,900,000 online. 1.95 at the back with Daniel. 1.9. Thank you, Clara. 2 million online. At $2 million online at 2 million. 2 million online. Thank you, Daniel. 2.1 with Daniel at 2.1. 2.2 online at 2.2 online. They're quick online. They want it. 2.3 with Daniel now. Daniel's bidder at $2.3 million. 2.4 online. Quick bids, succession bids online. Determined bidder online. It's your 2.5 with Daniel now. 2.5 million. Daniel's bidder at 2.6 online. At 2.6. Online bidder at 2.6. 2.7 with Daniel now. At 2.7 million. At 2.8 online. Love this online bidder. 2.8. At 2.8 million online at 2.8. At 2.8 million. 2.9 with Daniel. It's getting exciting. 2.9 at 2.3 million online. Thank you, Robert. At 3 million online. Next bid's 3.25. At 3 million online. Daniel's talking. Daniel, it's against you, and it's your turn at 3.25. 3,250,000 now with Daniel, and it's your turn. 3.5 online. I love this quick bidding at 3.5 million online. At $3.5 million online for the cover lot. 3,750,000 back with Daniel. In the room at 3,750,000 and looking 4 million online. At $4 million online. At $4 million online. You've come a long ways, Daniel. It's now or never. 4 million online. West Coast bidder who wants to win the cover lot. Fair warning then. Last call. You sure now? Daniel's out. Looks like the online bidder might just win this lot. And last call for bids now. Hammer's up. High at Heffel's. And selling now at $4 million to the online bidder. And down it goes. You sure, Kirby? You in? You're out? Looks like everyone's out. And selling at a great new record for E.J. Hughes. Sold. Well deserved. Thank you online. Thank your bidder, Daniel. You too, Ainsley. And that goes to 1052. Here we go now on lot 111, the Jock McDonald Black Tusk. As you can see from Whistler, my family and I often are looking at the mountain skiing, which we'll be doing this winter. The high altitude work, and you know, that Black Tusk is an ancient volcano. The core is what stands. The rest of the mountain eroded. And here we go now at competing bids here at 18, 19, 20,000, 22,500, 25,000, 27,500 now to the Trump absentee bidder. And any advance on 27. Thank you, Patsy. 30 online and ahead of you, Kirby, or Ainsley. It's 30 online. At 30,000 online, 32.5. Back with Ainsley, or Ainsley's first in now, at 32,500. At 32,500. At 32,500. All through? 35. Thank you. I see that. Thank you, Clara. 35,000 online to a familiar paddle at Heffel. 37,500. With Ainsley now at 37.5. At 37,500. At 37,500. 40 online. At 40,000 online now. Your turn, Ainsley. It's 40 against you. At 40, you out. Online bidder at 40,000. Selling now. Last call for bids. You sure? 42.5. Back with Ainsley's bidder now at 42,500. At 42,500. You bidding online? Last call. Fabulous BC piece. Just up the house sound. Hammer's up. 45 online. Your turn, Ains. It's back here online at 45,000. 45,000. Ainsley's out. Selling to the online bidder. Last call for bids. Fair warning. And sold at Heffel's, 45K. That's 113. Thanks for your bids, Ainsley, but it goes to the online bidder. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 112, the Emily Carr Dancing Forest, a very important and rare modern canvas by our global star, our Canadian global star, Emily Carr, one of them. and she was recently featured at the Byler Museum in Basel, Switzerland, in the Northern Lights show, and she made us proud. Here we go. We'll start this lot off at 190,000, at 190K, at 190, 300, 325 now already, at 325,000, at $325,000, at 325. You bidding? Online at 350. Welcome. I know that, Paddle. At 350 online. At 350 online. West Coast bidder, once again, at 350,000. Against you on the phones now. Against you in the room. Selling to the online bidder. Last call. Fair warning. And sold. 350,000. Well done. And that's 1153 is the lucky paddle. And that brings us to the next lot, 113, the Jean-Paul Riopel. Sans Terre. Prime 50s painting canvas of the bright autumn palette, and this work was proudly hung in the McKim dining room. And here we go now at 190, 200, 210, 20, 30, 240 now. At 240 bid now at $240,000. At 240,000, at 240. Bidding online. Daniel, is that a bid? 250 with Daniel now. It's ahead of you online. At 250, Daniel's bidder at 250,000. Thank you. New bidder with Thibault at 260. Against you, Daniel. 270 with Daniel at 270,000. Daniel's bidding at 270, 280. Back with Thibault at 280, 290 with Daniel. At 290, 300 with Thibault's bidder at $300,000. At 300, 3 1/4 with Daniel. 325,000 with Daniel. 350 with Thibault. Nice and clear bidding from Thibault. Thank you. 375. Now back with Daniel at 375,000. Still bidding Thibault. It's against you with Daniel at 375. 400 might just take it. Would you like to bid that? Thibault's out. It's 375 with Daniel. Against you all in the room. Last call for bids. Down it goes and selling. Selling now to Daniel's telephone bidder. 375. Congratulations, Daniel. 375. And that goes to paddle 675. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 114, Lauren Harris, Lake Superior Sunrise, Lake Superior sketch, 23, and this is, one of Harris's vision of solitude and beauty. The sketch in the direct source for the canvas. This sketch is a direct source for the canvas entitled North Shore Lake Superior. Not often you can buy a Harris panel for a canvas, and Mrs. McKim proudly hung this in her master bedroom. How lucky. And we'll start this lot off at 375,000, 400, 4 1/4, 450. 450,000 bid already in advance of you at $450,000. At 475 here now with Lauren at 475. At 475,000, fresh new paddle at 500. In the room here near to me at 500,000, 525, 525, 550. In the room at 550, 550,000 at 550. At $550,000, 575. Fresh new bidder with Lindsay at 575. I'll take the gentleman in the room first at 600. At 600 in the room at 600. 625. Thank you, Ainsley. Welcome to the bidding. At 625 with Ainsley now. 650 near to me. In the room at $650,000. 675 with Ainsley. 700 in the room. In the room at $700,000. 700. Still in the game there. At 700 in the room, at 700. Bidding online. Ainsley, any indication of where you're going? Thank you. 7 1/4 with Ainsley now. 750 in the room. 750,000 in the room at 750. 750 seated in the room at $750,000 at 750. Ainsley's still chatting. Any direction, Ainsley? It's against you at 7.5 or 7 million. Sorry, it's not yet. Almost got you. 750,000 in the room. Scared you, didn't I? 775 with Ainsley. It's 775 with Ainsley. 800 in the room. At 800,000 in the room. Panel for our canvas. Still great value. Ainsley's out. It's in the room at 800,000. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling now. Welcome. New bidder at 8 1/4, 850. Quick in the room at 850,000. Welcome, Rochelle. 875. 900 in the room. In the room at $900,000. Near to me at 900. Rochelle, I recommend he bid. It's against him at 900. 9 1/4 back with Rochelle. You out? He's out in the room. Well played, Rochelle. Hammers up. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling now at $925,000 to Rochelle's telephone bidder. Against you, Ainsley. Against you, Lauren. Against you in the room. And down it goes. Selling at Heffel's. And sold. Thank you, Rochelle. 925 is the value. And 695 is the lucky hammer. Congratulate them for me, Rochelle. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 115, the J.H. McDonald, Lake O'Hara, the powerful, magnificent, exceptional, a beautiful glacier, 1929 panel. We'll start off at 65,000, bid now at 65, at 60, 70,000 already now at $70,000. At $70,000, 75 in the room. Well bid, sir. In the room here at 75,000. At 75,000, bids online, selling in the room at 75,000, new bidder at 80,000 back. 85 near to me now. Near to me at 85, not your last row. It's 85 near to me. Gentleman's bid at 85. Would you like the bid at the back? 90. 90 in the room first, last row at 90,000. 95. Gentleman's bid at 95. Against you online, against you at the back. It's middle of the room at 95, 100,000. Last row at $100,000. At 100. At 100,000 behind you, sir. It's ladies' bid at 100,000 is the amount. 110. Here first at 110. At 110. Gentleman's bid at 110. Not yours yet back there. Thank you. 120. Back of the room at 120,000. I'll take your bid now, though. It's 120 at the back at 120,000. Bidding online, 130. Near to me at $130,000. Gentleman up here at $130,000. One more might just win this lot. There we go. Like the encouragement. 140 behind you now. Ladies bid at the back at $140,000. At 150 here near to me now at 150. Gentleman's bid seated at 150,000. At 150. I recommend one more bid. It might just win. Thank you. 160 now behind you. At 160, at $160,000. Ladies bid at the back, 170. At 170, 180. Determination, rear of the sale room. Ladies bid, 190. 200. It's 200, back of the room. Hammers up. 210. 210 nearer to me. Gentleman's bid at 210. Are you in? You're out at the back. They're shaking their head. Thank you for the bids and congratulations, sir. 210 for the fabulous JEH. Sold. 210. That goes to lucky paddle number one. Excuse me, sir. There we go. 128. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 116, the next Harris panel, mountain sketch, the captivating and brilliant and intense, awe-inspiring mountain by one of Canada's most celebrated artists, Lauren Harris. And here we go. We'll start off here at 375,000, 400, 425,000 now, 450. At 450,000, bid already at 450,000. At $450,000, at 450. Thank you, Ainsley. 475 with Ainsley's telephone bidder at 475,000. At 475,000, bidding online, Ainsley's bidder, 475,000. It's yours, Ainsley. Last call. Selling at Heffel's, 475,000. And sold, 475, 475,000. And that goes to 608. Ainsley, congratulate your bidder there. Great purchase. Lot 117, the A.Y. Jackson, Exshaw, Alberta, the rich evocative oil sketch with rugged mountains in the background. And here we go. We got order interest in the slot and maiden bid to the order at $18,000. And we can sell at $18,000. Bidding at $18,000, online $19,000. Thank you. 20 back to the order now at $20,000. Absentee bidder at $22,500. Orders out. It's online bidder at $22,500 for the Jackson canvas at $22,500. Thank you. 25 online. Welcome. Fresh new bidder with April, $27,500 with you, April, at $27,500. At $27,000, thank you, sir. Welcome. Another new bidder, 30 in the room. Near to me, in the room here at 30, $32,500. At $32,500 on the phones. April's bidder at 30, thank you, 35 in the room. Near to me at 35, seated in the room. Gentleman's bid, $37,500. Back with April at $37,500. At $37,500, $40,000. Determined bidder in the room, bidding to win at $40,000. Against you, April. It's your turn, $42,500. $45,000 in the room at $45,000. At $45,000, gentleman seated near to me at $45,000. Going to sell it now, April. Last call for bids. Selling? Selling now. Well done, sir. Congratulations. $45,000. That goes to 61. Here we go. Lot 118, A.Y. Jackson, Caribou, BC. Steeped with the gold rush history, this area of British Columbia, and it's a Jackson canvas. Here we go. Sorry, the last was the board. Start off here at $27,500. At $27,500 bid now at $27,000. Bidding at $27,500. Bidding online at $27,500. At $27,500. Fair warning. $27,500. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Pass that lot. First unsold of today, but not sold yet. Here we go, lot 119, the Kathleen Pepper, Quebec Village, the vibrant pepper, 1935 sketch with a rich palette and jeweled tones. And we'll start off at $7,500 bid now. At $7,500, $8,000, $8,500. It's ahead of you online. It's already at $8,500. At $8,500. At $8,000, $9,000 online now. Online bidder at $9,000. At $9,000, and we're selling at $9,000, $9,500. Welcome, madame, in the room at $9,500. At $9,500 against you in the DS. Selling in the room at $9,500. Several places. Thank you. I'll take the gentleman here to me closer. At 10 here in the room on my right at $10,000. At 10, 11. Back with the lady. 11, 12 near to me. 13 behind at $13,000. Ladies bid at $13,000. At $13,000. Another new bidder here at 14. Lady on the aisle here at 14,000. At 14,000. You bidding, sir? Or madame? 15,000 now. Back in the back. Ladies bid at $15,000. At 15, not yours on the aisle, but back of the room at 15,000, 16,000. Near to me at 16,000. On the aisle at 16,000. Your turn at the rear. You've come a long ways. At 16 here, 17. Well done. At 17,000 back. Behind you at 17,000. Your turn in near to me. It's at 17,000. Hammers up. Selling at $17,000. Last call and just in time. 18,000. She's out behind you. You might just win this lot. At 18,000, selling now at 18,000. Fair warning. Congratulations. Well done, 18,000. And paddle, please. Just 060. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you for your bids in the back. Lot 120, the Sarah Robinson. Here we go now. Order interest in this lot, and we'll start off maiden bid to the order at $8,000. At 8,000. At 8,000 to the order. At 8,000, we can sell at 8,000. Thank you. 8.5 online. Thank you, Clara. 9,000 now to the order at 9. 9.5. 10. At 10,000 here. 11. 12. 13 with Daniel. 14 to the order. At 14,000 to the order at $14,000. At 15. 15 with Daniel first at 15,000. At 15,000. At 15 with Daniel at 15,000. Thank you. Rochelle, 16 with Rochelle. Welcome to the bidding. At 15,000 with Rochelle. Sorry, 16 with Rochelle. At 16. 17 online. Online now at 17,000. At $17,000 at 17. 18 back there. 18. We'd like to go. Next bid. It's 18. 19 online now. At 19,000 online at 19,000. At 19,000. 20 with Rochelle. At 20,000 at the back. 20,000 bid now. Are you bidding? 22.5. Thank you, Clara. At 22,500 online. At 22,500. 25,000. He's come back near to me. At 25,000. Near to me at 25,000. At 27,500 online now. Online bidder at 27.5. At $27,500. Hammers up. Selling now. 27,500. 30. Just in time. 30,000. Your turn, Rochelle. 32.5. Online. Thank you, Clara. At 32,500. Last call for bids. If you want it, you got to bid. Bidding now. It's 35. Glad I asked. It's 35 in the room. Near to me at 35,000. Rochelle's out. 37.5 now. 37,500 online. Online bidder at 37,500. Thank you. Selling online, 37.5. Last call. And sold, 37,500. That's to 12.79. Lot 121, the Paris Cleaver Clark, a deck of cards. Distinctive early piece. And you ready on the phones, Lauren and Daniel? We'll start off this lot at 7,500. 7,500. 8,000. 8.5. At 8,500. 9 with Daniel now. At 9.5 here. Up near to me at 9.5. 10,000. Back with Daniel. 10. 11 here. At 11,000 near to me at 11,000. At 11. 12. 13. 13, Daniel. It's against you. Against you, Lauren. It's 13 in the room. $13,000. Welcome, Lauren. 14. Fresh new bidder with here. 14. 15 here. Back in the room at $15,000. At 15,000 in the room at 15. 16. Lauren's bidder at 16. 17 near to me. $17,000 near to me at 17. At $17,000 near to me at 17. 18 back with Lauren. He's out in the room. It's Lauren's bidder at 18. Daniel, you got any gas left in the tank? It's 18 against you. In the room, welcome, sir. 19, fresh new paddle in the room at $19,000. 20. 20. It's 20 with Lauren. 20,000 with Lauren. You bidding, sir? It's 20 here. You out at the back, selling to Lauren's bidder at $20,000. Selling now. And sold 20,000. Well done. Nice purchase. That goes to 682 at Heffel's. Congratulations. Lot 122, the Lyman. And we'll start off at 9,500, 10, 11. At 11,000, bid already at 11,000 for the lineman. At 11,000, sorry, we're good? 11,000 on the lineman now, 12 in the room. At $12,000 in the room, fresh new paddle at $12,000. Center of the room at 12. Sorry, you catching up? At $12,000, 13 online, thank you. Online at 13, 14 in the room. At 14,000 in the room at 14. You bidding still online? It's in the room at $14,000. 14,000's the number. Last call for bids, 15 online. 16 in the room. Back of the room at 16. Your turn in the digital sale. Fresh new bidder at 17 in the room. 18 now. 19. He's out. 19, far left at $19,000. Against you in the DS, against you in the room, far left, 19,000 is the value. 20 online. He's out on the far left, and it's selling to the online bidder, $20,000, and down it goes. Sold, 20,000. Thank you, online. That bid's paddle number 1009. Excuse me there. Lot number 123. David Milne, blocks and flowers. You know, I got to say, it took me a while to see the train in this painting with the building blocks, but wonderful Milne canvas. Reminds me of when I had my kids, and a vivid example. You guys okay to continue on? Let's do it. We'll start this lot off at 25,000 bid now at 25,000. 27,500. 30 ahead of you now at 30,000. Biddings are 32.5 in the back there at 32,500. 32,500. 35,000. We're in a hurry now. That's getting the bids up. 35,000 at $35,000. At $35,000, any advance on 35? Several places now, like umbrellas. 37,500. Nearer to me, the earlier bidder, 40,000 with Ainsley. At 40,000, Ainsley's bidder at 40,000. Against you in the room, bids with Ainsley at $40,000. At $40,000 in the 42.5 in the room now. At 42,500. At $42,500. 45,000. Ainsley's bidder at 45,000 now. At 45,000, 47,500. In the room at 47,500, 50,000. At $50,000, Ainsley's bidder at $50,000. At $50,000, 55. In the room, back in the room at 55, 60. At 60,000. At 60,000 here on the phones at $60,000. 65. At 65,000. At 65,000, 70,000. 70,000, Ainsley's bidder at $70,000. 70,000, back of the room at $70,000. Are you still bidding, sir? It's against you at 70,000, 75. At 75, 80 with Ainsley. Want to speed it up, sir? It's 80 against you. At 80, he's out. Ainsley's bidder at $80,000. And last call for bids. You're bidding in the DS. Down it goes, selling at $80,000 and sold to Ainsley. 80,000. That's 667. Well done, Ainsley. We'll just keep going, ladies and gentlemen. It's upstairs. Someone burnt some toast, probably. Lot 124, the Carlisle atmospheric lot here with a luminous palette, and we'll start off at 20,000 bid now at 20,000. At 20,000 bid at 20,000. $22,500 I have. One moment. been calm all night. We're at 22.5 here. It's 22.5 here, 25 with Thibault now. At 25,000, several paddles almost up. 27.5 now, bidding. 30 here, 30 here first, Thibault. 30 here, 32.5 bidding. Thibault at 32.5. He's out here, 32.5 with Thibault. Online at 35,000. At $35,000 online, you bidding. 37.5 back with Thibault. At 37,500. At 37,500, Thibault's bidder at 40 online. Ahead of you in the room, it's 40 online. Would you like 42.5 back with Thibault? At 42,500. 42,500. At 42.5, I'll take the room first at 45. 45 in the room first. You bidding? It's 47.5 with Thibault now. On the phones with Thibault at 47,500. Against you in the room. Against you, Anthony. 50 with Anthony now at $50,000. At 55 with Thibault at 55,000. At 55,000. Thibault's bidder at 55. Thank you. Anthony's at 60 now. 60,000. 65 back with Thibault. Back with Thibault at $65,000. At $65,000. Thibault at 65,000. Anthony's giving me the pause sign. It's sort of awkward at this amount. Tell him I recommend 70. He'll be happy tomorrow. Thibault's bidder at 65,000. Hammer's up. 70. He did wise choice. 70,000 with Thibault. Sorry, Anthony. 75 with Thibault now. It's, Jesus, we're popular tonight. 75. Anthony's out. Thibault's the winner. Selling now at $75,000 and sold. Thibault's bidder, $75,000. Thank you, Thibault. And that goes to 658. Only got 9 lots, 10 lots. Lot 125, the Inuit print, hunting the seal, the Naviaski lot. And here we go, order interest in this lot at 1314, 15,000 to the order at $15,000. At $15,000 to the order, 16. Orders out with Mary Jo at 16,000. At 16,000, 17 here at 17,000. Near to me in the room at 17,000. Mary Jo first at 18,000. At $18,000 with Mary Jo at 18,000. 19 online. 20 near to me at $20,000. At 20,000 here. 22.5 with Kirby now. At 22,500 with Kirby. 25 back with Mary Jo. 27.5 in the room. At 27,500 in the room. At $27,500. 30,000 back in the room. At 30. 32.5. Kirby's bidder at 32,500. At 32,500. 35,000. Bidding at 35,000. Are you still in? Thank you. 35,000 with Ainsley at $35,000. No, yours, Lindsay, at 35,000. Lindsay's bidder. Last call for bids. Hammer's up. 37.5 back with Mary Jo. Mary Jo's bidder. Thank you. 40 with Lindsay now at $40,000. At 40. You shake your head, Mary Jo? Oh, thank you. Selling now to Lindsay's telephone bidder at, thank you, Kirby, 42 online. Your turn, Linz. 45 with Lindsay at 45,000. Lindsay's bidder at $45,000. Fair warning, against you online. Against you, Kirby. 47.5 online, Linz. Your turn now, Linz. It's 47.5 online, 50 back with Lindsay at $50,000. At $50,000 online. Looking for more bids. Fair warning then. You guys all out. Lindsay's bidder. Against you online. It's in the room. And down it goes, selling now at $50,000. Sold, 50,000. Congratulations, Lindsay. That goes to 638. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 126, the Lismer. Order interest once again in this lot, and we'll start off to the order at $14,000. At $14,000. At $14,000, we can sell at $14,000. At $14,000, 15, 16, back to the order. To the order, 17, 18, back to the order at 18,000 here. Your turn, 19, 20, back to the order, 22,500. Seated in the room at 22,500. At 22,500 in the room, 25, and now on the phones against you, madame. It's on the phones at 25,000. At $25,000, great value at 25, 27,500. Back in the room at $27,500. At $27,500, all through in the room, 27.5. Hammers up. Last call for bids. Gets you in the DS and selling in the room now at 27.30, just in time, April. At 30, sorry, just in time. Snuck in there. Still great value at 30. April's bidder at 30,000 and selling now at $30,000. And last call, down it goes. And sold at Heffel's. Well done, April, 30,000. That goes to 677. Lot 127, the Holgate, Springmore and Heights, striking Laurentian Holgate panel. And here we go at a 10,000 bid now at 10,000. At 10,000, 11, 12 ahead of you now. At 12,000 ahead of you in the room, 13 now, back in the room at 13,000. At $13,000, bidding with urgency, 13, 14. Fresh new paddle here at 14. Near to me at 14,000. At 14, 15 online. Online, 15, 16 in the room. At 16,000 in the room, at 16,000. Yours, sir, so far. Thank you, Clara. 17 online, 18 in the room now. At 18,000 in the room, at 18,000. At 18,000 in the room, at 18,000 against you online, and down it goes at 18, 19 online. They just came in. You still going, sir? So it's 19 online. Would you like to bid 20? Yes, perfect. At 20 in the room now. At 20,000 in the room at $20,000. At $20,000 in the room, selling now at $20,000. And congratulations, sir. You're too late online. It's sold in the room at $20,000. And that goes to lucky number 61061. Lot number 128, the banting, the dynamic autumn banting panel. Order interest in this lot and competing bids here, multiple bids, just like the HBC sale. Start off at 19,000, 20, 22,500, 25,000, 27,500, 30,000 bid now for the banting. At 30,000 to the order at $30,000. Bidding at $30,000 and down it goes, selling now to the 32.5. Orders out. It's in the room at $32,500. Yours, sir. Selling now at $32.5 and down it goes. Thank you. 35 now. Back of the room at 35,000. Fresh new bidder at the back at 35,000. Thanks for calling out. 35,000 with Rochelle, correct? Yes, with Rochelle's bidder. Would you like to bid one? He's out in the room, selling to Rochelle's bidder at 35,000, and the hammer is about to fall. He's come back just in time. In the room now, Rochelle. It's 37.5 against you. In the room at 37,500. Are you bidding, Rochelle? It's against you at 37,500. 40 at the back of the room. 40, he's out. Thank you for your bids. At 40, back of the room and selling to Rochelle's bidder at $40,000. And sold at Heffel, 40,000. And that goes to Rochelle is 695. Lot 129, Doris McCarthy, the dynamic rhythmic period, early 1933 McCarthy panel. And here we go at 3,750, 4,000, 4,250, 4,005, thank you, 4,755 in the room now, 5,500 behind you at 6,000 with Daniel at $6,000, 6,500 in the room at 6,500, at 6,500, 7 with Daniel now at $7,000. On the phones at $7,000, 7.5. Not yours, behind you, sir. Not 203, but it's a bid behind you. Back with Daniel now at 8,000 with Daniel now at 8.5. Number 19 at 8.5 online. Thank you, Clara. 8,500 online at 9,000 in the room now at 9,000. 9,500 in the room. Ahead of you at 9,500. 10 behind you at $10,000. At $10,000. Gentlemen further back at $10,000. Bidding at $10,000. Do you want to just, the gentleman with the bid? Yeah, it's battle 19 with the bid. Just to be clear, 11 online. Thank you. 12 in the room. At $12,000 in the room at $12,000 and selling at $12,000 and online just in time. 13 here, sir. One more might win this lot for you. It's against you at 13. One more might just take this lot. It's 13 online. Hammers up. Last call. Fair warning. Just in time. 14. Selling now at 14,000 in the room. And fair warning. Last call for bids and sold. A little too late online. 14 in the room. And that goes to paddle number 19. Thank you. Sorry about that online. And here we go, lot 130, the A.J. Casson, the Fresh Sparkling Group canvas or panel. And we'll get started here at 19,000, 20,000 bid, 22.5 now. Are you getting ready to bid? 25,000 here, 27,500, 30,000, 32,500, 35,000, 37,500, 40,000. He's out. 40,000 near to me at $40,000. At 40,000, near to me at 40,000. Against you online, against you on the phone, front row here. That's 42.5 now. 45 back to near to me at 45. Here at 45,000. Bidding 47,500. Back there at 47.5. 50. At 50,000 here. We're out. I like the excitement of it. 50 front row here. Fair warning. I got to sell. Got your attention here. We're selling at 50 front row. Last call for bids on the Casson. Sold. That's 27. Thank you. I'm sure it's burnt toast. Sorry, I didn't call out. It's 27. 27. Okay. Enough excitement for today. Lot 131, Casson, the richly colored Grenville, Quebec, and we'll start off at 15,000 bid now at 15,000 at 15. 15,000. Any advance on $15,000 at 15. Bidding online at 15. Bidding 16, 17 now ahead of you, Rochelle. It's ahead of you at $17,000 at 17. 18 near to me at 18,000 in the middle of the room at 18,000 at $18,000. 19. Bidding 20. Thank you. Near to me in the room at 20,000. Middle of the room at 20,000 at $20,000. Hammers up. 22.5 online. Thank you, Clara. At 22,500 online. 25. Welcome back. In the room at $25,000. Last call for bids. Rochelle's out and selling now in the room at 25,000. And congratulations, sir. That's yours. 25K. And lucky paddle number. Lucky paddle number, please. Sir. Sir. Excuse me, sir. Oh, just paddle. There we go, 228. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 132 at Heffel's, the Gagnon. Order interest in this lot, the atmospheric, evocative, and picturesque 1923 Laurentian Gagnon panel. And I don't know for sure, but I heard at the preview that there's a canvas related to this. unconfirmed, but that's great if it is. And maiden bid to the order at 14,000 bid now. And we can sell at the maiden bid 14, 15. Orders out. It's in the room at $15,000. Online, thank you. 16 online, 17 in the room. At $17,000 in the room. New bidder at 18,000. 18, 19 behind you. At 19,000. Thank you, Ainsley. 20 with Ainsley. I'll go 22.5 behind you at paddle 52 behind you. At 25,000 now. At 25, 27,500. 30,000. 32.5. 35,000. He's out behind you. It's 35,000 in the room at 30. Thank you, Clara. Online at 37,500. 40 in the room now. At $40,000 in the room at $40,000. In the room at 40,000, 42.5 online first. 42 online. 45 here with the gentleman. 47,500 with the lady. At 47,500. 50 with the gentleman. At $50,000. At $50,000, gentlemen. 55. He's out. Ladies bid at $55,000. Against you on the phones. Hammers up. 55,000. 60. 65. In the room at 65,000. 70,000 with Ainsley. 75. It's $75,000. It's 75,000. 80. At 80,000. 85. In the room at $85,000. At 85,000. 90. Back on the phones with Ainsley at $90,000. 95. 100 with Ainsley. At 100,000 on the phones with Ainsley's bidder. 110. Thank you, Madame. In the room at $110,000. Your turn, Ainsley. 120. Back with Ainsley at $120,000. Don't look disappointed. Bid. It's 120 with Ainsley. Fair warning, 130. Well done. At 130, 140 with Ainsley now. At 140,000 with Ainsley now. At 140,000. 150. Well done. Bidding with courage. I love it. 150 in the room at 150. Are you bid? 160 with Ainsley at $160,000. At 160. Anyone joining in online? I'm going to lift the hand. We'll pause for a minute. It's 160 is the bid. Okay, we had our pause. 160. Are you in or out, Madame? It's against you on the phones with Ainsley at 160,000. Hammers up. Thank you for the ride. And selling now to Ainsley's bidder at 160,000. Congratulations, Ainsley. Thank you. In the room. Ainsley, I don't have that paddle. 667. Thank you. Lot 133, the Albert Robinson. And here we go, Village on the St. Lawrence. Time frozen in the Quebec winter village scene. The 1922 Robinson panel. And here we go at 12,000. Bid now at 12,000. At 12. At only $12,000. 13, 14 ahead of you now. One more. 15 I have now. At 15,000 in the room. At 15,000. At $15,000 and selling in the room. At $15,000, and down it goes. And just in time online, 16 here online, several places. Madame first at, sorry, she just beat you at 17 there. 18 now. Gentleman's bid at 18,000. At 18,000 on my right. Gentleman's bid at 18,000. Against you in the DS. It's in the room at 18,000. And selling now at $18,000. Congratulations, sir. 18,000 is the value. And sorry, I was too quick on that. There we go. Number 2. Love it. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm at my last lot. My brother will take over. And after that, we got a treat for you tonight. Correct? At 7. Lot number 134, the Beatram's Brookers. This painting has such an extensive museum history. Can be found on our website, extensive. And we'll start this lot off at $14,000 bid now at $14,000. 15 in the room at $15,000. At $15,000 at $15,000. At $15,000, 16. New bidder at $16,000, $17,000. At $17,000, $18,000, $19,000. At $19,000 at $19,000, $20,000. At $20,000 on my right at $20,000. At $20,000 all through, selling now at $20,000. Fair warning, $22,500. New paddle at $22,500. Near to me at $22,500. Against you in the rear, selling at $25,000. Behind you now at $25,000. At $25,000. Behind you at $25,000. Would you like to bid? It's at $25,000. Hammers up at $25,000. Last call. Fair warning. Selling at $25,000. And just in time. $27,500. Well done. In the room at $27,500. And on my right, in the room, last lot of the second session. And fair warning. Down it goes. Selling now. $27,500. And sold. $27,500. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Just a couple notes here. That concludes a remarkable session 2. And you're probably all tired of our voice, but listen, it was a real privilege and honor for Heffel to offer the Lillian McKim collection on her centennial year. She had a lifelong passion for Canadian art, as shown through this offering, and her legacy will live on in the works that have found new homes today, each one a testament to her discerning eye and deep appreciation for the beauty of our nation's artistic heritage. We'll start off later today at 7 p.m. And for those of you on the one note, there's 2 online sessions for the McKim sale on now this month, and there'll be a third featuring W.J. Phillips in January. Thank you.
This fall marks the 30th anniversary of Heffel Auctions, and we're thrilled to share highlights from this important sale.
Aristide Maillol is one of the most important modern European sculptors from the beginning of the 20th century, second really only to Rodin, and dedicated his life to forceful depictions of the female form. The Nymphe sans Bras is a study for one of the most important and final major works of his career, the essential figure of a sculpture grouping of the three graces. With its evocative display of power and elegance, the nymph balances the beauty of classical proportion with the forceful presence of modernist form.
Unbelievably rare and beautiful, J.W. Maurice's Le Point from 1907 has spent its entire life in Europe until its recent arrival at Heffel. Exhibited at the Salon de Tome in Paris in 1907, this painting confirms his stature as an artist of international importance.
In Hillside on Big Couch on Lake, Tom Thomson depicts the northern edge of Algonquin Park in rich textures and a beautiful use of ultramarine across the background. From Thomson's irreplaceable final period, this work has had a long history with Heffel. It was once owned by Heffel patriarch Kenneth G. Heffel, a part of his purchase of the prestigious Fan and Hall collection in the late 1970s.
A.Y. Jackson's souvenir of Kespiax is a tribute to the village. Here, Jackson captures the grandeur of the Skeena River landscape with luminous color. This is a masterful canvas that reflects Jackson's profound connection to the northern landscape. Painted in 1930, the Quebec Village captures the heart of rural Quebec. Snow-covered hills, vivid color, and a village alive with rhythm and harmony. It's a defining work by A.Y. Jackson, one of Canada's most beloved artists.
Using thinned oil paint on paper, Carr achieved a fluidity that echoed the movement of nature itself. Wood's Edge, a symphony of greens, ochres, and light, embodies her reverence for the land and her concern for its fragility. Exhibited during her lifetime and later featured alongside the Group of Seven, Wood's Edge highlights Carr's central role in shaping Canadian modernism.
Cornelius Krieghoff's Canadian Autumn, View on the Road to Lake St. John, is remarkable in multiple ways. Not only is its 160-year provenance known all the way back to Krieghoff's close friends, its lengthy exhibition history is extraordinary. Detailed and evocative, the painting itself is in near original condition. Marius Barbeau, history's leading Krieghoff authority, referred to it simply as one of the best. Proceeds from the sale of this artwork will benefit the Art Gallery of Ontario, made possible by Aqueduct Foundation.
Coordinated River Landscape is a rare and impressive early example of E.J. Hughes' primitive paintings. Produced in 1950, immediately following his time as a war artist, it's a fantastic scene from the artist's most important period, and it was part of his first group of canvases purchased by Hughes' lifelong dealer Max Stern a year later.
Painted in 1949, Sans Titre by Jean-Paul Riopelle is such an important canvas. 1949 is a pivotal moment in art history in the development of abstraction, not only in Canada, but internationally. It's such an important work.
From what is widely regarded as Paul-Émile Bourdois' most pivotal moment, Pat de Velours is an exceptional example. Part of a group of paintings purchased right from Bourdois' studio by Blair Lang, this work shows the complexity of the experiments Bourdois was undertaking. With clear elements of his iconic black and white compositions, dynamic streaks of color are brought to life throughout by Bourdois' sculptural use of paint.
Produced in Jack Bush's key final years, London No. 12 is dynamic, vibrant, and joyful. The rich mulberry background is a beautiful example of what are called his modeled grounds, and his discrete color forms are musical and sophisticated. Like all of Bush's best work, it manages to be grand and intimate at once.
An extremely rare painting, In the Labrador Sea, depicts a subject that David Blackwood explored mostly in etching. It's a majestic painting of extraordinary power and beauty.
Among the best known and most collectible painters to emerge out of post-war Europe, Bernard Buffet is celebrated for his elongated figures rendered in graphic and angular outlining, as can be seen in this masterwork, Le Clune Musiciens de Trompette. Clowns are his most sought-after subjects, and indeed were what first propelled him to stardom in his early Paris shows in the 1950s.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the digital sale room at Heffel.com, get all loosened up and bid on lots of great art.
Ooh, I like that style, Mr. Gibbs. 300.
1, 2, 1, 3, back with me.
Bid with courage.
That's the spirit.
Bid with passion. 1,250,000. 1,000,003.
Selling now at Heffel.
Sold.
That's a new world record.
9,500,000.
Now that is a fine painting, fine price. That deserves clapping. What time is it? Oh, 7 o'clock. It says it's 7. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Heffel, and it is our great pleasure to welcome you back to the Heffel Live Auction of Canadian Impressionists and Modern Art, followed by our post-war and contemporary art session. After a brief 5-minute break, we're going to go straight into the post-war sale. What an exciting sale it's been so far, beginning with the Hudson's Bay collection and the Lillian McKim collection, both of which achieved outstanding results. We had a media scrum after the Hudson's Bay. I've been interviewed at TV afterwards, but never like, 6 cameras, and they were all asking me questions. It was very, very exciting, and David, that was so well done. I was very proud of David and the whole Heffel team, our specialists on the phone. That was really an incredible moment in the history of Canadian art auctions. We're delighted to present tonight's remarkable selection of works to passionate collectors here in Canada and around the world. Our team has thoroughly enjoyed connecting with many of you during our previews in Vancouver, Calgary, Montreal, and Toronto leading up to this evening's sale. The sale features strong absentee bids, active telephone participation with our specialists, dynamic bidding through our digital sale room, and of course, spirited bidding in-person bidding here in our Toronto sale room. As always, we encourage you to bid promptly and with confidence. For those joining online, please note that pending bids are subject to competition and must be confirmed by the auctioneer. Bids submitted online during last call may not register in time, so we recommend, if you're online bidding, get your bid in early and then we know it's there. Also, best practice for the online bidder, because of all the sessions, we recommend logging off and logging back on. If there's a long period of inactivity, you might get logged out. I'm not sure, logged out. So in between sessions, log off and log back on. That's best practice. And tonight's auction is conducted according to our terms and conditions of business as published in our catalog and available on Heffel.com. Please remember there is a buyer's premium added to the hammer price along with applicable sales taxes. For successful buyers, our online tools make invoice payment and shipping arrangements simple. And of course, our Heffel offices are always happy to assist. Kindly note that all purchases must be paid for in full within 7 days. And most importantly, we wish you very best of luck, bon chance, Juni Hao Yun, and as is traditionally you begin with lot number 1, but in this case, now we begin with lot number 201. Lot number 201, the Ethel Seath that came up from an estate in Washington, came up from the United States. And as with the Hudson's Bay, I've got several competing absentees on this lot, so I've got to start mid-estimate on this lot. I have $50,000 a bid on this lot at $50,000 now. 55, 60, 65, 70 back with me. My absentee bidder at $70,000 now. Any advance? My absentee bidder at $70,000, $75,000 online. I took the online bidder first. I saw the online bidder first. $75,000 online. $80,000 with Lauren. She was nice and clear. $85,000 with Christian. $85,000 with Christian on the telephone. $85,000. $85,000 with Christian on the telephone. $90,000 with Lauren. $90,000 with Lauren. Are you bidding? $90,000, $95,000 on the telephone. $95,000 on the telephone. $100,000 in the room. In the room first. Gentlemen seated in the room. $100,000. $110 on the telephone. $110. $120. $120 right up front. $120 right up front. $120 right up front. Christian's asking me to wait. Gentleman seated right up front at $120,000, and I can sell at $120,000. Fair warning, last chance, your last chance on the telephone. Gentleman seated, 130, new bidder. He shakes his head up front. I think you have it at the back at $130,000, and I am selling at $130,000 last time. Sold, 130. Thank you so much, sir. That's a good way to start the sale, 130. And your paddle number, please, sir? 26. 130,000 is the price. Lot number 202 is next. Lot number 202 is next. The circa 1919, 1920 Lauren Harris, the work that was acquired directly from the artist by fellow artist Carl Schaefer. And I have $50,000 to bid in this lot. 50? Welcome. 55. At 55,000 now. In advance at 55,000. 65,000. At 65,000 here. I took you at 65. At 65,000. 70,000. 70,000 online. 70,000. 75,000. 75,000 now. At 75,000 now. At 75,000. Was there another? 80,000. 80,000 on the telephone. He shakes his head at $80,000 on the telephone with Rochelle at 80,000. 85,000 online. 85,000 online, Rochelle. 85,000. 90,000 now online. Another online bidder. 90,000 online. 90,000 online now. 95,000 online. 95,000 online. The online bidders are quick. They listen to my instructions in the beginning. 100,000 online. Thank you, Clara. 100,000 online. 100,000 online. Stay with me now. Rochelle, ahead of you. Are you staying with me, Rochelle? Online, 110. 110, 110 now, online. 120 online. Thank you, Clara. 120 online. 120 online. 130 online. 130 to the online bidder at 130. 130 to the online bidder on 130. Rochelle, 140 up front. Sorry, I see your online bid, but I took it in the room at 140. Gentleman in the room seated at 140. 150 online. He shakes his head in the room. 150 online now at 150. Are you still with me, Rochelle? Rochelle gives me the out signal. 150 online to the online bidder at 150,000. And I can sell. It's paddle 1279 online. You can see it right here, 150,000. And for those of you that are curious, that's 16,717,500 yen. At 150,000 to the online bidder at 150,000. I'm selling last time. Sold to the online bidder, 150,000. And that is paddle 1279. Thank you so much. Lot 203 is next. Lot 203 is next. The 1909 watercolor showing here up on the screens. The 1909 watercolor by Emily Carr, and I have $90,000 to bid in this. 95,000, 100,000 to the order. 100,000. The bid is right here with me at $100,000 now. Any advance at 100,000, I can sell at 100,000. The bid's with me. My absentee bidder at 100,000. 110 with Lindsay first. At 110 already with Lindsay. 120 with Kirby. 120 with Kirby now. 120 with Kirby. 130 with Lindsay. 130 with Lindsay, Kirby. 140 with Kirby. 140 with Kirby now. 140 with Kirby, Lindsay. 140 with Kirby. 140, 150 with Lindsay. 150 with Lindsay now. 160 with Kirby. 160 with Kirby now. 160 with Kirby. 170 with Lindsay. 170 with Lindsay ahead of you, Kirby. 170, 180 with Kirby at 180. 180 with Kirby. Kirby's telephone bidder at 180. 190 with Lindsay. 190 with Lindsay now. At 190 with Lindsay ahead of you. Stay with me now. Are you sure, Kirby? 190 with Lindsay. Kirby gave me the out signal, and I can sell to Lindsay's telephone bidder at 190,000. I think you have it, Lindsay. Anybody else in the room like to join in? 190,000. Lindsay's telephone bid, 190 last time. Congratulations, Lindsay, 190,000. Fine watercolor, fine price, fine watercolor, 190,000. And Lindsay's telephone bidder is 638. My hammer's not as loud as Dave's. That's okay. Yes. Lot number 204 is next. The wonderful James Wilson Race View of the Seine, Paris. Lot 204 is next. The first of 5 works by James Wilson Race in this evening's sale. And I have $18,000 a bid in this lot. 19,000, 20 now. At several places. 22,500 center. 25,000 ladies bid. 27,500 over here. 27,500. 30,000 ladies bid at 32,500. 32,500. 32,500. Would you like to go 35? 32,500. Gentlemen's bid at 32,500 and 35,000. Thank you. Ladies bid at 35,000. Ladies bid at 35,000. They're talking about it. 37,500. Ahead of you, madam. 36. She shakes her head. At 37,000, 40,000 with Tebow on the telephone. 40,000 with Tebow on the telephone at 40,000. Would you like to go 42.5? He's giving me the out signal. Thank you. Nice and clear. 40,000 with Tebow at 40,000. I'm selling at 40,000 last time. Here's Tebow. Thank you. 40,000. Well done. Fine, Maurice. Fine price. That's paddle 658. Lot number 205 is next. The Emily Carr mooring tugboat, Stanley Park. For those of us who are from Vancouver, that you can see Stanley Park. You can see the North Shore Mountains in the background. And I have $40,000 to bid in this lot at 40,000, 42.5 now, 45,000 at $45,000. Any advance now at $45,000? At $45,000, are we all through? 47,500, 50,000 ahead of you online. The bid is right here, back with me at 50,000. The bid is here, 55,000 with Lindsay. Thank you so much, Lindsay. At 55,000 with Lindsay. At 55,000. Lindsay's telephone bidder at 55,000. 60,000. New bidder in the room at 60,000. Ahead of you, Lindsay. 65,000. Another new bidder. 65,000. Ladies bid right at the back. 007. 70,000. Paddle 14. 70,000. Paddle 14. 70,000. 70,000. 75,000. 007. 75,000. 75,000. 007. 75,000. Online, 80,000. I took the online bidder at first. 80,000 online. 80,000 ahead of you in the room. Online at 80,000. You can see the bid here at 85,000. She's back in. 85,000. Ladies seated right at the back at 85,000. 90,000 with Lindsay. Well done, Lindsay. Thank you so much, Lindsay. 90,000 with Lindsay. 95,000. I like her bidding. 95,000. Ladies bid seated right at the back at 95,000. 95,000 ahead of you, Lindsay, at 95,000. 95,000, 007 at 95,000. And I can sell at 95,000 last time. Hammer is up at 95,000 last time. Sold, 95,000, 007. Thank you so much. And I think David told me that was Mrs. Bond. That's the new James Bond. Female James Bond. Lot 206 is next. Lot 206. The WP Weston is next. A showstopper in our four-city preview across the country. The WP Weston, the circa 1941 Weston. And I have $25,000 a bid in this lot. 27,500. 30,000 now to the order. $30,000. The bid is right here with me at $30,000. At 32.5, 35 back with me. 35 back with me. My absentee bidder, 37.5, 40,000 back with me. 40,000 back with me at 40,000. My absentee bidder, 42.5, 45 back with me. 45 back with me at 45. 47.5, 50,000 back with me. 50,000 back with me. The bid is right here. It's my absentee, 55, 60 back with me. My absentee bidder at 60,000. My absentee bidder at 65, 70 with me. 70 with me now. My absentee bidder at 70, 75, 80 with me. 80,000 with me now. 80,000 with me. I saw your bid in the room. It's back here at 80,000. The bid is back here at 80,000. Online, 85. Thank you, Clara. Online at 85. It's an online bidder. I heard Ainsley say, are you out? 85,000 online. Are you bidding, madam? 85,000 ahead of you. Ah, there you are, 90,000. Thank you. She's still with me at 90,000. She's still with us in the room at 90,000. Ladies bid at 90,000. In the room at $90,000. Ladies seated at 90,000. At $90,000, and I can sell at 90,000. We all through? At 90,000. Kirby's 95,000 with Kirby. There's an online bid came in too, but I took Kirby at 95. I took Kirby at 95. Would you like to go 100? 95 with Kirby now at 95. 95, I saw an online bid as well. 95 with Kirby at 95. Kirby's telephone bidder, and I am selling at $95,000 to Kirby's telephone bidder. The hammer is up. Last time, 100,000. She has a big smile on her face at 100,000. At 100,000. Isn't it just so fun? 110. That's not a bid. Sorry, Clara. 100. 100,000 in the room at 100,000. At 100,000 now in the room, and I am selling at $100,000. Your last chance. 110. 110 with Kirby now. 110. 110. 120, shall we? Stay with me now. 110 with Kirby at 110, and I can sell at 110,000 last time. They're thinking about it at 110,000 with Kirby. Yours, Kirby. Thank you so much. 110,000 with Kirby. Yes. Lot 110,000, and that's paddle 603. Lot number 207 is next. Lot number 207, the Emily Carr Woods Edge. The fine Emily Carr. This work was sold by Kenneth G. Heffel Fine Art Inc. in Vancouver in 1980, so it's fitting that we would have it in our 30th anniversary sale. When we were putting the sale together, you know, it was fun to get certain lots that Kenneth Heffel had sold back in 80 or 82, and this is one of them. And I have outside interest in this lot, although I can start at 210, 220, 230, 240 now to the absentee bidder. At 240,000 now to the absentee bidder at 240,000. 250, 260 back with me. 260 with me at 260. My absentee bidder at 260. The bid is right here. 270, 280 with me. 280 with me now. The bid is right here with me at 280,000. The bid is right here with me at 280. 290 online. 300 back with me. Thank you, Clara. 300 with me. $300,000 to the online bidder at $300,000. My online bidder to the absentee bidder at $300,000. My absentee bidder at $300,000. My absentee bidder at $300,000. Are we all through? At $300,000. There was a bid in the room earlier at $300,000, and I can sell $325 online. $350 back with me. $350 back with me. You could see the online coming in, but it's back to my absentee bidder at $350,000. My absentee bidder at $350,000. $375, $400. Now that's a new bidder, Alec. $400,000 back with me. $400,000 back with me, Alec. $400,000 ahead of you, Alec. He says he's out at $400,000. I think the absentee bidder may have it at $400,000, and I can sell at $400,000 last time. Sold $400,000 to the absentee bidder. And that is paddle 556. Yeah, that deserves clapping. That was pretty good. I thought it was exciting. Lot number 208 is next. The 1915 Tom Thompson, and another work sold by Kenneth G. Heffel Fine Art Inc. in 1980. It's an honor for us to bring this work back. Ken sold this in 1980, and I have $400,000 has been in this lot at $400,000 now. In advance at $425 now. At $425,000 now. In advance at $425,000. Are we all through? The bid is right here with me. $450 online. $475 ahead of you online. $475. The bid is back here with me at $475. At $475 ahead of you, Rochelle, at $475. The bid is back. $500 with Rochelle. $500 with Rochelle now That's a new bid with Rochelle at $500,000. Consignment specialist Rochelle at $500,000 on the telephone, right at the back at $500,000. At $500,000, are we all through? I saw an online bid come in as well earlier, though. At $500,000, it's Rochelle's bid at $500,000, and I can sell at $500,000. Are we all through? At $500,000. Last time, $500,000. Fair warning, your last chance in the digital sale room. Yours, Rochelle, $500,000. Well done. Congratulate your bidder, Rochelle. 695. Lot number 209 is next. There's Sir Frederick Grant Banting, glacier off south shore of Bylot Island. The Arctic bantings are very rare. It's a 1927 trip that he took up on the Beothic, the government's supply ship, the Beothic, a very rare piece, and I have $35,000 a bid in this, $37,500, $40,000 now, at $40,000. Any advance now? At $40,000. Down it goes at $40,000. Are we all through? At $42,500 with Thibault. I see an online bid as well, but I took Thibault's bid at $42,500. $42,500 with Thibault, $45,000 online. Thank you, Clara. $45,000 online, $47,500 with Thibault. At $47,500 with Thibault at $47,500. Is that a bid, Rochelle? $50,000 with Rochelle. I took Rochelle first. $55,000 with Thibault. $55,000 with Thibault. $55,000 with Thibault. $60,000 online. $60,000 online to the online bidder at $60,000. $65,000 with Thibault. $65,000 with Thibault now. The bid is with consignment specialist Thibault Bennett. $70,000. $70,000 online now. Ahead of you both on the phone at $70,000, $75,000 with Thibault. $75,000 with Thibault at $75,000. With $80,000. $80,000 online now. $80,000. Stay with me now, Thibault. $80,000 ahead of you, Thibault. $80,000 ahead of you. $80,000. One more, shall we, Thibault? $85,000 with Thibault. $85,000 with consignment specialist Thibault Bennett. Flew it all the way from the Vancouver office. $85,000 with Thibault at $85,000. With Thibault at $85,000. The bid is in the room, not yours online, and I'm going to sell to Thibault's $90,000 online. The online bidding app and the digital sale room at Heffel.com is working great. It's $90,000 ahead of you, Thibault, at $90,000. Ahead of you, Thibault, at $90,000. $95,000 with Thibault. $95,000 with Thibault now at $95,000. At $95,000, not yours in the digital sale room at Heffel.com, at $95,000 with Thibault at $95,000, and I can sell to Thibault's telephone bidder at $95,000. The hammer is up online, $100,000 online. $100,000 online now, $100,000. Oh, well, you did have the bid there at $100,000. At $100,000 online, $110,000 with Thibault. $110,000 with Thibault now at $110,000. $110,000 with Thibault. Ahead of you in the digital sale room. The bid is in the room with Thibault on the telephone at $110,000. Not yours in the digital sale room at Heffel.com. And I'm selling to Thibault's telephone bidder at $110,000 last time. Thibault's telephone bidder. You have it, Thibault. That's yours, $110,000. And Thibault is paddle. Oh, Thibault's 655. Interesting. Okay, thank you, Thibault. Have a quick glass of water. Lot number 210 is next. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 210 is next. The A.Y. Jackson, an artwork of national significance, souvenir of Kispiox, a vibrant ode to Gippsland lifeways and lands, an important Jackson canvas from the Skeena River trip. And it's an honor to bring this work to auction at Heffel, and was a showstopper in the previews across the country. And I have $400,000 to bid in this lot, $425,000 already now. At $425,000 now. Any advance at $425,000? At $425,000 now, already at $425,000. The bid is back here with me at $425,000. At $450,000, thank you, Ainsley. With Ainsley at $450,000. $475,000, back with me, Ainsley, at $475,000. The bid is right here with me at $500,000 with Ainsley. Well done, Ainsley. Consignment specialist Ainsley Heffel at $500,000 now. Back of the room on the telephone with Ainsley at $500,000. The bid is with Ainsley in red. She shows up nicely in red at $500,000. Ainsley's telephone bidder at $500,000. Ahead of you in the room, the bid is on the telephone at $500,000. And ahead of you online, if there's any online bidders who would like to join in, the bid is with Ainsley at $500,000. And I can sell to Ainsley's telephone bidder at $500,000. Fair warning, your last chance in the digital sale room and your last chance in the room at $500,000. I am selling to Ainsley's telephone bidder at $500,000 last time. Yours, Ainsley. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulate my friend for me at $500,000. And Ainsley is paddle 608. Lot number 211 is next. Lot number 211 is next. The circa 1934 Emily Carr. And I have $100,000 to start. 100,000. 110 now already. At 110,000 now. Any more at 110,000? Are we all through? At $110,000. 120 online. I took the online bidder first. At 120 online at 120. 130 with Alec. At 130 with Alec. 130 in the room on the telephone at 130. Not yours in the digital sale room. At 130,000. Alec's telephone bidder at 130,000. And I can sell at $130,000. The hammer is up at 130,000. Last chance. Your last chance in the digital sale run. I am selling at 130,000 last time. Sold 130,000. Congratulations, Alec, to my bidder, to your bidder. Paddle 665, 130,000. Fabulous, Emily Carr. Lot number 212 is next. Lot number 212. The A.Y. Jackson canvas, a Quebec village, is a career-defining canvas. Jackson considered this work to be one of his among a short list of his most important paintings. I don't know why that was a tongue twister, but it was. Jackson considered this to be one of his finest paintings, and I have outside interest in this lot, although I can start at $500,000 a bid in this lot. 525 now already. At $525,000 now. Any advance at $525,000? At $550,000 with Daniel. $575 back with me, Daniel. $575 back with me, Daniel. $575. $600,000 with Daniel. At $600,000 with Daniel now at $600,000. At $600,000. Anybody in the room like to join in? With Daniel at $600,000. Are you bidding, Rochelle? With Daniel at $600,000. And I can sell at $600,000. Fair warning once. Fair warning twice. Are you bidding, Rochelle? She's asked me to wait. At $600,000. $625, shall we, Rochelle? At $600,000. Rochelle says she's out, and I am selling to Daniel's telephone bidder at $600,000 last time. Here's Daniel, $600,000. Thank you so much. And that is paddle 675. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Lot 213 is next, the A.J. Casson Village in the Rock Country, and the 1966 Casson Village in the Rock Country. 60s are prime period for Casson, and I have $120,000 a bid in this lot. To the order at 120, 130, 140, back with me. 140,000, back with me at 140. Back with me at $140,000 now. 150, 160, back with me. 160, back with me now at 160. 160, 170, and my absentee bidder is out. At 170,000 with Alec at 170,000. 180 with Rochelle. 180 with Rochelle. 180 with Rochelle. Colleagues bidding against each other on the phone. 180 with Rochelle. 190 with Alec. 190 with Alec. At 190 with Alec at 190. 190 with Alec. Alec's telephone bidder at 190. Stay with me, Rochelle. 190. At 190 with Alec, and I can sell to Alec's telephone bidder at 200. 200 with Rochelle at 200. 200,000 ahead of you, Alec. 210 with Alec. 210 with Alec now. At 210 now with Alec at 210. Not yours, Rochelle. At 210,000. I am selling at $210,000. The hammer is up. Fair warning. Your last chance, Rochelle. 220 with Rochelle. At 220 with Rochelle now at 220. 230 with Alec. 230 with Alec now. At $230,000 with Alec at 230,000. Your last chance, Rochelle, and I am selling. Fair warning once, fair warning twice. Down it goes at 230,000. Rochelle's asking me to wait. We've got dinner plans. 230,000. How long do we have to wait? 240,000 with Rochelle. At 240,000 with Rochelle at 240,000. 250. Now that's quicker. 250 with Alec. 250 with Alec now at 250,000. Alec's a quicker bidder. Rochelle says she's out. I think you have it, Alec, at $250,000 last time. Down it goes. Selling now at Heffel, 250,000. Here's Alec, 250,000. And Alec has paddled 665. Thank you so much. Alec, congratulate our bidder for us. Lot number 214 is next. Lot number 214, the 1931 Georgian Bay J.H. McDonald, showing here up on the screens. And I have $45,000 a bid on this lot, $47,500 already now at $47,500. Any of it? $50,000 online, $55,000 back with me online bidder. The bid is right here back with me at $55,000, not yours online yet. At $55,000, the bid is back here with me at $55,000. The bid is back here with me at $55,000, not yours online. $55,000, back here at $55,000, not yours online. The bid is with me at $55,000. Are you coming back in, online bidder? $60,000, thank you. $60,000, maybe this is going to be your lucky one at $60,000. Lady seated in the room at $60,000, and I can sell at $60,000. Fair warning, last time, $60,000. Yours, madam. Thank you so much. $60,000. Congratulations. And that is paddle, I think it was 14, wasn't it? Paddle 14? Paddle 14, yeah. $60,000, and paddle 014 is the number. Finally, they were at the earlier sales, and they finally, and they bid very good bids. They finally, there's seats here if anybody's looking for a seat. I don't know if he wants to come up front, but okay. Lot number 215 is next. Lot number 215 is next. The A.Y. Jackson, the 1925 A.Y. Jackson. And I have $20,000 a bid on this lot. $22,500 now. $25,000 back to the order. 27 online, 30 now back with me. 30,000 back with me now at 30,000. The bid is right here with me at 30,000. 32.5 with Ainsley. 35,000 back with me. 35,000. Note the bid's here in the book at 37,500 online. Several online bidders come in. Several online bidders come in. 37,000, 40,000 with Ainsley. 40,000. I see your online bid, but I took Ainsley first. 42.5 online. At 45 with Ainsley, at 45 with Ainsley, at 45. 45 with Ainsley. 47.5 with Lindsay. 47.5. Maybe my app's not working. 50,000 with Ainsley. 50,000 with Ainsley. 55 with Lindsay. 55 with Lindsay. 55 with Lindsay. 55 with Lindsay. 60 online. I'm not seeing it, but okay, 60 online. 60 online now. 60 online. 65 with Lindsay first. At 65 with Lindsay. 65 with Lindsay now. Was that a bid? 70,000 with Rochelle. 70,000 with Rochelle now at 70,000. 70,000 with Rochelle at 70,000. 70,000 with Rochelle at 70,000. 75 online. At 75 online, thank you. I'm not at the moment, 75 online. 80,000 with Rochelle. At 80,000 with Rochelle at 80,000. At 80,000 with Rochelle. Let's see if I can. 80,000 with Rochelle. Okay, good. 80,000, thank you. 85 online. 85 online. 85 online. 90,000. 90,000 with Rochelle at 90,000. With Rochelle at 90,000. With Rochelle at 90,000. 95 online. 95 online now. 95 online at 95. 100,000 with Rochelle. 100,000 with Rochelle at 100,000. 100,000 with Rochelle at 100,000. 100,000 with Rochelle. Let me know if an online bid comes in at 100,000 with Rochelle at $100,000, and I can sell the next bid's 110 online. The next bid's 110, and it is online at 110. The next bid is 110. I now have 110. Next bid's 120. 110 to the online bidder at 110. Rochelle says she's out, and I can sell to the online bidder at 110, right? 110 to the online bidder at 110,000. Your last chance. Down it goes. 110,000 to the online bidder. 1279. I think it's working. I think it's working now. I think it's back. One brief second. Oh, really? Hey, Jawad, can you come down here for a sec? Is he coming down? One brief intermission while we check something. I'll have a drink of water. It's been an eventful evening with the HBC and then the fire alarm. How exciting was that Hudson space sale, huh? The Lillian McKim was very exciting as well. And this is exciting, this sale. It's turning out to be very exciting. And yeah, thank God there's no fire alarm. Okay, good. Okay, technical issues solved. In the old days when we first started doing our auctions 30 years ago, we were the first to stream our auctions live on the internet. I think that was it May 2000? But we didn't have online bidding back then, which is a whole new. Anyhow, lot number 216 is next. Lot number 216 is next. The AJ Casson, the wonderful AJ Casson canvas showing here, and I have several competing absentee bids on this lot. I'm going to have to run through them pretty quick. I'm going to have to start above estimate. 100, 110, 120, 130, 130, 140, 150, 160 back with me. Competing absentee bids, $160,000. The bid is right here with me at $160,000. The bid is right here with me at 160 with 170 in the room. 170 in the room, and my absentee bidder is out. 180. He's back in online. 180. I know who that fellow is as well. 180 to the online bidder at 180,000. To the online bidder at 180,000. In the room, 190. Thank you, David. 190 in the room. 200,000 online. 200,000 online. 210 in the room. 210 in the room. Ladies bid in the room, seated at 210. 220 online. 220 online, 230. Thank you. She's a decisive bidder. 230 in the room. In the room, 240 online. 240, 250 in the room. 250 in the room now at 250. In the room at 250,000. Online, 260. Online, 260 now. Online, 260. Online at 260,000. 270, ladies bid. She's a decisive bidder. 270 in the room. 280 online. 280, she looks disappointed. 280 online. 280 online. 290 in the room. 290 in the room now at 290. In the room at 290. 300 online. 300 online. Next bid's actually 325. 300 online. Next bid's 325. 300 online. I can sell. She shakes her head. I can sell to the online bidder at $300,000. Thank you for your bids. This is a new online bidder. 325,000. Another new online bidder at 325,000. $325,000 now. To the online bidder at 325,000. To the online bidder. That's a new online bidder at 325,000. Are you coming back in, the other online bidder? 350 online. He's back in. That's the original online bidder at $350,000 online. At $350,000 online at $350,000. Online at $350,000, and I can sell to the online bidder at $350,000 last time. 375,000. 375,000 in the room at 375,000. The bid is right here in the room at 375,000. Ladies bid in the room at 375,000. Next bid is 400,000 online. At 400,000 online, I am going to sell to the online bidder last time at 400,000. Would you like to go 425? At $400,000, are we all through? At $400,000, at $400,000, 425 in the room. At 425 in the room now at 425. In the room at 425,000 now. In the room at 425,000. In the room at 425,000. The bid is right here. Ladies bid in the room at 425,000. Hammer is up. And I am selling, not yours in the digital sale room at heffel.com. And I am selling ladies bid at 425,000 last time. Yours, madam. Thank you so much. 425,000. Paddle 44. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Lot 217 is next. Lot 217, the important Varley canvas, Natasha. And I have $45,000 a bid in this lot. $47,500 now. At $47,500. Any advance now? $47,500. Are we all through? At $47,500. Down it goes at $47,500. 50 online. I see that. 55 ahead of you online. 2 online bidders. Ahead of you both at $55,000. The bid is back here with me at $55,000. The bid is back here with me at $55,000. You would think one of the online bidders would come back in. At $55,000. The bid is back here with me at $55,000. Not yours in the digital sale room. The bid is right here with me at $55,000. Are you coming back in? There were 2 online bidders. At $55,000, anybody in the room like to join in as well? The bid is right here with me at $55,000. And the hammer is up at $55,000. The bid is with me at $55,000. Not yours in the digital. $60,000 in the room. That's a new online bidder. But I took the room first at $60,000. I took the room first at $60,000. At $60,000 in the room at $60,000. Ladies bid at $60,000. Ladies bid at $60,000. I'm going to sell to the lady in the room at $60,000 last time. Sorry? You're asking me to wait? At $60,000. Lady in the room at $60,000. Here's madam, $60,000. Congratulations. And sorry, your paddle again? Paddle 60, thank you. Paddle 60, 60,000. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm going to have a glass of water. Thank you. Lot number 218 is next. The James Wilson Maurice is next. Our feature cover lot this evening, ladies and gentlemen, our feature cover lot of the Canadian Impressionists and Modern Art from an important Spanish collection. This work was exhibited in the Salon de Autumn in 1907, a landmark work in the artist's career. And we feel it's the finest James Wilson Maurice that Heffel's had the privilege to bring to market. It's a real honor. This painting's never been in Canada. It's always been in Europe. So it's not come back to Canada, but it's come into Canada from Spain, an important Spanish collector. He was a head of a Balboa bank years ago, and it was in his family for over 100 years. And I have $400,000 has been in this lot, $425,000. I know Kirby's client is very busy, and I've started at $425,000. Kirby's yelled out $975,000. Lauren's yelled out $1 million. So we've jumped ahead $1 million of Lauren. A lot of our clients are busy people, and they're busy running major companies. $100,000 with Lauren. At $100,000 with Lauren now. At $100,000, $1 million with Lauren. $1 million. $1 million with Lauren now. At $1 million. At $1 million. $1 million with Lauren now. $1 million. At $1 million with Lauren. Next bid's $1,050,000. At $1 million with Lauren now at $1 million. At $1 million with Lauren at $1 million. Still excellent value, Kirby. $1,050,000, shall we, Kirby? At $1 million with Lauren, they're side by side and colleagues competing with Lauren at $1 million. At $1 million now. Stay with me. Stay with me, Kirby. $1 million. $1 million with Lauren. David thinks Tebow's coming in. $1 million with Lauren now. At $1 million, $1,050,000 in the room. $1,050,000 in the room. Gentlemen seated, $1,050,000. 1.1 with Lauren. 1150. 1150. 1150 now. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2 on the telephone. 1-2 on the telephone. 1-2 on the telephone. They shook their head. 1-2 on the telephone with Lauren at $1,200,000. Gentleman in the room shook his head. I think you might have it, Lauren. Kirby, you don't have it. It's with Lauren at $1,200,000, and I can sell at $1,250,000 with Kirby at $1,250,000 now. $1,003,000 with Lauren. $1,003,000 with Lauren now. $1,003,000. $1,003,000 with Lauren. $1,003,000 with Lauren now. $1,003,000. They're colleagues and they're bidding against each other. $1,003,000. $1,003,000 with Lauren. $1,003,000 with Lauren. Kirby, are you bidding? Stay with me, Kirby. $1,003,000 with Lauren. Kirby's asking me to wait at $1,003,000. You want to go higher increment? $1,350,000 with Kirby. $1,350,000 with Kirby. Thank him so much. $1,350,000. $1,004,000 with Lauren. $1,004,000 with Lauren now. $1,004,000. $1,004,000 with Lauren. $1,004,000 with Lauren now. $1,004,000. It's only money. And this is, how do you put a price on eternity? $1,004,000 with Lauren. At $1,004,000 with Lauren. At $1,004,000 with Lauren. Would you let it go $1,450,000, Kirby? Tell him I think he should. At $1,004,000 with Lauren at $1,004,000, and I can sell at $1,400,000. $1,450,000 with $1,450,000 with Kirby. Thank you so much, Kirby. Thank you to the phone bidder, Kirby, at $1,450,000. $1,450,000 with Kirby. Next bid's $1,500,000. Next bid is $1,500,000 with Lauren at $1,500,000. Next bid is $1,500,000 with Lauren at $1,500,000. With Lauren at $1,500,000. With Lauren at $1,500,000. And I can sell at $1,500,000 now. The hammer is up, Kirby, at $1,500,000. Fair warning once. Fair warning twice. fair warning for the third and last time. Are you truly out, Kirby? At 1 million, he says, Kirby says she's out. At 1,500,000, I can sell to Lauren's telephone bidder at 1,500,000 last time. Thank you so much, Lauren. Thank you, my bidder, 2-year bidder, 1,500,000. And Lauren's telephone bidder is 607. Ladies and gentlemen, we broke a record there for James Wilson Maurice. That was a long-standing record. That's I'm pleased to announce that's a new record for James Wilson Maurice, and that record held for a long time because major Maurice canvases, they just don't come up very often, canvases of that quality. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to pause again, ladies and gentlemen. I need a glass of water, so we're going to pause. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. It has been an eventful evening, that's for sure. Take a second here. We good? Lot number 219 is next, the Henrietta Shore, the wonderful Henrietta Shore, Children and Nannies by the Sea, the oil on canvas, the wonderful circa 1918 Henrietta Shore. And I have $15,000 a bid in this, 15, 16 now, 17, at $17,000 already at $17,000. Any advance now, it's $17,000. At $17,000, are we all through? At $17,000 now. Are you bidding on the telephone, Mary Jo? At $17,000. At $17,000. Down it goes at $17,000. At $17,000. Mary Jo was on the phone, but she's not. At $17,000 last time. Your last chance in the room. Down it goes at $17,000 last time. Pass that lot, $17,000. Lot number 220 is next, the Aristide Mayol, the Mayol sculpture, the wonderful Mayol sculpture that Limpson's boss, a beautiful cast bronze, number 3 of an edition of 6 with the Alexis Roudier Paris Foundry mark. And I have $200,000 a bid in this lot, 200, 210 now, 220, 230, 230 already, 240, 240 back with me. At $240,000 now. Any advance at $240,000, $250,000 with Marie Helen at $250,000 now. At $250,000 with Marie Helen at $250,000. And I can sell to Marie Helen's telephone bidder at $250,000. Anybody else in the room like to join in? At $250,000. Your last chance in the room. Marie Helen's telephone bidder at $250,000 last time. Here's Marie Helen. Congratulations, $250,000. Paddle 651. Congratulations. Lot 221 is next. The James Wilson Maurice, The Crossing, the circa 1912 James Wilson Maurice. And I have $80,000 a bid in this lot. 85, 90 now. At $90,000. Any advance now at $90,000? At $90,000. Are we all through at $90,000? Lauren's asking me at 95. 100 back with me, Lauren. 100 back with me now, 100. At 100,000 back with me at 110 with Lauren. At $110,000. Lauren's telephone bidder at 110,000. I can sell at 110,000 last time. Sold to you, Lauren, 110,000. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lauren. Paddle 607 again. Lot number 222 is next. A large and spectacular work by Cornelius Craigoff. Ladies and gentlemen, please note proceeds from the sale of this work will benefit the Indigenous and Canadian art collection in the Art Gallery of Ontario through the support of Aqueduct Foundation. Aqueduct Foundation manages over $1 billion in charitable assets across Canada. And this wonderful Craigoff with the assistance of Aqueduct Foundation, the funds are going to the Art Gallery of Ontario, to the Canadian Indigenous and Canadian Art Collection. So it's a win-win for yeah, exactly. A win-win for everybody. And with that in mind, I can still start at a modest $70,000 a bid in this lot. $75,000 now. That's $75,000. $80,000 in the room now at $80,000. In the room at $80,000. $85,000. I took the person in the room first at $85,000. At $85,000 in the room, I feel like we have a long ways to go. $90,000. I took the room first with Daniel. I took it with Daniel. $95,000 online. $95,000 online. To the online bidder at $95,000. $110,000. Or $100,000 with Mary Jo. $100,000 with Mary Jo. $110. $120 in the room. $120 in the room now. $120. $120 in the room. $130 with Daniel. $130 with Daniel. I see the online bids as well. $130 with Daniel. $130 with Daniel. $140 with Thibault. I took Thibault first. $140 with Thibault. $150 with Daniel. $150 with Daniel. $160 with Thibault. $160 with Thibault. $160, $170 with Daniel. $170 with Daniel. $180 with Thibault. $180 with Thibault. $180 with Thibault. $190 with Daniel. $190 with Daniel. $190 with Daniel. Online $200, thank you. Online $200. The bid is online $200. $210 with Daniel. $210 with Daniel now. $210 with Daniel. $210 with Daniel. $210 with Daniel. Now would be a good time to join in, Mary Jo. Online $220. Online $220. Thank you so much, Clara, for pointing out the bid. $230 with Daniel. $230 with consignment specialist Daniel, and it was Daniel that signed this painting up at $230,000 on the telephone with Daniel at $230,000. $240,000, new bidder with Mary Jo. Mary Jo's in now. $250 with Daniel. I see online bids coming in as well. $250 with Daniel. $250 with Daniel now at $250. $250 with Daniel. $250 with Daniel now at $250. $260 with Mary Jo. $270 with Daniel. $270 with Daniel. $270 with Daniel. $270 with Daniel. $270 with Daniel, Mary Jo. $280 with Mary Jo. $280 with Mary Jo. $290 with Daniel. $290 with Daniel. $290 for the wonderful Krigoff. Online $300. He's faster. Online $300. $325 with Daniel. $325 with Daniel now at $325. With Daniel at $325. With Daniel, not yours, Mary Jo, with Daniel at $325. A little more urgency, $350 now with Mary Jo. $350, stay with me, Daniel. $350 with Mary Jo. $375 with Daniel, he's back in. $375 with Daniel. $375 with Daniel now. Online, $400,000. Thank you, Clara. $400,000 online. Determined multiple bidders. $425 with Daniel. $425 with Daniel. $425 with Daniel. $450 with Mary Jo. $450. $475 with Daniel. $475 with Daniel. With Daniel, $470. $500,000. Nice round number. $500,000 with Mary Jo. $500,000 with Mary. $525 with Daniel. $525 with Daniel now at $525. Daniel's telephone bidder at $525,000. $525,000 with Daniel at $525,000. Mary Jo's phone bidder is thinking about it. $525,000 with Daniel. Mary Jo says she's out. Daniel, I think you may have it, Daniel, at $525,000, and I can sell to Daniel's telephone bidder at $525,000 last time. Here's Daniel. Thank you so much. $525,000. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a record for Cornelius Krigoff at auction, deservedly so. Lot number 223 is next, for those of you that missed out on the other James Wilson Maurice paintings. Lot 223 is next. And I have $19,000 has bid on this wonderful Maurice this Maurice was exhibited at the recently featured landmark exhibition, 2025 exhibition at the Venice and the McMichael collection, which has been extended, the wonderful show, widely exhibited in Sandra Percausi's authoritative monograph on Maurice in Venice. And I have $19,000 a bid in this lot at $19.20 online, $22,500 ahead of you. At $22,500 ahead of it, $25,000, $27,500 online, or $27,500 back with me. $30,000 online, $30,000 online now at $30,000. $32,500 in the room first at $32,500. $32,500 in the room at $32,500. Online, $35,000. Online at $35,000. Online, $37,500 in the room. At $37,500 in the room at $37,500. $40,000 online. $40,000 online now at $40,000. $40,000, the bid is right here. $42,500 in the room. At $42,500 in the room at $45,000 online. At $45,000 online now at $45,000. At $45,000, and I can sell to the online bidder at $40,000. Would you like to go again, sir? At $47,500. Paddle 8. Glad I asked. $50,000 online. Determined online bidder. $50,000 online. He shakes his head in the room. Are you sure now, sir? At $50,000, still excellent value. At $50,000, and I can sell to the online bidder. Are you sure now, sir? At $50,000 for the James Wilson Maurice canvas, recently exhibited at the McMichael. At 50, he says he's out. At $50,000 last time. $50,000 to the online bidder. Congratulations to the online bidder. Thank you, sir. And that is paddle 1558. Lot 224 is next. The Cornelius Craigoff toboggan sliding from Quebec Citadel, the oil and canvas, the wonderful Craigoff showing Habadon's tobogganing on this with the Citadel, from the Citadel. And I have $37,500 a bid in this lot at $37,500 now. Any advance? $42,500 now already at $42,500. Any advance now? At $42,500. Are we all through? At $42,500. The bid is here, right here with me, $45,000 online. At $45,000 to the online bidder at $45,000, and I can sell at $47,500 in the room. $47,500 in the room. 007, $50,000. $50,000 online. 2 online bidders came in. $50,000 online. It's not yours in the room. $50,000 online at $50,000. $55,000. $55,000 in the room now at $55,000. In the room at $55,000. In the room at $55,000. $60,000 online. $60,000 online. $60,000 online. They're so far back. $65,000 online now. Another online bidder at $65,000. Another $70,000 online. Another online bidder. I took the online bidder first. $70,000. All you have to do is bid. Go put it up. $75,000. There you go. $75,000 in the room. Thank you so much. Wonderful bidder. $80,000 in the digital sale room. $80,000 online now at $80,000. $80,000 online at $80,000. She said go again. $85,000. Thank you. $85,000. $85,000. $85,000. Online, $90,000. $90,000 online now, $90,000. In the room, $95,000. Thank you, David. $95,000. 007 in the room at $95,000. Online, $100,000. $100,000. They're talking about it. $100,000. $100,000. One of them shakes her head and the other says, go for it. $100,000. $100,000 at $100,000. Would you like to go 110? At $100,000. I still think it's good value. $100,000 at $100,000. Fair warning once, fair warning twice. 110. She's back in. 110. 110 in the room. 110. 120 online. At $120,000 online at $120. At $120,000, are we all done? At $120,000, I'll give you the courtesy to ask again. $120 online. $130. 130 in the room. 130 in the room now, 130. At 130,000, and I can sell in the room at 130,000 for 140 online. 140 online. At 140, they're having a serious conversation. All three of them are having 140 online. 140 online. At 140, 150. 150 in the room. 150 in the room now, 150. In the room, not yours in the digital sale room, at $150,000. In the room at $150,000. The hammer is up, and I am selling now. Fair warning, last time, $150,000 for the Craigoff. Paddle 7, 007, $150,000. 007. Lot number 225 is next. Lot 225, the James Wilson Maurice along the Seine. The work that was formerly in the collection of the Terra Foundation for American Art in Chicago, an important collection. And I have $47,500. Start me in this lot. $50,000 now. At $50,000. Any advance now at 50? At $50,000. Are we all through? At $50,000 now. Are we all done at $50,000? The bid is right here with me. 55 with Thibault. At $55,000 with Thibault. And I can sell to Thibault's telephone bidder at $55,000 last time. Here's Thibault, $55,000. Thibault, what's your paddle number? 658. Thank you so much, Thibault. Lot number 226 is next, the 1861 Craigoff. Lot 226 is next, and I have $50,000 to bid in this lot at 50, 55, 60 now. At $60,000. Any advance now? At $60,000, $65,000 in the room. At $65,000. The bid is right here in the room at $65,000, and I can sell at $65,000. Your last chance, everyone else in the room. Gentlemen seated at $70,000 online. $70,000 online. $70,000 online now at $70,000. 75, shall we, sir? At 75, 70,000 online at 70. At 70 online, would you like to go 75? And I am selling to the new online bidder, 75. New online bidder at 75. New online bidder at 75,000. And I'm selling to the 80,000, another online bidder. Another online bidder at 80,000 now. Paddle 1152 at $80,000. At $80,000, and I'm selling to the online bidder at $80,000. The hammer is up at $80,000 last time. 85,000 online. 85,000 online now at 85,000. At $85,000 online, get your clicks in quickly. At $85,000 online at 85,000. Paddle 1879, and I am selling to the online bidder at 85,000 last time. Hammer is up last time. At the hammer, 90 with Thibault. At the hammer, 90 with Thibault. You're not bidding. Was that a bid? Okay, 90,000 with Thibault. 90,000 with Thibault now at 90,000. At the hammer in the room with Thibault at $90,000. The room is murmuring. At $90,000 with Thibault at $90,000. Are you coming back in online? The bid is with Thibault at $90,000. With Thibault at 95,000 online. He's back in. And I'm saved. 95,000 back in. He's back in. Thibault 100 with Thibault. At 100 with Thibault now at 100. With Thibault at 100,000. The bid is in the room on the telephone at 100,000. Right at the back at 100,000. I am selling this time at $100,000. Last time, your last chance in the room. I'll give you a little bit of courtesy on this because I gave Thibault some courtesy. At 100,000 with Thibault at 100,000. Fair warning. Your last chance in the digital sale room last time. 100,000, that's yours, Thibault. 100,000, and it's Thibault. Thibault, what's your paddle? Oh, I think it was the same as 658, yeah. Lot 227 is next, the Lauren Harris, lot 227. And I have $80,000 a bid in this lot, $85,000 now. At $85,000. The bid is right here with me at $85,000 now, $90,000 online. At $90,000, two online bidders came in at $90,000, $95,000. At $95,000 online now at $95,000. At $95,000 online at $95,000. at $95,000. At $95,000, the hammer is up, and I can sell at 100,000. Gentlemen, right at the front, 100,000 in the room. I saw your online bid, but it's 100,000 in the room, 100,000 in the room, 110 online. 110 online. Would you like to go again? She's saying no, but you're thinking yes. 120. He's braver at 120,000. It's the wine. 120. Gentlemen in the room at 120,000. Not yours online. Gentlemen in the room at $120,000, and I can sell at $120,000 last time. Here, sir, congratulations. 120,000. And your paddle number is 129. Lot number 228 is next. Lot number 228 is next. The wonderful A.Y. Jackson canvas of Georgian Bay, the 1920 Georgian Bay Jackson canvas. And I have outside interest in this lot, although I can start at $100,000 to start now. 100,000, 110, 120 now, back with me. 120 back with me already. 120 with me already at 120. I see the online, but the bid is right here with me at 120,000. The bid is right here with me at 120,000. The bid is with me, my absentee bidder at 120,000, and I can sell at 120,000. 130 in the room, and my absentee bidder is out. I am lucky for you. 130 in the room. At 130, my absentee bidder is out, and I can sell in the room at $130,000. Last time, hammer is up. Your last chance. Ladies bid at 130,000. That'll look great in your new home. 130,000. 130,000, and the paddle was 14, I think. Yeah, 14. Thank you. Lot 229 is next. Lot 229 is next. Lot 229 is next. The circa 1920 Algoma Lauren Harris is next. And I have $70,000 a bid in this lot. 75,000, 80, 85 now. At $85,000. Any advance now? At $85,000. The bid is with me at 90,000 online. At $90,000 online now at $90,000. To the online bidder at $90,000. Would you like to come? Would you like to join in on this one, sir, in the room? At $90,000 ahead of you. It's online at $90,000, and I can sell at $90,000. The hammer is up. The bid is right here. Online at $90,000 last time. Online, $90,000 to the online bidder, paddle 1586. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Canadian Impressionists and Modern Art Sale. We're going to take a brief 5-minute break. It's not going to be a long break, so keep your paddles ready, and we'll be back. We'll be back in 5 minutes, very shortly. Stu, is my mic on? Or did I turn it off? I don't know which way is on. Can you hear me? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on. I told you it was a brief 5-minute break. We're going to continue on with the post-war and contemporary sale now. The same introduction applies. It's been an incredibly exciting evening. We're going to continue on with the post-war and contemporary sale. Ladies and gentlemen, settle down. We're going to continue on with the post-war. You can have a few beers, a glass of wine, loosen up a little bit, and bid even harder on the next session. So it's our pleasure to start off the post-war and contemporary art session. Lot 301 is next, the Rita La Tendre. We're honored to begin the post-war and contemporary art sale with works from the estate of Dr. Luigi Rossi. The first of 8 lots come from the deeply personal and thoughtfully curated group of works that reflect Dr. Rossi's lifetime passion for art. His home was truly filled with art and heart. And so we're very delighted to begin the sale with the Dr. Rossi collection. And very appropriate, the Dr. Rossi collection to start. Everybody settle down and pay attention. We're going to go with $19,000 to start on lot 301. At $19,000 now. Any advance at $19,000? 20, 22.5. At $22,500 now. At $22,500. $25,000 online. At $25,000 online now to the online bidder at $25,000. $27,500 online. At $27,500 online now at $30,000. $30,000 now online at $30,000 now online at $30,000 to the online bidder at $30,000. $32,500. Another online bidder. Several online bidders at $32,500 now. $35,000. Another online bidder at $35,000 at $35,000 now. At $35,000 at $35,000 paddle 1558 at $35,000. Paddle 1558 at $35,000. Are we all through? In the room at $37,500. In the room at $37,500. In the room at $37,500. It's your bid, sir, at $37,500. In the room at $40,000 online. Ahead of you, sir, at $40,000. Ahead of you at $40,000. Ahead of you at $40,000. Ahead of you. Would you like to go $42,500? At $40,000. The bid is right here, online, at $40,000 to paddle 1317. Not yours yet. It's online at $40,000, and I can sell at $40,000. Are we all done? Selling now, $42,500. Online first at $42,500. Online first at $42,500. Another online bidder came in, sir, at $42,500. Would you like to go $45,000 online now? At $45,000 online. Online, it's an online bidding war already. $47,500 online. At $47,500 online. At $47,500 online now. $47,500. At $47,500 online at $47,500. The hammer is up at $47,500. Your last chance. Everybody in the room's last chance as well. Online bidder at $47,500 last time. Sold $47,500 to the online bidder. And that is paddle 1493. Lot 302 is next. The wonderful Alex Janvier is next. The Alex Janvier from the estate of Dr. Luigi Rossi. The Janvier from the Rossi estate. And again, it's an honor to bring such an incredible collection to market as the Rossi collection. It's an honor. I mean, art with heart is exactly it. $40,000 a bid in this. $42,500. $45,000 now to the order. At $45,000 now to the order. $45,000 at $47,500. $50,000 back with me. $55,000. $60,000 back with me. $65,000. $70,000 back with me. $75,000. $80,000 back with me. $85,000 and my absentee bidder is out at $85,000 now, and my absentee bidder is out. 90,000 online first. 90,000 online first at 90,000. Online at 90,000. 95,000 with Kirby. 95,000, 100. 100 in the room. 100, 110. 110 with Kirby. 110 with Kirby now. At 110 with Kirby at 110. Online 120. Online 120. 130 with Kirby. 130 with Kirby now. 130. 130 with Kirby. 140 online. 140 online. 140. 150. 150 with Kirby. 150 with Kirby now. 150. Would you like to go 160, sir? Online 160. Ahead of you, Kirby. 160 online. 160 online now. 160. 160 online. 160 online. 170, shall we, Kirby? Stay with me now, Kirby. 170 online. The online bidders are staying with me. 170 online. 170 online now. At 170 online at 170,000. Online bidder at 170,000. And I can sell at 170,000. Are you coming back in, other online bidders? At 170,000, 180. 180 online. 180 online now. At 180 online, another online bidder at 180. 180 online. 180. 190 online. 190 online now, 190. At 190. At 190,000. Your last chance in the digital sale room. It's paddle 1578 at $190,000. Are we all through in the digital sale room at Heffel.com? At $190,000. At $190,000, and I can sell at $190,000 last time. 190, congratulations. 190,000. And that is paddle 1578. Lot number 303 is next. Lot number 303 is next. Back to Shinny. Back to Shinny, the wonderful Alex Janvier from the estate of Dr. Luigi Rossi. The wonderful Janvier from the Rossi estate. And I have $10,000 to start. 10,000, 11, 12, 13 now, 14 at $14,000. Any advance now at $14,000? Are we all through at $14,000? Down it goes at $14,000. 15,000 with Mary Jo. 15,000 with Mary Jo. I see an online bidder as well. 15, 16 online. 16 online now at 16. 16 online. 17 online. 17 online now at 17. 17 online. 18 online. 18 online. 19 with Mary Jo. 19 with Mary Jo now at 19. With Mary Jo at 19,000. 20,000 online. At 20,000 online. Bidding Mary Jo. $20,000 online now at 22,500 with Mary Jo. At 22,500 now with Mary Jo at 22,500. 25,000 online. 25,000 online. 25,000 online. 27,500 with Mary Jo. At 27,500 with Mary Jo at 20. On the telephone with Mary Jo. 30,000 online. 30,000 online. 30,000 online, 32,500 with Mary Jo. 32,500. Mary Jo's telephone bid at 32,500. Not yours online. 35,000 online now. At 35,000 online now at 35,000. To the online bidder at 37,500 with Mary Jo. At 37,500 with Mary Jo at 37,000. Online 40,000. Online at 40,000. Online at $40,000 now. 42,500 with Mary Jo. Mary Jo's staying with me at 42,500. At 42,500 with Mary Jo at 42,500. 45,000 online. 45,000 online. New online bidder, 47,500. I took the online bidder first at 47,000. Would you like to go 50? 50,000 with Mary Jo. 50,000 with Mary Jo now at 50,000. With Mary Jo at 50,000. With Mary Jo at $50,000 now. 55 online. 55 online. 55 online. 55 online, Mary Jo. 60, shall we? 55 online at 55, and I'm selling at $55,000. Would you like to go 60, Mary Jo? $55,000 to 60,000. 60,000 with Mary Jo on the telephone at 60,000. Well done, Mary Jo. Consignment specialist Mary Jo at 60,000. at $60,000, and I am selling to Mary Jo, $65,000 online, at $65,000, at $65,000, ahead of you, Mary Jo, at $65,000. The hammer is up at $65,000. Your last chance on the telephone. The bid is in the digital sale room at heffel.com at $65,000 last time. Sold, $65,000. That was a bit of a bidding war. Felt like Hudson's Bay. Lot 304 is next. Lot 304 is next, the Gershon Iskowitz. And I have competing absentee bids on this lot. The 1974 Iskowitz from the estate of Dr. Luigi Rossi, from the Rossi estate. And I have competing bids on this lot, $15,000, $16,000, $17,000, $18,000 a bid in this lot. At $18,000 now. Any advance now? $19,000, 20 back with me. 20 back with me. Back 22.5, 25 back with me. 22.5 back with me. 20, the bid is right here, 22.5. 25,000 with Lindsay first. 25,000 with Lindsay first. Online, 27,500. Online at 27,500. Online at 27,500. Who do I take first? Online at 30. Online at 30. Clara told me to take the online first. 30,000 online. 30,000 online now. 32,500 with Alec at 32,500. With Alec at 32,500. Online, 35,000. Two online bidders. 35,000 online. 35,000 online now at 35,000. Online, it's paddle 1934 online. 37,500 with Alec at 37,500 with Alec at 37,500. Alec's telephone bidder at 37,500. 40,000 in the room. In the room at 40,000. In the room, Alec. Stay with me. 42.5 with Alec. 42.5 with Alec. 42.5 with Alec. 42.5 with Alec at 42.5. 42.5 with Alec at 42.5. Bidding, sir, at 42.5, and I can sell at 42.5. 45 in the room. 45 in the room. I think he's maybe on a call as well, but 45, 47,500. 47,500 on the telephone at 47,500. 47,500 at 47,500 with Alec at 47,500, and I can sell at 47,000, 50,000. He's back in. Stay with me, Alec. 50,000 in the room, 50,000. Gentlemen seated in the room at 50,000. 50,000 in the room. 55. Alex staying with me at 55. On the telephone at 55. Alex staying with me at 55. 55 with Alec. Bidding, sir? At 55. At 55. He says he's out. I think you have it, Alec. At $55,000, and I am selling. Last time, hammer is up. 55,000. Yours, Alec. Thank you so much. 55,000. Congratulations. And Alec is 665. Well done, Alec. Consignment specialist Alec, as always, does a great job on the telephone. Lot 305 is next, the Ted Harrison. Lot 305 is next, the 1988 Ted Harrison from the estate of Dr. Luigi Rossi again. And I have $20,000 a bid in this, $22,500, $25,000 now, Taylor, $27,500, $30,000 back with me. Back with me. The bid is right here with me at $30,000. At $30,000, the bid is right here with me at $30,000, and I can sell at $32,500 online. 35 back with me. 35. The bid is right here with me at 35. The bid is right here with me at $35,000. At $35,000, and I am selling at $35,000. The bid is with me at $35,000. Your last chance in the digital sale room. At $35,000, the bid is right here with me at $37,500, 40,000 back with me. 42.5, 45 back with me. 47.5, 50,000 back with me. 50,000 with me. My absentee bidder at $50,000 now, and I can sell at $50,000. Are you bidding, Thibault? Thibault says he's out at $50,000. My absentee bidder at $50,000 last time. Sold. 50,000 to the absentee bidder. 50,000 is paddle 539. Lot 306 is next. The wonderful Ted Harrison, the 1988 Ted Harrison from the estate of Dr. Luigi Rossi. And I have considerable interest in this lot as well. I've got lots of interest, but I can start at 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, $20,000 a bid on this lot. At $20,000 now in advance, 22.5, 25 back with me. 25,000 back with me, 27,500 back with me. 27,500 back with me. 27,000, 30,000, 32,500 back. 35, 37.5, 40 back with me. 42.5, 45 back with me. 47.5, 50,000 back with me. 50,000, my absentee bidder at $50,000, and I can sell at $50,000 ahead of you online in the room. 55,000. 60,000 back with me. My absentee bidder at 60,000. My absentee bidder at 60,000. My absentee bidder at $60,000 now. My absentee bidder at 60,000. Ahead of you, Marie Helen, at $60,000. Ahead of you in the digital sale room at $60,000. At $60,000, $65,000, and my absentee bidder is out at $65,000. I think you have it, Marie Helen, at $65,000 last time. Here's Marie Helen, $65,000. Yeah, that deserves clapping. Come on. And Marie Helen is 664. Thank you so much, Marie Helen, 664. Lot number 307 is next, the Daphne Ojek. Lot 307 is next, the 1983 Daphne Ojek from the Rossi estate. And I have 35, 37,500, 40, 30, 40, 42.5, $45,000 is bid on this lot at $45,000. At $45,000 now at $45,000, 47.5, 50 back with me. 50 back with me. The bid is right here with me at $50,000. The bid is right here with me at $50,000. My absentee bidder at $50,000. 50, 55, 60 back with me. 60 back with me, now at 60. 65, 70 back with me. 70 back with me. 70 with me. 75, 80 back with me. 80 back with me. 85, 90 back with me. My absentee bidder to the order. 95, 100,000 back with me. 100,000 back with me at 100,000. The bid is right here in the book to the order, 110,000 on the telephone with Thibault. And my absentee bidder is out at 110,000 with Thibault, 110,000. At 110,000, I can sell at $110,000 last time. Here's Thibault, 110,000. Congratulations. My handwriting is getting messier as we go along. Thibault, your paddle number is 658. Thank you so much, Thibault. Maybe I need a glass of water. Are we good on the phones? Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 308 is next. The prime period 1977 Jack Shabel butterfly triptych from the estate of Dr. Luigi Rossi. Shabel's most sought-after subject matter is butterflies. Prime period 1977. I know. I saw those sold-out shows he had back then. The prime period, it's very hard to get a butterfly Shabel. And I have $30,000 a bid in this lot. $32,500 now. Any advance at $32,500. At $32,500, $35,000 online. $37,500 with Lauren. At $37,500 with Lauren at $37,000. $40,000. $40,000 online first at $40,000. Online at $40,000. Online at $40,000. $42,500 with Christian. At $42,500 now with Christian at $45,000 online. At $45,000 online. At $45,000. Online at $45,000. Bidding Christian. Online at $45,000. Are you still with? $47,500. New bidder. $47,500 in the room. In the room at $47,500. $50,000 with Thibault. $50,000 with Thibault. $50,000 with Thibault. $55,000. Back with Christian. Christian's still with me at $55,000. Thibault's still with me at $60,000. 60,000 with Thibault. At 60,000 with Thibault now at 60,000. Online 65. Online at 65. Next bid 70. Online at 65. Online at 65. 70. 70 with Christian. At 70,000 with Christian. 75. Two online bidders. 75,000 online. 75,000 online. Paddle 1133. 75,000 online. Not yours. The other 80,000. 80,000 with Christian. 80,000 with Christian now at 80,000. With Christian at $80,000. Not yours online. $80,000 with Christian at $80,000. Thibault says he's out. I think you might have it, Christian. At $80,000. The hammer is up, and I am selling now at Heffel for the Chabot triptych at $80,000. Not yours online. Sold. Yours, Christian. 85,000. I mean 80,000, Christian. It's too late. Christian, that's yours at 80,000, and that was paddle 628. Lot 309 is next. Lot 309 is next. Lot 309 is next. The wonderful. Now we're on to property of various owners. That was the last of the Rossi lots. This is property of various owners. Lot 309 is next. The E.J. Hughes. This is the rare 1950 E.J. Hughes from the family of J.S. McLean. Remained in the same family for decades since it was acquired in 1950. This painting's always been in the same family since first acquired in 1950. 250,000 to start on this lot. 250, 260, 260, 270 now. At $270,000 now. Any advance? At $270,000. Any more? At $270,000. At $270,000 online, 280. Online 280, several online bids at 280. 280, 290 with Ainsley. 290 with Ainsley. I took Ainsley first. 290 with Ainsley. 300 online. 300 online. 300 online now. 300. 325 with Ainsley. At 325 with Ainsley. At 325 with Ainsley at 325. Not yours online. 350 online. Thank you, Clara. 350 online, Ainsley. 375 with Ainsley. At 375 with Ainsley at 375. With Ainsley at 375. Not yours online. 400 online. That's a new online bidder. At 400,000. 425 with Ainsley. Several online bidders, but it's 425 with Ainsley, correct? 425 with Ainsley. 425. I think okay, you guys. 450 online. 450 online. 475 with Ainsley. 475 with Ainsley now, 475. 475, 500 online. 500 online. 500 online now, 500. 500 online. 500 online now. Next bid's only 525. 525 with Ainsley. 525 with Ainsley, not yours online. 525 with Ainsley now at 525. With Ainsley at 525. The bid is right here in the room with Ainsley on the telephone. Ainsley looks great in red at 525. In the room with Ainsley on the telephone at $525,000. The hammer is up at $525,000. I am selling 550 online, Ainsley. 550, stay with me now, Ainsley. 550 ahead of you, Ainsley. 550 ahead of you, Ainsley. 550 ahead of you, Ainsley. 550, 575 with Ainsley. At 575 with Ainsley at 575. 575. I know this online bidder. They can be aggressive too. 575 with Ainsley in the room at 575. At 575 in the room at 575. At 575,000. Ainsley's telephone bidder. I think you might have it, Ainsley. At 575,000. 600 online. 600 online now, Ainsley. 600 online. They said wow up front. I agree. Still excellent value, though. Wow, because the painting's so great. At $600,000 online at $600,000. At $600,000 online at $600,000. 625 with Ainsley. At 625 with Ainsley now at 625. 625 with Ainsley at 625. With Ainsley at 625. 625 with Ainsley. Are you coming back in online? Stay with me. at $625 with Ainsley. Ainsley's telephone bidder at $625,000, and I can sell to Ainsley's telephone bidder at $625,000. The hammer is up at $625,000 last time. Here is Ainsley, $625,000. Ainsley is paddle 608. Lot number 310 is next. The Jean-Paul Lemieux, the wonderful Jean-Paul Lemieux is next. The prime period 1966 Jean-Paul Lemieux canvas. Lot 310 is next. The prime period 1966 Jean-Paul Lemieux. And I have a lot of phone interest in this lot, although I can start at 170 to start on this lot, at 170, 180, 190 now, at $190,000. I feel like we had a little ways to go. $190,000 now. Any advance at 190? 200 with Daniel. At 200 with Daniel now at 200. At 200,000 with Daniel at 200,000. In the room. 210 in the room. 210 in the room now. In the room at 210. In the room at 210. I'm selling. The gentleman's bid 220 on the telephone. 230 in the room. 230 in the room. 230 in the room. 230 in the room. 240 on the telephone. 250 in the room. 250 in the room now. 250. 250 in the room. Gentleman's bid in the room. Seated. 260. 260. 270 on. 270 in the room. Seated. 270 in the room. Seated. 270. 270 in the room now. 270 in the room at 270,000. Gentleman seated at 280. 280 with Daniel. 290 in the room. 290 in the room now. 290 in the room. 290 in the room now. At 290 in the room. 290 ahead of you, Daniel. 290. 300 with Daniel. 300 with Daniel. He shakes his head in the room. I think you have it, Daniel. Gentleman seated, shook his head. Daniel, I think you have it. 325 with Rochelle. 325 with Rochelle. 325. 325 with Rochelle. What's the on? 350 online. 350 online now. 350 online. 350 online now. 350 online. 375 with Rochelle. 375 with Rochelle. 375 with Rochelle now at 375. Head of the online bidder at 375 with Rochelle at 375. 375 with Rochelle. 375 with Rochelle. 375,000. Rochelle's telephone bidder at 375,000. Online 400,000. Online 400,000 now online. Head of you, Rochelle. Stay with me, Rochelle. 400,000. Head of you, Rochelle, 400,000. 425. 425. 425 with Rochelle, 425. With Rochelle, 425. Stay with me online, 425. With Rochelle on the telephone at 425. And I can sell to Rochelle's telephone bidder at 425,000. Are we all through in the digital sale room? And I am selling to Rochelle's telephone bidder at 425,000 last time. Yours, Rochelle, 425. Yeah, that deserves profit. 425. Rochelle is paddle 611. Is that correct? Okay. Is this a little bit slow, or is it just me? Okay. Lot 311 is next. The Rita Latondra, lot 311 is next. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Lot 311 is next. The Latondra. The 1961 large and wonderful Rita Latondra, the showstopper in the previews across the country, the wonderful Latondra. And I have $50,000 a bid in this lot. 55, 60 now. At $60,000 now. Any advance at $60,000? At $60,000. Are we all through? 65 online. Several online bids at $65,000 now online. At $65,000 online now at $65,000. Online at $65,000, and I can $70,000 online at $70,000. Online at $70,000 now. Online at $70,000. Stay with me, the other online bidder at $70,000 online now at $70,000, and I can sell at $70,000 to the online bidder, paddle 1578. Are you bidding? $75,000. Several online bidders, all at $75,000 though. Next bid's 80. $75,000 to the online bidder. $75,000 to the top online bidder at $75,000. 80 online. 80 online now. Thank you, Clara. 80 online now. 80 online now at 80,000 online. At 80, 85 online. At 85 now online now at 85. 90 online. 90,000 online. 90,000 online now at 90,000. At 95 online. It's an online bidding war. 95 online. 95 online at 95 online now. 95 online. Is there another online? 100 online. I think you're seeing it before me. 100 online. At 100 online now. At 100 online now. 100. At 100 online. At 100 online now. 100. To the online bidder at 1578. 110. New bidder in the room. At 110. Thank you, David. New bidder in the room at 110. 120 online. 120 online. 120 online. At 120. Online at 120. Online, the bid is online at 120. You can see it here on the app. At 120 online, 130 in the room. 130 in the room, not yours online. 130 in the room. 140 online. I took the online bidder first, 140. You can bid 150 if you like, Anthony. 140 online. 140 online. 140 online now. At 140 online at 150 in the room. 160. He's in. 160. Thank you so much. 160. 160 with Anthony at 160. 170. 170. Stay with me, Anthony. 170 in the room. 180 with Anthony. 180 with Anthony. 180 with Anthony. With our Asian art expert, Anthony, at 180. With Anthony at 180,000. With Anthony at 180,000. Are you bidding, sir? He's talking on the phone as well. 180,000. He's got somebody on the phone. It's you don't want to bid 180. Okay, back with you at 170, sir. Back with you at 170. Back with you at 170,000. Your bid, sir, at 170. At 170,000. Okay, well, we're not taking you again at 180 then. 170,000. Gentleman's bid seated at 170,000. I can sell at 170,000. He doesn't want to go 180 anymore. You don't want to bid 170? Let's redo the lot. We'll redo the lot. Ladies and gentlemen, can we redo the lot, or you can't do it on the bidding app? Can we go back? Where do you want to go back to? I can't remember where you started at. So you'll pay 160? Okay, 160 there. He says he's in at 160. He says he's in at 160, but he wasn't in at 180. Current bid is 160,000. Okay, I'll let him have it. 160,000. It's yours, Anthony, at 160,000. Your last chance there. I am selling at 160,000 last time. Yours, Anthony, 160,000. And Anthony's paddle is 680. 30 years of auctions, and that's a first. Lot 312 is next. Lot 312 is next. Our feature cover lot this evening. A very rare 1949 canvas by Jean-Paul Riopel. The artist was just 26 years old when he painted this work, and you can truly feel the energy and youthful vigor of this extraordinary composition, full of life and movement, and one of my favorite paintings in the show. 1949 Riopels are very, very rare to the market. He only painted, according to the catalog raisonné, he only painted 26 paintings, oil and canvases from this time period. And with that in mind, I have $280,000 have been in this lot, 290 now. At 290, 300, 325 back with me. 325 back with me. My absentee bidder at 325. Back with me at $325,000 now. Back with me at $325,000. Back with me at $325,000. The bid is right here with me at $350,000 in the room. And my absentee bidder is out at $350,000 in the room at $350,000. Online, $375,000. Several online bids. Yeah, I see it. $375,000 online. Alec, are you bidding on the telephone? At $375,000 online. Bidding, sir? Ahead of you at $375,000. At $375,400 online. At $400,000 online at $400,000. Online at $400,000. $425,000 online. At $425,000 online at $450,000 online. $450,000 online now at $450,000. Online at $450,000 for the Jean-Paul Riopel, featured on the cover at $450,000 to the online bidder at $475,000 online. $475,000 now online at $475,000. That's another online bidder at $475,000. To the online bidder at $475,000. Not yours, the other bidders in the digital sale room. $475,000 I can sell to the online bidder at $475,000. Your last chance in the digital sale room. I am selling now for the 1949 Jean-Paul Riopel at Heffel last time. $500,000 online. Two online bidders. Two online bidders at $500,000, but I took the one that came in first. Paddle 1152 online. Paddle 1152 online now. Paddle 1152 online, $525,000. To the online bidder at $525,000. You can see it there, and that is only $374,000 US. 525,000 Canadian dollars at 525,000. To the online bidder at 525,000, and I can sell at 525,000. Are we all through? 550 online. 550 online now at 550. 575 online. It's an online bidding war at 575,000 now. To the online bidder at 575,000. That is paddle 1052 online. To the online bidder at 575,000, and I can sell at 575,000. Your last chance in the digital sale room. The hammer is up. Down it goes at $575,000 last time. Hammer is up. Last time. Your last chance in the digital sale room. $600,000 online. $600,000 online. $600,000. A little more urgency online. At $600,000 now. Online at $600,000. That's paddle 1494. To the online bidder at $600,000. At $600,000 now. At $600,000. Are we all through? At $600,000 now. Your last chance in the digital sale room. And I am selling at $600,000. The hammer is up. Your last chance at $600,000 last time. Sold, $600,000. Congratulations. Paddle 1494. Well done. Thank you so much. Lot 313 is next. Lot 313, the 1960 Jean-Paul Lemieux, the prime Jean-Paul Lemieux from 1960, and I have $70,000 a bid in this, 75, 80, 85 now, at $85,000 now, 85,000, any advance at 85,000, at $85,000, are we all through? At $85,000, 90,000 with Mary Jo, at $90,000 with Mary Jo at $90,000, and I can sell at $90,000. Your last chance in the digital sale room, and I am selling to Mary Jo's telephone bidder at $90,000 last time. $90,000 last time. Yours, Mary Jo, 90,000. Yep, I got it. Thank you. Lot number 314 is next. Lot 314 is next, the 1955 Jean-Paul Emile Bourgeois, the 1955 Emile Bourgeois. And I have, are we ready on the phones on this lot? I have $300,000 to start. $300,000 now. $325,000 now already. At $325,000 now. Any advance at $325,000? Are we all through? $350,000 with Lindsay at $350,000. With Lindsay at $375,000 with Daniel. $375,000 with, I'll take Lindsay first. $400,000 with Lindsay. At $400,000 with Lindsay. $425,000 with Marie Helen at $425,000. $425,000 with Marie Helen at $425,000. Online, $450,000. Sorry, I took the online. Would you like to go $475,000 in the room? $475,000 in the room at $475,000. In the room at $475,000. In the room at $475,000. In the room at $500,000. $525,000 up front. $525,000 up front. $550,000. $575,000 up front. $600,000 with Daniel. $625,000 with Marie Helen. $625,000 with Marie Helen at $625,000. $650,000 with Daniel. $650,000 with Daniel at $650,000 with Daniel. $675,000 with Marie Helen. $675,000 with Marie Helen at $675,000. $700,000 with Daniel. $700,000 with Daniel now at $700,000. $725,000 with Marie Helen. $725,000 with Marie Helen at $725,000 with Marie Helen at $725,000. $725,000 with Marie Helen at $725,000. With Marie Helen at $725,000. Marie Helen's telephone bidder at $725,000. Are you bidding, Daniel? Stay with me, Daniel. $725,000. $725,000 with Marie Helen at $725,000. The hammer is up, Daniel, at $725,000, and I am selling now. The Paul Emile Bourgeois at Heffel at $725,000. I think you might have it, Marie Helen. $725,000 last time. Bidding, Daniel? $725,000 last time. Yours, Marie Helen, $725,000. Fine painting, fine price. Congratulations, Marie Helen. Paddle 624. Thank them for me, Marie Helen. Thank you. That was a painting we sold years ago in, I think it was 204 or something like that. It was other, but anyhow, wonderful painting. Lot number 315 is next. Lot 15, the Jack Bush. The Jack Bush. Lot 315 is next, the Jack Bush, London number 12. The 1973, September 1973 Jack Bush. And I have $150,000 to start. $150,000, $160,000, $170,000 now. At $170,000 already. At $170,000. The bid is right here with me at $170,000 now. At $170,000. Ahead of you in the digital sale room. At $180,000 now in the room. At $180,000 in the room now, and I'm out. At $180,000. Gentleman's bid in the room at $180,000. I can sell at $180,000 for the Jack Bush at $180,000 last time. Yours, sir, 114. Congratulations, 180,000. I like that clapping. Lot number 316 is next. The next four works are property of the Barbeau Owen Foundation. Jacques Barbeau was a preeminent collector of E.J. Hughes. E.J. Hughes works and a dear friend of Heffel. Lot 316 is a very rare war cartoon drawing of Kiska from 1945. And with that in mind, the Barbeau collection starts, and I have $18,000, $19,000, $20,000 is bid on this lot at $20,000 to the order. $22,500 online. $25,000 in the room. $25,000 in the room first at $25,000. $27,500 up front. $30,000. $32,500. $35,000. $35,000. $37,500. $40,000. $42,500. $45,000. $47,500. $50,000. $55,000. 55, he shakes his head. 55 right up front, Lauren at 55. 55, online 60. Online 60,000. 65. 65. 65 in the room. 65 in the room. 65 right up front at 65. In the room at 65. The bid is gentleman's bid right up front at $65,000, not yours online. Right up front at $65,000. Lauren says she's out. 70,000 online. 70,000 online. 75,000 up front. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. 75,000 in the room at 75,000. In the room at 75,000. Gentlemen seated right up front at 80,000 now online. 80,000. 85,000 seated. 85,000 now. In the room at 85,000. In the room at 85,000. In the room at 85,000. It's with you. 90,000 now. Thank you, sir. 90,000 online. 90,000 online. 95,000 with you. 95,000 with you. That's your bid at 95,000. 95,000 with you, sir. Thank you so much. In the room at 95,000. In the room with you at 95,000. In the room, not yours in the digital sale room. The bid is right here in the room at 95,000. The bid is right here in the room at $95,000. I'm not seeing the online bid. 100,000 online. Sorry, sir. 110. 110 in the room. 110 in the room now. 110. 110 in the room. In the room at 110. At 110 in the room now. 110. 110 in the room. Not yours online. The bid is right here, right up front at 110. 110 at 110, and I can sell to the gentleman seated right up front in the room at $110,000. The hammer is up. Down it goes. Not yours in the digital sale. The bid is right here in the room at $110,000. Hammer is up. Last time. Yours, sir. $110,000. Congratulations. Your paddle is 173. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And it's a little slow. Which one? Is it the internet that's a little slow? Is that one faster? Yeah, but Ainsley's coming. It'd be nice if she has it. Lot number 317 is next. Lot 317 is next. Lot 317 is next. The wonderful E.J. Hughes watercolor from the Barbeau-Owen Foundation. The watercolor from the Barbeau-Owen Foundation. I have outside interest in this lot, although I can start at $25,000 to the order. At $25,000 now, to the order at $25,000. Any advance now at $25,000, online $27,500. $30,000 back with me at $30,000. Back with me at $30,000. Back with me at $30,000. $32,500 online. This is working better. $32,500. $32,500. $32,500. $35,000 back with me. $35,000 back with me. $35,000. The bid is right here. Absentee bid at $37,500. $40,000 back with me. $40,000 back with me now. The bid is right here with me at $40,000. $40,000 back with me at $40,000. Not yours online. The bid is right here with me at $42,500. $45,000 back with me. To the order at $45,000. To the order at $45,000 now. $47,500. $50,000 back with me. $50,000 back with me now at $50,000. $55,000. $55,000. $55,000. $60,000 back with me. $60,000 back with me now at $60,000. $60,000 back with me now at $60,000. $60,000 back with me at $60,000. $60,000 back with me at $60,000. My absentee bidder at $60,000. At $65,000 online now. At $65,000 online, and my absentee bidder is out. At $65,000 online at $65,000, and my absentee bidder is out at $65,000. Fair warning, last time, and I am selling to the online bidder at $70,000 with Tebow. at 70,000 now with Tebow at 70,000. At 70,000 with Tebow at 70,000. At 70,000 with Tebow, not yours online. The bid is with Tebow at $70,000. At $70,000, down it goes at $70,000. Hammer is up at $70,000 last time. That's yours, Tebow, 70,000. Tebow, your paddle number? 658. 658. Is that one? This one doesn't have the names.
No, that's a late registration.
Oh, okay. Okay. Lot 318 is next. Lot 318 is next. The 2002 E.J. Hughes watercolor, Inglewood, from the Barbeau Owen Foundation. Again, the preeminent collection of E.J. Hughes, preeminent collector of E.J. Hughes. And I have outside interest in this lot, although I can start $20,000 to start. $20,000 now. 22.5 at $22,500 now. At $22,500. Any advance now? At $25,000 now online. At $25,000 online now at $25,000. Online at $27,500 with Ainsley. At $27,500 with Ainsley at $27,500. $30,000 online. $30,000 online, Ainsley. $32,500 with Ainsley. $32,500 with Ainsley at $32,500. $35,000 online. $35,000 online now. $37,500 with Ainsley. At $37,500 with Ainsley at $37,500. Not yours online. At $37,500, and I can sell to Ainsley's telephone bidder at $37,500. $40,000 with Tebow. At $40,000 with Tebow, Ainsley. At $40,000 online, $42,500. Online, $42,500. Stay with me, Tebow. $45,000 with Tebow. $45,000 with Tebow. $45,000 with Tebow now at $45,000. With Tebow at $45,000. With Tebow at $45,000. I can sell to Tebow's telephone bidder at $45,000. The hammer is up. $45,000. Ainsley's back in. $47,500. Ainsley's back in, Tebow. $50,000. $50,000 now with Tebow. $50,000 with Tebow. $50,000. Stay with me, Ainsley. $50,000 now. $50,000 with Tebow. Ainsley, would you like to go $55,000? $50,000 with Tebow at $50,000. I can sell. Tebow's telephone bidder at $50,000. The hammer is up. I think you have it, Tebow. Tebow's bid, $50,000 with Tebow. Congratulations. 658? Yep. Thank you, Tebow. Yeah, this one's working good. Lot 318 is next. 319 is next. 319 is next. Lot 319 is next. The 1982 E.J. Hughes from the Barbeau Owen Foundation. The wonderful Hughes from the Barbeau Owen Foundation. I have $50,000 a bid in this. 55, 60, 65, 70 now. 70,000 already at $70,000. Any advance now? At $70,000 now. Down it goes at $70,000 now. At $75,000 with Lauren. At $75,000 with Lauren now at $75,000. Bidding Ainsley at $80,000 online. 80,000. There were several onlines. 80,000 online. 80,000 online now. At 80,000 online at 80,000. Lauren says she's out. I think you might have it online. 80,000 online. There was another online bidder as well at $80,000, and I can sell to the online bidder at $80,000. Are we all through? 85,000 online. They're back in. 85,000 online now. 85,000 online. Online at 85,000. At 85,000 online. Paddle 1544 to the online bidder, and I am selling at $85,000. The hammer is up. 85,000. 85,000. 1544. 85,000, paddle 1544. Lot number 320. Lot 320 is next. The wonderful Gordon Smith, the showstopper in the previews. Gordon Smith, the 2009 Actually, 2009 is a really great period for Gordon Smith. That's a prime period, an artist who lived to, he's 100 years old, amazing Vancouver painter in the prime of his career later in his life. This is a wonderful painting. And I have $40,000 a bid on this lot at $40,000 to the order now at $40,000. At $40,000 now to the order, $40,000. Any advance? 42.5. 45 back with me. 45 back with me. 45 with me at 45. 47.5. 50 back with me. My absentee bidder at 50,000. My absentee bidder at 50,000. I'm going to sell to the 55 online. 55 online now. 60 online. 60 online now. 60 online to the online bidder at 60,000. To the online bidder at $60,000 now. To the online bidder at 60,000. 65 with Rochelle. 65 with Rochelle now at 65. With Rochelle at 65,000. With 70,000 online. 2 online bidders, but one came in a little bit before. 70,000 to the online bidder at 70,000. 75,000 with Rochelle. 75,000 with Rochelle. 75,000 with Rochelle at 75,000. On the telephone with consignment specialist with Rochelle at $75,000 now, and I can sell at $75,000. The Gordon Smith at 80,000 online. 80,000 online, Rochelle. 80,000 online. 80,000 online now, Rochelle. At 80,000 now. Online at 80,000. I'm going to sell. Rochelle says she's out. I think you have an online bidder at $80,000. 85,000 online. At 85,000 online now at 85,000. At 85,000 to the online bidder at $85,000. And I am going to sell at $85,000 last time. At 85,000 last time. Sold 85,000. Paddle 1640. Lot number 321 is next. Lot 321 is next. The wonderful Bernard Buffet, Le Clown's Musicians, trumpet from 1991. 1991 work from the artist celebrated Clown series, and I have, we've got full phone lines on this lot. I hope everybody's got everybody on the phone. And also I have outside interest, absentee interest as well for the Bernard Buffet, and I have 200 and, so many bids here, hold on. I got competing absentees. I've got $300,000 a bid on this lot. 300, 325, 350 now. At 350, 375, 400 now to the order. At $400,000 now to the order, 425 online. And my absentee bidder is out. 425, 450 on the telephone. 450 on the telephone now. At 450,000 on the telephone at 475. 475 online first. 475. 500. 500. 500 with April. 525 with Marie Helen. 525 with Marie Helen. 525. Shay. 550 with April. 550 with April now. 550 with April. 550. 575. I took Marie Helen first. 575 with Marie Helen. 600 with April. 600 with April. 625 with Mary Jo. 625 with Mary Jo. Online, 650. 650 online. 650 online now at 650. 650, 650 online. 650 online now at 650. Stay with me now, April. 650 now online. Are you staying with me back there? 650 to the online bidder at 650. 675 with Mary Jo. At 675 with Mary Jo ahead of you online. The bid is in the room on the telephone at 675. 700. 700 with Alec on the telephone. 700 with Alec on the telephone. 700 with Alec on the telephone at 700. 700 with Alec on the telephone at 700. 700 with Alec. Are you bidding? At 700. At, what do you think? Should we take 710? You can go 725. Go 725. You can go 725. It's an awkward increment. 725, shall we? 700 with Alec. At 700 with Alec now, at 700. At 700. I'll take 710. I'll take 710 with Mary Jo with 710. Next bid will be 725 if you stay increment. Would you go 725, Alec? 725 with Alec. We're back on increment. At 725 with Alec. 725 with Alec. Next bid 750, Mary Jo. 725 with Alec at 725. And I can sell to Alec's telephone bidder at $725,000 at $725,000. Alec's telephone bidder at $725,000. The hammer is up. Last time. Yours, Alec, 725. Congratulations. Well done. And Alec is paddle 612. Thank you so much, Alec. Great job. Lot 322 is next. The Jean-Paul Riopel. 322 is next. The Jean-Paul Riopel. The 1957 Riopel, and they have outside interest on this lot again. I have $190, $200,000 a bid in this lot. At $200,000 now. To the order, 210, 220 back with me. 220 back with me. 220 back with me. 230, 240 back with me. 240 back with me. 240 back with me now. 240. Back with me at 240. 250, 260 back with me. 270, 280 back with me. 280 with me now, 280, 280, 290, 300 back with me, 300 with me now, 300, 300 with me now, 300, 325, 350 to the order. The bid is right here with me at $350,000. The bid is right here with me at $350,000. To the order at $350,000. $375,000 with Lindsay at $375,000. Lindsay's telephone bidder at $375,000. I think you have it, Lindsay, at $375,000. My absentee bidder is out at $375,000. The hammer is up. Last time, $375,000. Yours, Lindsay, $375,000. Congratulations. Well done, Lindsay. 632 is the paddle number. Lot number 323 is next. Lot 323 is next. The 1962 Rita Latondra. And I have $45,000 to start. 47.5 now. At $47,500 now. Any advance? At $47,500. Are we all through? At $47,500. Bidding, sir? At $47,500. At $50,000. Two online bidders at $50,000. Two online bidders at $50,000 now. At $50,000, are we all through? At $50,000, there was another online bid, and I am going to sell to the online bidder that came in $50,000 now. To the online bidder at $50,000. Paddle 1317, $50,000 last time. $55,000. $55,000 to the other online bidder at $55,000. To the other online bidder at $55,000. To the other online bidder at $50,000. Got to click quickly, online bidder, $55,000. To the online bidder at $55,000. I am going to sell at $55,000. Last time, $55,000. The hammer is up, $55,000. Sold, $55,000. And that is paddle 1422. Lot 324 is next. Lot 324 is next. Lot 324 is next. The Jean-Paul Riopel, the 1962 Jean-Paul Riopel. And I have $80,000, $85,000, $90,000, $95,000 has been in this lot at $95,000. Any advance now? At $95,000. At $95,000 now. At $95,000. App's not loading. 100,000. 100,000 with Daniel at 100,000. At 100,000. At 100,000 with Daniel at 100,000. 110 online. It's loading now. At 110 online at 110. At 110, 120 with Daniel. At 120 with Daniel now. At 130 online. At 130,000 online. Online at 130, Daniel. Online at 130. I think Daniel's very long distance. 130,000 online, 140 with Daniel. 140 with Daniel now, at 140,000 now. With Daniel in the room at 140,000, not yours online, at 140,000. With Daniel at 140,000. With Daniel at 140,000, I can sell to Daniel's telephone bidder at 140,000. The hammer is up, not yours online. 150 online. 150 online. 160 to Daniel. At 160 to Daniel now at 160. At 160 to Daniel at 160. Daniel's telephone bidder at 160,000 now. At 160,000. Daniel's telephone bidder at 160. And I am selling. The hammer is up at 160,000 last time. Here's Daniel, 160,000. Congratulations. Paddle 675. Lot number 325 is next. The wonderful Alex Janvier, the 1988 Alex Janvier, showing here up on the screens. And I have outside interest in this lot. Competing bids again. 50, 55, 60, 65, $70,000 is bid on this lot already. At $70,000. To the order at $70,000. Online, $75,000. Online, $75,000 now. Online, $75,000. And my absentee bidder is out. $80,000 online. At $80,000 online now at $80,000. At $80,000 online at $80,000. Online at $85,000 online. $90,000 with Kirby. $90,000 with Kirby now. $90,000 in the room. In the room, Kirby's telephone bidder at $90,000. In the room at $90,000. In the room, online $95,000. Online $95,000. $100,000 with Kirby. $100,000 with Kirby now at $100,000. $100,000 with Kirby at $100,000. With Kirby at $100,000, not yours online, at $100,000. With Kirby at $100,000. Kirby's telephone bidder at $100,000. I can sell to Kirby's telephone bidder at $100,000 last time. $110,000 online. Two online bidders at $110,000. You could bid quicker online. $120,000 with Kirby. $120,000 with Kirby now. $120,000 with Kirby. $120,000 with Kirby, not yours online. $120,000. Kirby's telephone bid at $120,000. $130,000 online. Thank you. $140,000 with Kirby. $140,000 with Kirby. $140,000 with Kirby. $140,000 with Kirby in the room on the telephone with Kirby at $140,000. $140,000, and I'm selling to Kirby's telephone bidder at $140,000. $150,000 online. $150,000 online. $150,000 online. They're making me work. $150,000. Kirby, are you bidding? Stay with me, Kirby. $150,000 now. Online at $150,000. I can sell at $150,000. To the online bidder at $150,000. I think you have it online at $150,000. Kirby's asking me to wait at $150,000. $150,000, you have it online. $150,000, paddle 1571. Yeah. Oh, okay. She can announce it. The McKim sale is also a white glove sale because lot 118 sold. Dave has given me that information. So that's two white glove sessions, which, you know, in the auction business, actually 100% sold is pretty amazing. Like, it's pretty amazing. Lot, now I'm going to be all flustered before the, lot 326 is next, and this is my last lot. I'm going to pass it on to the gavel on to Ainsley Heffel after this lot. This is my last lot of this evening's sale. Lot 326 is next. The incredible David Blackwood of the Labrador Sea, a powerful and haunting painting of Atlantic and its whales. I mean, it's an incredible piece. We've got pretty full phone lines on this lot, but I can start at $150,000 to start me on this lot. $150,000, $160,000 now. At $160,000 now. Any advance? At $160,000 now. At $170,000, $170,000. Gentlemen right up front at $170,000. Gentlemen right up front at $170,000. Now would be a good time to jump in at $170,000. Don't give me the wait signal already. Like $180,000, $180,000. Thank you. 190 at 190, 190, 190 up front. Gentleman's bid at 190, 200, 210, 210, 210, 210, 220 with Lindsay. She's faster. 230 up front, 230 up front, 230 up front now, 230, 240, 240. I took Mary Jo first. I took Mary Jo 250, 260 in the room, 260 in the room, 260 in the room, 270 with Mary Jo, 280, 280, 280. Gentlemen seated, 280, 290, 300, 300. Next bid's 325, 300, 300 now, 300, 300 in the room at 300, 325, 350. He's determined bidder. 350 in the room, 350 in the room, 350 in the room, 350, 375, 400, 400, 400 in the room, 400 in the room, 400 in the room, Mary Jo, 425, 450, 450, 450, 450 in the room, 475 with Lindsay, 475 with Lindsay at 4. He says he's out. 475 with Lindsay, 500 with Mary Jo, 500 with Mary Jo, 500 with Mary Jo now at 500, 500 with Mary Jo at 500, 500 with Mary Jo, Lindsay, 500 with Mary Jo, and I can sell to Mary Jo's. Lindsay says she's out. I think you have it, Mary Jo, at $500,000. The hammer is up at $500,000. Thank you for your bid, sir. $500,000 last time. 500,000. Mary Jo was paddle 661. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite Ainsley Heffel up, who is going to conduct the last 5 lots of this evening's sale. Welcome, Ainsley. I might have to stand.
Okay, good evening, everyone. What an exciting night it's been so far. I've been back there on the phones with my incredible colleagues. It's a historic sale, being our 30th anniversary. I was literally born 1 month before that first auction in 1995, and now 30 years later, I have the honor of being up here and conducting the last 5 lots of the sale. And we're almost done, but let's continue. Lot 327 is next. The wonderful 1961 Riopel, showing here in the flesh and up on the screens. And I have competing order interest on this lot at 60,000, 65 now, 70,000, at 75,000 now to my absentee bidder at 75,000 online, so 80,000. Thank you. And my order is out. Both absentee bidders are out. The bid is online at 80,000. Any advance at 80,000. 85,000 online. Thank you. At 85,000 online. At 85,000. Are we jumping in on the phones? The bid is online at 85,000. And I can sell to the online bidder at 85,000. Last chance. Selling now. 85,000. Online bidder. Selling now. Sold. Online bidder. 85,000. Paddle 1576. Okay, lot 328 is next. David Blackwood's most famous print, Fire Down on the Labrador, from the estate of Ronald Barbaro, a key supporter of the artist. And I can start at 55,000 on this lot, at 55,000 now, at 55,000, 60 now, 65 already, at 65,000 with me at 70 online. I took the online bidder first at 70,000. At 70 online, at 70,000, 75 with Christian. Thank you. At 75 with Christian now, 80 online. At 80 online, online at 80,000, 85 with Christian. At 85 on the phones with Christian, at 90 online. 90 online. I'll take Christian first at 95. At 95 with Christian. At 95, 100 online. Are you jumping back in the room? It's at 100 online. 110 with Marie Helene at 110 now. With Marie Helene, it's against you online. The bid is on the phones. With Marie Helene at 110,000. Online 120. Online 120 now. The bid is online at 120,000. 130 with Marie Helene. 130 with Marie Helene. 140 online. 140 online now. Are you jumping back in on the phones? The bid is online at 140,000. I can sell at 140,000. Bid now if you're bidding. Last chance, selling now, 140,000. Anthony's signaling me to wait. Anthony, are you bidding? Selling now, 140,000 to the online bidder. 150 with Anthony. Thank you, Anthony. 150 with Anthony. 160 online. Back online at 160,000. Back online at 160,000. Anthony says he's out. I can sell at 160,000 to the online bidder. Last chance. Selling now. 160 online. Last chance. Sold. 160 online bidder. 9, 5, 4, 9. And that is a record for any David Blackwood print and Fire Down on the Labrador. Huh? Oh, he forgot to announce the painting was also a record. So 2 David Blackwood records. I think that's called beginner's luck. Okay, lot 329 is next. The wonderful Tuzignan diptych from 1975 in the back of the room there in the flesh. And I can start at 60,000 on this lot, at 65 now, at 65,000. At 65,000, the bid is with me at 65,000. Are we all through at 65,000? You're jumping in the online. The bid is with me at 65,000, 70 online. 75 back with me. The bid is 75 with me at 75,000. Try again in the online. The bid is with me at 75,000 at 80 online. Thank you. At 80 online now. At 80,000 to the online bidder. At 80,000, I can sell at 80,000. There's 2 online bidders. Does the other one want to jump back in? The bid is at 80,000 online. At 80,000, I can sell at 80,000 to the online bidder. Last chance. Hammers up. Selling now. 80,000 online. Sold. 80,000. Lot 330. Huh? I got it. 330 is next. Nakamura's Toronto 4 inner structure. And I have competing absentee bids on this lot. 30,000, 32.5, 35, 37.5, 40 now, 42.5, 45, 47.5. At 47,500 to my absentee bidder. At 47,500. Any advance at 47,500. Are we all through? At 47,000 online. 50,000. 55 back with me. My absentee bidder at 55,000. At 55,000 to my absentee bidder. 60 online. My absentee bidder is out. The bid is online at 60,000. At 60,000 online. I can sell to the online bidder at 60,000. There were a few, so I'll give them a moment. At 60,000 online. Hammers up. Last 65 online. New bidder 65 online. To the online bidder at 65,000. At 65,000 to the online bidder. 70 online. 70 now. At 70,000 online. At 70,000 online. We're going to jump in the room. At 70,000 online. I can sell to the online bidder at $70,000. Last chance, hammers up. Selling now, $70,000 online. Sold, 70. I like that I get claps on every lot. Okay, here we go, our last lot of the sale. The wonderful William Kurlick, lot 331, the 1969 Kurlick beehives. And I have outside interest again on this lot. $20,000 now, $22,500 at $22,500 to the absentee. 25, thank you, sir. At $25,000 now in the room. My absentee bidder is out at $25,000 in the room now. I'll take Lindsay's bid first. $27,500 with Lindsay at $27,500. The bid is with 30 online now at $30,000 online. At $30,000 online, $32,500 in the room. $32,500 in the room. $32,500 in the room. Online, $35,000. $35,000 online. $35,000 online. $37,500 with Lindsay. $37,500 with Lindsay. $40,000 online. $40,000 online now. $42,500 with Lindsay. $42,500 with Lindsay. Are you jumping back in the room? He says he's out. You might have it, Lindsay. $42,500 with Lindsay. I can sell at $42,500 with Lindsay. $45,000 online. $45,000 online at $47,500 with Lindsay. $47,500. $50,000 online now. $50,000 online. Are you bidding, Lindsay? $55,000 with Lindsay. $55,000 with Lindsay. At $55,000 with Lindsay. Are you bidding, Alec? $60,000 now online. $60,000 now online. $65,000 with Lindsay. $65,000 with Lindsay. $70,000 with Alec first. No? Okay, $70,000 to the online bidder. $70,000 to the online bidder. $70,000 to the online, $75,000 with Lindsay. $75,000 with Lindsay. $80,000 online. $85,000 with Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay. At $85,000 with Lindsay, $90,000 online. $90,000 online. $95,000 with Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay. $95,000. $100,000 online now. At $100,000 online. $110,000 with Lindsay. $110,000 with Lindsay now. At $110,000 with Lindsay, I can sell to $120,000 online. $120,000 online. $130,000 with Lindsay. Thank you. $130,000 to Lindsay's telephone bidder. At $130,000. Are you coming back in online? I can sell to Lindsay's telephone bidder. $130,000. Last chance. Last chance for online bids. Selling now to Lindsay's bidder, $130,000. $140,000 online. $140,000 online. They're persistent. $140,000 online. Are you out, Lindsay? Hold. It is our last lot. We have time. She says she's out. Selling now to the online bidder, $140,000. Last chance. Sold, $140,000. I think it's appropriate that we went out with a bang for that historic sale. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and attendance. It's been a historic night, to say the least. If you were the successful bidder in today's sale, your invoices will be emailed to you tomorrow, and our Toronto office will be in touch regarding any shipping needs. Our sales do not end tonight. We have a spectacular November online auction with works continued from the Lillian McKim collection, the Barbo Owen Foundation, the Torben V. Christensen collection, and the estate of Ronald Barbaro. This online auction closes next Thursday, November 27th. And then we also have our first session of our multiple series Hudson's Bay online auctions, which closes on December 4th. So thank you, everyone. That was a fun night. Hi, Grandma. She's not even here. I'm just kidding.